So this just happened today. Against my better judgment at the beginning of the month, I got a Tinder. I matched with a few guys, etc. One of them is James. We ended up texting each other, and he seemed pretty chill and pretty into me. He's a decent-looking guy, and we seemed to click. He had apparently been in a relatively abusive relationship with a woman, and he was looking to start over. According to him, she had hit him with a frying pan and pepper sprayed him once. He kept going on about how crazy she was. Alright, it happens. We went out to the movies this past Friday, and I had a great time. We ended up talking for a few hours, and we hit it off pretty well. I asked about the ex because I was a bit curious as to why he'd stay with someone like that. He didn't say anything positive about her. Just that she was crazy, had mental illnesses, and didn't take her meds, that kind of stuff. She had tried to baby trap him, but she had a miscarriage. He expressed relief that she didn't end up with the kid. He said he had felt obligated to her. Again, I get that. In all, I had a good time. This morning rolls around, and he tells me that he had hooked up with his ex last night, and that he was going to try and work things out with her. Mildly insulting that I lost out to an abusive chick, but whatever. I tell him it's cool. He then a few hours later texted me to say that she was crazy, and he thought she was changing, but she wasn't, blah blah. He kept asking if he could see me. He was being very pushy about wanting to see me today. He begged for 5 minutes of my time, so he could explain to me. I politely told him that I didn't want to be involved with someone who was so clearly hung up on his ex. This is where it got nuts. He admitted he still was, but that he wanted to see me today so I could meet her and she could determine if I was better for him than she was, and that she wanted him to be happy because he and I had a connection. I flipped after that, told him that the fact he needed his ex to determine who was right for him was absolutely nuts, and that is not what love is, and that I wanted no part of it. His ex started texting me after that, and it was non-stop insults and incoherent shit that made no sense. She also dropped the bomb that she was his wife. I told her to fuck off basically, and blocked the number. I went on Tinder to message him, where I called him a piece of shit, and if he was intelligent he should leave her and never message me again. He started to harass me saying that I was miserable because they have a beautiful love together and all this crazy shit. He then went on to say, "My wife knows where you work. I hope she doesn't do anything rash," and I told him if that was a threat I would gladly go to the police. He then said that she's been to jail before, she's not afraid, and that she loves him so much she'd fuck anyone up and risk jail for him. That she'd kill my friends if they tried to protect me. That she's armed and dangerous. I told him goodbye, reported him, and deleted my Tinder account. I did go to the police tonight, but since it wasn't a direct threat, they can't do much. The cop thinks that James was more or less full of shit and just trying to scare me, since some people love getting off on that shit. He said I did the right thing by blocking him and reporting him, and said I should just keep my eyes open and alert the people at my job. Scary thing is, James seemed perfectly normal. But he lied about being married, how he felt towards his wife, and he flipped like a switch. His excuse for not being upfront about being married was that they were going to get a divorce. He seemed so docile and unassuming, and the hatred and aggressive attitude was insane. I have to honestly wonder what would have happened had I gone to talk for 5 minutes. I'm kinda concerned since they do know where I work, but if either of them try anything then the cops can actually nail them. What a weekend. A bunch of years ago, I matched with a guy on Tinder. I was a freshman in college, and just got out of a relationship and having fun. I matched with this guy, M24, we can call him D. He was a little odd, but we had similar interests and went to the same school, so I thought why not? The red flags started rolling in immediately when I said I would go on a date with him. Of course the fact that he was much older isn't lost on me as the initial red flag. At this time, I didn't have a car. D offers to pick me up, but tells me that he is not in town, but he would leave his grandmother's funeral early, which was at a minimum 5 hours away, to come and pick me up. He showed up in sweatpants, a wife beater, and flip-flops, which struck me as odd because he said he was coming from a funeral. We hadn't made plans, just to get a bite to eat and hang out. Since he had been out of town, he asked if it was okay if we stopped to pick up his dog. He had left the dog with a friend. I like dogs, so I was like, no problem. It's dark and we pull up to an apartment complex, and he leaves me in the car and come back with a golden retriever. The dog immediately starts growling at me, which had never happened to me before, so I start feeling a little weird. D doesn't say anything about the dog's temperament. Because we have the dog, he wants to drop him off at his house. This feels logical to me, so I agree. When we pull up to D's house, he asks if I want to come in, not wanting to sit in the car. I do. The moment I walked in, I immediately knew it was the wrong choice. The house is trashed. There's garbage everywhere. Trash bags full along the front entry, bottles and wrappers on the couch, and just general crap everywhere. D lets me know he has a roommate, but that roommate isn't home. I assume this is to imply the mess isn't his. After brushing the trash off the couch, he asks if I want to sit and play chess. I had expressed that I was interested in learning, and he seemed more than happy to help me learn. This too was a mistake. D begins explaining the game to me, and it isn't fun first date explaining. He has gotten very serious, and is showing me each piece while telling me what it is, what it does, and how it moves. D then begins questioning me over each piece, which most I get wrong. Every time I get one wrong, he yells at me the correct answer, and tells me try again. He got more and more frustrated, and it made me very uncomfortable, so I suggested we pause chess and do something else. D suggests watching a movie, which is fine with me. The idea of us leaving and going to get food seemingly forgotten. D tells me that we can watch movie in his room, and I oblige, but then he explains that he has to put clean sheets on the bed. I had assumed we were moving to his bedroom because it may have been cleaner, but when we go in it's not, and there is no TV in his room. He proceeds to put Iron Man 2 onto his phone to have us watch. We watched about 10 minutes of it before things got sexual. I won't tell you strangers the details, but short story short, we didn't have sex, but other things went down. I will say those things were consensual. After they occurred, I feel really odd about the whole situation, and told him I didn't want to have sex. D was confused but didn't push it at first. He said fine, and we watched maybe 5 more minutes of the movie before he said he didn't want to watch the movie and more. He started complaining and asking me why I didn't want to have sex with him, and I simply said I wasn't in the mood anymore. He then began pressuring me to tell him exactly what it was about him that made me feel that way. At this point, we had moved from the bedroom back into the dirty living room. You might be thinking, seems like a perfect time to leave, and I thought so too, but this is where things start to get scary. As if he knows I'm thinking about how I'm leaving, he explodes and begins to scream at me. This is a 6-foot-something man screaming in the face of a 5-foot-nothing young girl. Of course I'm internally freaking out, but I'm trying to make sure I don't piss him off anymore, but also not agreeing to anything. For the next 5 to 10 minutes, D screams at me about why I don't like him, why I don't want him, and continuously asks what's wrong with him and to tell him. I tried to placate him as best as possible, saying the old, "It's not you, it's me," and "No, I don't want to leave." Again, this man is my only ride home, and I'm truthfully not sure exactly where I was. Though I did have my phone and Google Maps, I did not have Uber at the time. D finally calms down when he believes I'm going to stay, then suggests we try playing some video game. I was in full internal freak-out mode, trying to make sure I was playing the part of the interested date, because I was terrified that if he felt I wanted to leave, he would freak out again. We play this game for a while, then out of nowhere D starts getting upset again. He started yelling about why no one likes him, why no one wants to get to know him, and why no one loves him, saying that he has never had a girlfriend and all his dates have been one-night stands. Again, I placate him with "I don't know. Lots of girls are just snooty like that." At this point I'm saying anything and everything he wants to hear. He even starts crying about how his mother never loved him and telling me very deep, dark things about what his mother has said to him and treated him. After he finally calms down once more, he gets up and goes to the kitchen to fix us some drinks. Now, if you're anyone with a brain, you're thinking absolutely not, which was my exact thought at that moment. I decline his multiple offers for a drink. He asks if instead of alcohol, I wanted water, and of course I declined that too, feigning that I wasn't thirsty. I stayed at his apartment until about 1 a.m., because I was sitting next to him terrified to ask him to take me home 2, say I'd walk home 3, figure out how to get an Uber. I had been trying to download Uber on my phone without him noticing, but then it asks for card information, and that was too hard to do without him noticing. So around 1 a.m., I yawn very loud and say, "Oh wow, it's 1 a.m. My roommate's going to be so worried about me." I laugh as if my roommate would be stupid to worry, and that I hadn't been watching the clock since he picked me up at 9 p.m. then said, "I'm so tired. I should get home soon." Again, I was super scared he would freak out, but he didn't explode. He just looked at the clock and said yeah, it was late, but I was not taking any chances, so I said I have a great idea. If I get to bed, soon I'd love to have breakfast with you on campus. I was hoping my offer convinced him that I was intending to see him again, and it did. He seemed very happy at the prospect of it and jumped up, walking me out of my house and to his car. The drive back was excruciatingly long. The ride was completely silent, Neither of us spoke. It was only a 10-minute drive, but I could have sworn he slowed down every time we got to a particularly dark area or underpass. Dee dropped me off and I smiled, and made a good show of being tired, yet excited to see him tomorrow. He offered multiple times to walk me to my door, but I declined every time, and said I didn't want to bother him, and I'd see him tomorrow. I walked myself to the building, and the moment I got around the corner, I sprinted so fast up the stairs and to my door before he could change his mind and follow me to my door. When I got in my dorm room, I genuinely felt like I had just escaped a serial killer. Even now writing it makes my heart race a bit. I never met up with him, but he begged me for multiple days after to meet up with him again. He ever asked to pay me $20 an hour to sit near me in the library. I declined obviously, and only ever saw him once after at the gym on campus. He didn't see me, and I left immediately. I've thought about Dee occasionally since the date, and wondered if all those girls he had one-night stands with had the same experience I did. I still sometimes wonder how many girls there were after me. I went on a Tinder date some time ago, while I was adjusting to a new city I had moved to. I didn't really know anybody there, so I used some online dating apps to see the dating scene around town. I landed one from a girl that seemed just like an artsy hippie type of girl. We had a few exchanges through the Tinder app, and then decided to meet up for a drink. I picked her up at her house, and she greeted me at the door and gave me a hug. She said the name of a local bar she wanted to go to for us to chat and get to know each other. I told her I would drive and proceeded to my car. The first red flag I noticed was when I walked to my car and opened the door. She had just followed me to the driver's side and was standing behind me staring. I looked at her blankly for about 15 seconds and asked her if she was going to get in. She said sure I would love to, and went the long way to the passenger side around the back of the car. Since I had just met the girl, I figured she had just maybe smoked some weed or something, as I had kind of got the vibe she was a bit of a stoner. As I was driving to the bar, she talked in a very low voice, almost as if she was trying to whisper. I am not hard of hearing or anything, but I had to ask her to repeat herself several times just so I could make out the full sentences she was saying. When we got to the bar, I made sure we got a seat closer to the back away from most people, just so I could have a little quiet in order to hear her. The conversations honestly carried on as normal from this point, and it was actually a fun time for the time being. We talked about different things we were interested in, and she did bring up she did recreationally use weed and a few other tripping substances, like shrooms and such. I am not much of a fan of these, but it at least made me relax in the back of my mind to think maybe she was just high off marijuana, and that rationally explained some of the out there behavior. Granted, I had a few drinks at this point, so I was honestly not thinking straight. I asked her if she wanted to go to my place after drinks, and she agreed. When we got to my place, we had a few more drinks, then she started talking about her jewelry. This is where it gets weird. She told me her jewelry was her big secret, and it defined her. When I asked her why it was so important, she said, "I'm actually Anastasia, and I was never killed in Russia. My jewelry is my link to my past." It was hard for me to take that serious at this point with how much I drank, so I kind of challenged that statement using the little bit I knew about history. At this point she freaked out and started yelling at the top of her lungs about how I don't respect ancestors and history. Then she got quit and tiptoed right up to me and grabbed me by the neck. She then brought my face eye to eye with hers while still holding my neck. She says at this point, "I am a shaman and I will curse you. My ancestors have destroyed many people, and you do not respect that. You are from oppressive ancestors, and they will be punished." Then she put her hand in a whiskey glass and made a cross on my face and kissed my forehead. At this point, I started to sober up a little. I talked her into calming down, telling her I was only joking. Then she slowly started getting back to normal. Then, she started talking about her cat fetish. She tells me she has a list of people who she tames to act as cats. I am not about judging people on their fetishes, so I listen in. She then tells me all the things she does to them and starts acting like a cat in my living room. If she had not yelled at me earlier on, I might have almost been turned on by it. My red flags in my head were tingling like crazy at this point, so I just listened and tried not to set her off. She noticed sage on my kitchen counter and asked me to let her light it and bless the house. Side note, I use sage to make my house smell better occasionally. It's kind of a ritual I like to do, but it's mine and mine own, something I take very personally and like to do myself. I tell her no, she can't light it, and that it's my thing to do on my own. Then she freaks out telling me I am a horrible human being and screaming all over the place. I tell her I can take her home now, and she runs to the door and goes outside. As I get outside, she is screaming at the top of her lungs that I am a horrible person and I should go die. I tell her she can walk herself home then, and I go back to my place and lock the door. She then starts banging on the door hard in about 10 minutes, saying she left her phone in there. I grab her phone off the kitchen counter and open the door to hand it to her. She tries to barge inside, and I block her with my forearm. She then acts like she is about to punch me. I just hold my ground and tell her she is not coming in. She screams she wanted the whiskey bottle we were drinking from. I told her he'll know, because I paid for the damn thing. I slam the door at that point and lock it. I hear her bang on the door for a minute. I then hear her footsteps going down the stairs. I waited about an hour and then went walking outside to see if she was still hanging around. I didn't see her, nor did I ever see her again after that. I know this is probably not the scariest encounter ever, but for the next few nights I was creeped out always walking around the area I lived to make sure she wasn't hanging around. I honestly hope she is okay wherever she is, but I hope to never see her again. I just came out of a relationship and felt like a bit of casual dating will be fun, so I went on to Tinder. I made it clear to the few people I actually matched with and spoke to that I didn't want anything serious, just a dinner date or a pub night here and there. I matched with a really cute guy, let's call him Pete. He had just moved to my city and also wasn't looking for anything serious. He just wanted to meet some people and see some local spots. The first night we met up at a well-known tapas bar. I chose this place because I had a few friends that were waitresses and bar staff there, so I felt safe meeting a stranger here. He was on time, we had nice chats, really cool guy on first impression. We spoke about work, to which he responded that he's a software developer, but he's just started his freelancing career. We spoke about where he stays now that he's moved up here, and he said that he's sharing a place with some friends. Rent is quite pricey in this city, so it made sense to me. He asked where I live, and I told him that I'm lucky to have my own one-bedroom apartment in quite a nice and popular part of town, mostly thanks to my parents that helped me save and gave me a portion of the deposit money for my 21st birthday, which I invested and grew until I had enough to put down a decent deposit. He then offered to drop me off at home, but I said no, I'd prefer to Uber home by myself. He asked if this was because I'm going to go meet someone else after him, and I laughed because I genuinely thought this was a joke. The next time I saw Pete was about 3 days later. He said he knew it was fast, but he actually couldn't stop thinking about me, and he wanted to see me again. This time we met at a different restaurant, also one I chose because I went to school with the owner and knew all the staff pretty well. The place is a little bit more pricey, and he got super annoyed with me for ordering as much as I did. I couldn't understand why, since I insisted on paying for my own stuff both times we met. That night, same story, let me drop you off at home, please. Again, I said no. While we're in the middle of this conversation, he gets a call. He stepped away, but I could still hear a fair amount. No, I think I'm going to stay with you again. Yeah, I'm with her. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'll be home soon. So now I think he's chatting to his roommate or maybe his mom, but I don't ask. He comes back to our table. Please, I insist. Bad things happen to women that Uber home this late by themselves. I'd feel better if I dropped you off. Not having the energy to argue, I tell him fine, and I put my address into his GPS. As soon as he got home, he messages me and tells me he'll be picking me up in the morning to go for a picnic. I reply that I actually have cleaning to do, but again, he insists that he'll see me at 10. Come 10 a.m. that next morning, best believe he's right outside of my apartment. I get into his car, and as he leans over to kiss my cheek, I notice that his breath stinks. Obviously, I'm a little grossed out. We have our picnic, and it's quite nice. He tried to kiss me a few times, but I avoided it with everything in me. By about 4 p.m. I tell him that I really want to go home, and the park we went to is about an hour and a half drive from my apartment, so I couldn't really Uber back home because it would cost a fortune. He agrees it's time to go, so we get in his car and we're off. I fell asleep in the car on the drive back, and when I woke up he asked if we should finish the rest of the bubbly we got for mimosas up at my apartment. I said to him I don't want to, and he just snaps. He raised his voice and said something along the lines of, "What are you hiding from me? Just be honest. Why are you so desperate to keep me out of your apartment?" I was so confused I actually just kept quiet. He dropped me off, but I could see his car across from my apartment for about half an hour before he actually left. About 5 minutes after he left, he let me know that he's home safe, and he thinks he's starting to fall for me. So naturally I'm freaked out, because I made it clear that I didn't want anything serious, and he said he felt the same. I said to him if that's the case, I think we should take a break from hanging out with each other. About 5 days later he messages and asks if we can go for dinner again. He found an Indian cuisine place he knows I'll love. I tell him it's cool, he should just send me the address. He tells me that he'll pick me up. So 7 p.m. comes, he tells me he's downstairs, and as I go down to meet him, I see he's standing at my gate. I press the remote control to open the gate, and he walked inside to meet me. Show me which one is yours. I'd love to see how you live. Not hi. Not how are you. That's his opening line. So now I'm naturally unsettled. I say to him that I'm starving. Could we go for dinner, and I'll show him my place at a later stage. At dinner he gets a call again. This time he didn't step away. Pete, yeah. I don't know. I can let you know by about 10. He then turns to me, am I sleeping by you tonight? Me, no. I don't know. I have work tomorrow. Pete to me. Yes, me too, then back to the caller. I'll let you know, okay, caller. No, you're not. Can you just get your things, please? Pete. And do what with them? Caller. Take them to that girl you're seeing. I'm done asking you. Now I'm sitting here in absolute shock and terror. What in the fuck is going on here? Our food arrives, and we barely speak. I say to him, why did you ask me if you can sleep over by me? We're not spending time together like that. You know this. He then spins this story about how he just wants to hang out and again see how I live. I then say to him, very frankly, that I don't like having strangers in my apartment. He gets very touched, and the bill arrives. As per usual, I pay for myself, he pays for himself. I say to him I'll get an Uber home, and he says, what's the use? I already know where you live. Let me drop you off. By now I've already decided that this will be the last time I see him. I get into his car, and I reach for my jumper that I threw in the back when he fetched me. I notice a bag in the back of the car, full of clothes and toiletries, as well as a pillow. I don't think much of it. I don't personally drive or own a car, but I know my sister always has the most random shit on the back seat of her car. Hello everyone. I am a female who is nearly 20 years old, but I was 18 when this story takes place. This is my first time posting here, but I love listening to YouTube narrators that read these stories. I am on mobile, and I am dyslexic, so please excuse any errors in my formatting or spelling. I was thinking about another creeper that I am currently dealing with when this story came to mind. I might post the other one later. This might not seem creepy in text, but it was super creepy while I was living it. Sorry for any rambling as well. On to the story. I use an app called Meet Me, which is a mix between Facebook and Tinder. You can post a profile that says what you are looking for, and I blatantly put in several areas that I am taken and just looking for a chat or friendship, never anything sexual. It also has a place where you can post statuses, comments, reactions, and etc. similar to the Facebook feed. Well, in my profile I post very plainly that I am female, and I also post quite a few selfies so that I will not be called a catfish. I don't think that I am attractive personally, but apparently a lot of people on the internet believe differently, as I get several messages a day from horny men and women asking for sexual stuff, or even sending a few unwanted dick or boob pics. It's the usual wanna hang out or send me a nude type messages. I tend to be very confrontational, so sometimes I flat out tell them that I am not interested, while other times I play with them a bit, like send a pic of my pet cat instead of a pussy pic. Sometimes these people actually put some effort into these conversations, however, and they will sound normal and non-sexual for a little while at least. This story starts off with one of these types of guys. I forgot to mention that I had just started college in a very safe and rural area, on my own, but I grew up in a great town that was always safe. Thus, I was naive. This all took place about a year ago, maybe a bit longer. So this guy messaged me, starting with the usual awkward hi. How are you? I messaged back my reply, so practiced by now that I could probably type it with my eyes closed. We continue the conversation from there. It is the typical mundane things like, what do you like to do, and etc. Of course, as most times it does, he turns the conversation to sexual stuff. I am a very open person, so I don't mind answering things like my bra size or my fave position, but I will never do anything that requires action, such as sexting or sending a nude. I answered a few of his questions, discussing some things here and there, and asking a few of my own, like, what about you type questions after he asks, what's your fave/preference? He eventually asks for a picture, beating around the bush like most guys. I just send him a saved selfie, and he was like, that's not what I meant. Send me a picture of your pussy. After he becomes insistent, I send a picture of my cat. He gets mad at this, as most do, and starts cursing. I don't mind it, and I simply say that I will never send him the pics that he wants. That is when shit goes down. He starts off normal, calling me names and etc., but then he begins to threaten me. He says that he has just hired a hitman, and that I showed fear for my life. At that time, I did not take the precautions that I do now, so anyone could at least see my location. He knew I went to college, and we are the only college in the area, so he essentially knew where I was 24/7. He also had real pictures of myself. Heck, even one of my selfies had one of my college's iconic buildings in the background. I was pretty sure he was lying, and I called him on his bluff, but the fear was still there. Like how you know a roller coaster is super safe, but you still feel like you might die before you reach the end. That feeling. I quizzed him on how hitmans work, and he knew even less than I did, but there was still that chance. At times he even said that he would find me himself, so that he could stomp my head in and kill me. I remember that image all too clearly. You might be thinking, why didn't she just block this guy? And you would be right. I should have blocked him so many times, but I have this weird moral thing where I will not block anyone ever. What's even weirder is that this creeper guy would almost do a whole 180 and say that I was somehow threatening him. He would whine and cry, I forget about what, sorry, and just go on and on about how I should block him. I never did, per my morals. A few times he even threatened to self-harm if I did not block him. Once, he sent a pic of his arm where he had cut, but I easily pointed out the fakeness of it. All he did was squirt ketchup on his arm. Whenever I proved him wrong, or wouldn't block him, he would just get mad at this and go straight back into his "I'm gonna kill you" mode. A few times he did block me, but would unblock me again after sometimes just minutes. This went on for maybe a month, but it died down quite a bit, I forget why. Then a few weeks later, when I finally started feeling safe again, he starts messaging me, and then it starts all over. I poke fun at the fact that his hitman never showed up, but all he said was that he had called off the hitman temporarily to give me a chance to prove myself. I started asking about this hitman Aegon, and this time he gave more details. Supposedly this hitman was a friend of his that used to be in the US Navy. He also told me what price he paid, which was not what would be proper for a hitman, and other things such as how the hitman would kill me and etc. He even started going into his own connections and job. He said that he worked at a police station and that he could bring up my school records to find me, which I knew was false without consent. Thankfully I did, and still do, use a fake name everywhere online, so even if he tried, he would find nothing. At one point he even said that the hitman had low-vat me, and that I would be dead within the next 24 hours. This scared me so much that I wrote every little thing down that I could, and sent the infamous, if they find me dead Tom Arrow, tell the police to check here text to my boyfriend. I did not want to worry him, but I knew that this was the only way to do things. I closed my curtains, locked my door, and was on high alert when I was forced to walk outside. I feared for my life in a way that I have never experienced before. Every shadow was a man with a knife, every window a sniper barrel pointed at my skull. Every single thing screamed death. 24 hours passed, and I was still alive. I lived. I can't believe I lived. After that he obviously stopped messaging me all that much. It was over, or at least I thought it was. One day, out of the blue, I get a message from him simply saying, "Who is my real name?" I was obviously shocked at first, and I asked him what he meant. He indicated a recent picture I posted, and in the background, there was a piece of paper with my full real name on it. The one thing I had actually tried to hide was now out in the open. That is when I finally deleted that picture, and the whole app as well. I was done with this guy and every scary person on the internet. I know now, especially after reading other Let's Not Meet stories, that he was just a harmless creep. But that was the closest I have ever been to death at that point. Later that year, I did get the app back, but it was when I was back home and I revamped the whole profile to be like my cat's profile. I have recently changed the profile back to myself, but I make sure that all the pics in there are original. You can't backwards search them to get to my other social media, and that my location was not my true location. I turned off the GPS and set the zip code to a town about 30 to 45 minutes from me. I also never named my college outright. This experience has made me much more cautious and internet savvy, but to the crazy creeper that threatened to hire a hitman on me, let's not meet me again. This happened about a year ago. I was on Grindr looking for either fun dates or new friendships. For those of you unfamiliar with Grindr, it's a social media app that is designed primarily for gay men, and many people use it to hook up with other men. One day, I was scrolling, and I received a new message from a guy who we'll call Brian. I took a look at some of his profile pictures, read his bio, and decided that I was interested in him. We started messages back and forth, and he seemed to be a really kind, charismatic guy who really knew how to hold a conversation, something that is very hard to come by on the app. A few days went by, and we eventually exchanged numbers. He seemed nice enough, and I wanted to see if he was as great in person as he was over text message. So I asked him if he wanted to go on a date with me. He very happily agreed. So I scheduled a date with him. The plan was that I was going to drive to his place, pick him up, and we'd grab some lattes at my favorite local coffee shop. It was around 6 p.m., and I sent him a text message to tell him that I was leaving my house, to which he responded with a quaint, "I can't wait to meet you." I smiled at his supposed kindness. Then, in the middle of driving to his house, I received a phone call from him, so I picked up, and the conversation went mostly as follows. Me: "Hey Brian, what's up?" Brian: "Hey, quick change of plans. I'm feeling tired, and I would rather not go out. Would you be okay with staying at my place? We can watch some shows and order some takeout." Me: "That's not what I really had in mind. I like to go out and do things on the first date." Brian: "Oh, don't be such a buzzkill. Just come over. I won't show you a bad time." As he spoke on the phone, I got a really strange feeling in my gut. Like something was wrong about how he talked to me. Before I met him, I imagined his voice and inflections to sound a lot more lighthearted, because the way we texted was very whimsical and fun. But over the phone, he talked as if he was in a hurry, perhaps slightly frantic. However, despite my gut feeling, I decided that I would accept his offer. Maybe he was just tired or stressed from the workday. I pulled into his driveway, and he greeted me at his door. He looked like his picture, and he was very handsome. He was wearing fashionable glasses, and his dark hair, straight hair contrasted with his light skin. When we go inside, I was greeted by one of his roommates, who was playing Dark Souls in the living room. I wanted to be polite, so I approached the roommate and introduced myself. I didn't want to come off as rude to Brian in case this date ended up going really well. While I'm talking with his roommate, Brian calls my name and beckons me to walk inside his bedroom. I politely excuse myself and follow Brian into his room. When I walked inside, I saw something straight out of a fucking /nah sleep story. Only this was real and right in front of me. There were candles lit all around, and when I got a closer look, I noticed that there were several altars scattered across the room. Effigies of ancient-looking figures, animal bones, jars with unidentifiable liquids inside, some sort of dagger next to a cat's skull. The whole shebang. I don't remember all the altars, but I do remember a couple. One of them was on the floor, and there was a glass container that held some kind of yellow liquid with animal skulls surrounding the container. Another altar was on a shelf next to his bed, and this one had a few candles surrounding some kind of doll with its eyes sewn shut and its hands missing. Now that one was creepy and super bizarre. A part of me was telling me to nope the fuck out of there immediately, but I thought that maybe I was overreacting to someone's religious choices. I didn't know much about cult religions, so I didn't want to assume that this guy had any kind of malintent. Plus, I can be a little reactive at times, so I decided to stay and go along with the ride. When we walked into his room, I wanted to calm my nerves, and because I have a really curious mind, I decided to ask Brian about what these altars were for. He told me that he'd tell me about them later. A weird response, but again, I brushed it off my shoulders thinking that he might just be a bit eccentric. I can be a little weird too, so I tried to be empathetic and understanding. Then, I point to one of the altars and ask about it. He frowns at me and scowls. "Don't touch that." His voice startled me. His intense inflections paired with his angry expression sent a lump straight to my throat, and I felt threatened. I was almost 4 feet away from the altar, not even close to touching it, and yet he just yelled at me like a father yelling at his kid to stop messing around at church. I was confused, and thinking I had done something wrong, I apologized. In the blink of an eye, his scowl turned into a smile, and he kindly invited me to sit with him to watch a show. What really weirded me out was the fact that his smile looked and felt genuine. He had just gotten angry, but all of a sudden, he didn't care and served me up a really kind disposition. I was unsure of how to process what had just happened, so I just decided to sit down with him. He seemed to be acting pretty normal once this ordeal had happened, and we started to talk about ourselves. After some time, he became really sweet and soft-spoken, similar to how he was over text message, and we were able to share some stories about our lives. It was starting to feel like an actual first date, and my nerves subsided a bit. I was probably just overthinking everything else. He then turns on his TV. Now, mind you, I was still a little freaked out by his random outbursts, so I was on guard. So, I offered to invite his roommate to come and hang out with us. Brian's roommate seemed like any old average Joe when I met him, and I just wanted someone else to be there to act as a buffer. I wanted to see how he would act around other people, but when I gave him my idea, he immediately shut me down, and his personality switched from easygoing to stressed and angry. He started cussing out his roommate to me, making it clear that he absolutely hated him. The switch was so jarring, I started to panic again. Then he changed the subject and started to talk about me. He said that he found me really attractive, and in the process, his fingers started to graze my thighs. I needed a second to collect myself, though, so I excused myself to get some water. When I stood up, he immediately slapped my ass and told me not to take too long. I walked out, closed the door behind me, and started to make my way for the kitchen. I was hoping to chat with his roommate on the way, and see if I could ask him about Brian. But he was asleep on the living room couch, so I just made a beeline to the cabinets in search of a cup. I thought about walking out and driving home, because I didn't appreciate his sudden touchiness, but I started getting paranoid. He had all those altars, and he didn't tell me what the altars were for. I've seen some horror films about the occult, and I truly had no idea what this guy was capable. Yeah, he was sweet at times, but he was showing me some really aggressive behavior. Who's to say that this guy isn't able to put some kind of voodoo curse on me? Dramatic, I know, but you can never really be sure. So I grabbed my water and cautiously head back to his room. When I walked back inside, I saw him sitting on the couch with his legs crisscrossed and his eyes closed. When I approached him, I saw his mouth moving, but I didn't hear anything coming from it. Weirded out by this, I called his name, but he didn't respond. Strange. I called his name a second time, and he opened his eyes, uncrossed his legs, and went back to watching the TV without at all addressing what he was doing. What the fuck? I was getting really worried, but I did what I could to keep my cool. I didn't want to do anything to upset him or make him lose his cool. I sat next to him on the couch, and we start talking. Once again, he was completely normal. Unnervingly normal. It's like I was in the room with a real-life Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, except Brian was able to switch between them seamlessly. I needed to do something, but what the fuck was I supposed to do? I couldn't call him out, because he might lash out in some malicious way. But I also didn't want to stay because he was freaking me the hell out. I just stay, and I tried to devise some kind of plan to get out of there without making him angry. At some point, he gets up to grab his phone, and I thought I would try dishing out the same kind of ass grab that he gave to me when I went to get water. Maybe it would release the tension that I was feeling. Maybe he'd like it, and it'd make him less aggressive. Regardless, I wanted to try something. I made my move and give him a cheeky-ass grab. Immediately, he turned around, swatted my hand away, and lunged at me. He had his hand curled up in a fist, and he flung it towards my face. His fist was inches away from making a connection with my right cheek, but he stopped mid-punch. In that moment, I saw that his eyes were wide open, and his facial expression was cold and emotionless. He was right in my face. My heart was beating so fast that I felt like I was seconds away from an aneurysm. He was looking directly at me, and my eyes stared back. At that moment, I felt like the prey to his predator. Then he uncurled his fist, put his icy hands on both sides of my face, and started to squeeze. "You're just so cute." He pulled me in and forced a kiss. I absolutely did not want to kiss him, but I was paralyzed and couldn't will myself to push him away. His words were patronizing, sort of like he was talking to a dog, and it felt even more like this because he had just scrunched my face against his. I felt disgusting kissing someone who had almost punched me in the face, but there was nothing I could do in that moment. Again, I didn't want to risk pissing him off. He slowly pulled away, gave me another sweet smile, and sat down, pretending that nothing had just happened. Just started staring at the TV. Yep, I'm over this completely. His behavior was becoming more erratic and more unpredictable. His room was fucking creepy as shit. He clearly had associations with the occult, and frankly, he was scaring me. I eventually decided that I'd rather deal with the voodoo-looking altars later on than stay in his house, and have to put up with the immediate danger. So I snapped myself out of my anxiety-induced trance, stood up, and told him that I was starting to get sick and that I wanted to go home. He got angry and tried to convince me to stay the night, but I gathered my courage and insisted that it was time for me to leave. He begrudgingly let me, but it was clear that my decision pissed him off. I didn't care anymore. I said my goodbyes and told him that I'd text him later, thinking, fuck that, to myself while doing so. I got in my car and drove home shaking and sweating. I felt relieved to get out of there, but nervous that he might try to do something. The uncertainty of it all is what truly shakes me up, but thankfully, no actual harm came to me. Who knows what would have happened if I had stayed, though. I blocked Brian's number as well as his Grindr profile, and even now, I keep my own Grindr pictures private. I haven't heard from him since, but I still fear that he's going to try and come after me somehow. To Brian the erratic occultist, let's never meet again. I matched with this girl on Tinder on who's 21 yesterday, and I agreed to hang out with her. I'm not a lesbian, and she was being a little sexual, but I was deflecting it. We agreed to hang out at her place with her man, and smoke/drink. Yesterday she was so insistent on getting me to her place, but I didn't feel like going. I blew her off with excuses. Today I was bored and free, so I agreed to meet her. She came and got me at around 8 today. She was like rushing me and being sassy, but I let that slide. She drove like a crazy person, looking at her phone the whole time. She buys wine coolers for me specifically, and say you better drink them all, you better finish them. It was reasonable at time cause they are tea as alcoholic as regular alcohol, and they might be expensive, and she's buying them for someone who's underage. She kept asking me sexual questions during the drive. She lived in one of those apartment houses, and she went through back. She was fiddling with the door until she had to kaye her man down to open it for her. As she went up first, I went up second, and he was last. I felt like it was so he could catch me if I decided to try to leave. I wasn't even feeling bad about the situation. We go into their room and watch TV, and they both offered me weed. I said no, and she went to shower, and I was left with her boyfriend. He started asking me the same questions she asked, and they both kept saying I was fresh, a baby, and new. I started drinking the wine cooler she bought me, and I felt pressured to finish it. I had a 1.5 drink. I finished one bottle and went halfway through the other. He offered me X, but I pretended I didn't know what it was, and he let it go. I forgot how we got on that conversation, but I told him I've never fucked a black guy, and he was going on about how great it was. Then he showed me a video of his girlfriend going down on him, and we were joking around about how I wasn't gonna do it, and he was like, yes, you will. When she came out of the bathroom, they offered a blunt again. Every time I took a hit, they tell me to take another. I think I took like 5, and then I told them I was done. After a while, Corey got up and told me to scoot in the middle. They asked how I was feeling. I was fine at the time, so they asked me to do summer. Then they started touching me, talking about my thighs and squeezing them and complimenting me. And for some reason the girl got up and was about to walk out of the room. She handed me a drink, and she was like really quick and forceful about it. I took another sip, and then the reality of the situation hit me, and it felt like I was in a bad BET movie. I swear I saw the lighting change. It went from fluorescent to orangey and dark. My heart started beating fast, and I was scared. I was thinking the man put something in my drink when he got up. I remember seeing him bend over, but I wasn't really paying attention. I was afraid of what that mean. Like I've read before that human traffickers keep the women they have drugged, so they won't try to run. I was so scared I was tempted to just call 911 secretly, but I was afraid of them hearing my phone dialing and be violent with me. I slid off the bed and she came in the room, and I was begging her to let me go. I was freaking out. They were both asking me what's wrong, and I was telling them to take me home. I got my shoes and she led me to the door. I was scared when she opened it cause it looked different than before. It looked like a box, and I was afraid that that's where they kept the girls. I didn't want to go out. She pushed me out, and I ran down the stairs trying not to trip. I was so worried the door outside wouldn't open, and she'd whack me in the head. It opened when I opened it, and I got some fresh air. She was blocking the way a little bit. I felt better, and she was talking to me, asking me what's wrong and telling me not to leave. We went back upstairs when I was feeling better and started airing the room out. I stayed outside in the hall and held their cat for a while until I finally convinced her to take me home. She was looking for her keys, and I felt like that guy in Get Put when his GF was putting on a show of looking for her keys. I was so scared I made my way to the door. It was locked. I turned the lock thingy the other way, and it was still locked. I was 80% certain they locked me in. There was another door, and I tried that thinking it was the one to outside, but there was another half-naked girl there. I freaked out, but the girl opened the door for me and let me out again. We went to her car, and when I got in there I realized it wasn't the same car, it was a van. I was freaking out over that too, and she was like, we have 3 cars. She was driving around the neighborhood, and I felt like she was going to take me somewhere else, like a warehouse or something. I got scared at every stop. I felt like some other people she was working with were going to come in and take me. I put on my GPS just in case she was taking me a different direction instead of home. She was asking me if I'd still fuck her boyfriend, saying I should at least go down on him, and I lied and said yes. She was asking if we'll hang out tomorrow, and insisting we go back to her place. I said we could, but I wasn't going back there, and she was grilling me. The whole time I was with them, they were talking about a job. She said she owned her own business, but they're in their early 20s, so I skeptical. Then he said he was the manager, and that I could definitely fill the job, saying I was qualified even though I'm not. She said she earned $4,000 a week, and he makes $7,000. I was thinking only pimps would make that kind of money. They were asking for my ID and social. She said I wouldn't be working this area. It was all very sketchy. She said I should come to their office and sign some things tomorrow, and I was like yes and got out of the car. I don't really understand the business they run. It's like they help people with their electricity bill and go door to door, but I don't see how you could make that much money for that. The whole time I was just worried about passing out because I was dizzy, and a few times I thought my eyesight was getting blurry. I got out of her car and called my friend, and he said it sounded sketchy too. I don't know if I just had a horrible trip or if I met some sex traffickers. I'm still shaking and I'm afraid to go inside because I think I smell like weed and I'm pretty sure I'm still height. I'm on real thin ice with my family and I can't go home like this. I jumped at the sound of a raindrop and I thought someone was running really fast towards me, but there was no one there. I could just be tripping, but kinky Tinder lady, let's never meet again. I don't need money that bad. 3 or 4 years ago, I decided to check out Tinder and what it was all about. Thinking, what the hell, and that I had nothing to lose, I quickly made a profile. After an hour or so of checking out the app and how to use it, I matched with a guy in my area and we started talking. We spent most of that afternoon exchanging messages and chatting, asking questions, and getting to know one another. By late afternoon, he had given me his cell phone number, and we took the messages away from Tinder and started texting. For a few days after, everything was normal, and we were having nice chats almost daily. Naively, I thought this was pretty cool, to match with someone so nice, and that had similar interests on my first go using Tinder. Boy was I wrong. On the 4th day of us texting back and forth, his tone shifts, and he starts asking really odd questions. Some of them sexual, some of them not. There had been flirting between us, and a few double entendres, etc., but nothing like what he started asking. A lot of his questions were really sexually specific. I quickly nipped this in the bud and told him that I was uncomfortable. He apologized for this and accepted how I was feeling. We proceed from there, albeit a lot more cautiously on my part. I didn't have a lot of dating experience at the age of 20, and as this was my first time using Tinder and online dating, I thought this was normal behavior. However, I knew to not ignore the odd feeling I had in the pit of my stomach. When he asked if I'd like to meet up for coffee a couple of days later, I accepted somewhat reluctantly. I knew enough about this sort of stuff to make sure to tell people I was going out, who with, and where we were going in case anything happened. After we agreed on a local coffee shop, the tone turned again, and he started making all these assumptions, and I had to tell him several times that no, I would not sleep with him straight away. The final straw came when he started texting saying that we should run away together, and that he was going to take me away, and we could elope. Just as I am formulating a text to send back to him in reply to the "I want to whisk you away" message, my phone pings and I get a message from him telling me that he has rope and duct tape in the back of his car, ready for us to use. I noped out of there real quick. I stopped replying to his messages, blocked him, and then reported his profile through Tinder. I wasn't sure what else to do about the situation aside from that, but I made sure that anyone I knew who was using Tinder, I told them about this guy, so if he came up they knew not to match with him. So, guy with the rope and duct tape in the back of his car who wants to take a girl away, let's not meet. About 5 or so years ago, I was 23 at the time and had just gotten out of my first and only serious relationship a year prior. That guy was my first love and my first sexual experience, and so needless to say, when things ended and he had zero interest in trying to work things out, I was heartbroken. After about a year of moping and being stupidly sexually promiscuous, I decided to try actual dating. I met this guy Rick on a dating website. He was a couple of years older than me, was an ex-Marine, was cute, and good at making conversation. After a few days of talking online, he asked for my number, and we decided to meet up. I drove to his house and come to find out he lived with a few other guys who looked really shady. Now he actually lived in a good neighborhood, but the way they kept their home and the way his roommates looked was my first red flag that an inexperienced, naive girl would not fit in his crowd, but I decided to stay and give it a chance. Once he saw me, he came up, gave me a hug, and handed me a helmet. To his motorcycle. Now I have never in my life rode a motorcycle before, but I had always wanted to, so I thought why not and hopped on. Now the street he decides to take me up is known to be a very long and windy road that is pretty secluded. It's also important to note that this is the springtime, and it's about 5 p.m. when we go on our ride. I didn't realize at the time he had decided to take me on that specific road, but once we got on it, my red flag started to kick in. I began to realize that 1, it is dead silent and there are no other cars on this road right now. 2, it's starting to get dark, and 3, yeah, I don't know this guy, so what the hell am I doing? And my alarm bells start ringing. Now I will say that while I made a ton of mistakes within this story, this instance is where I am proud of how I reacted. Once my anxiety kicked in, I told him that I think we should turn around and go home. He started laughing and asked if I was scared, and I said no, I just need to head home, because my parents are expecting me for dinner soon. He kept riding forward. More alarm bells ringing. Pictures of me being raped and lying dead in a ditch came up. I kept asking him, can we please turn back, can we please turn back, and he finally gave in and turned around. The next day comes, and I told myself that maybe I was just overreacting, and he was harmless, and decided to agree on a second date a few days later. We met up at a sports bar for dinner and a couple of beers, so we can watch the hockey game. The entire time we are sitting there, Rick has his arm around me and has me literally attached to his hip, constantly trying to make out with me, and is acting extremely possessive. At this point I'm completely freaked out because I barely know this guy, and all he is talking to me is about our future and how he would be such a protective boyfriend because he was an ex-Marine. At this point I knew I was done with him, but unfortunately my car is at his house. When we are done and head home, he insists that I come inside and hang out for a bit. I decide to walk in and stay for 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. We walk into his room, and he immediately pounces on me, making out with me and trying to feel me up. I kept pushing his hands away and kept telling him that I needed to get going, but I could tell he wasn't going to give up until he got what he wanted, especially after I realized his little friend was aroused. He told me that he would not let me leave until we did something. I had no idea what he would have forced me to do if I kept rejecting his advances, so I decided that my only way out of there was to finish him off. So I did, and the entire time I'm trying to act like I'm enjoying it while dying inside and hoping he would hurry up and finish so I can quickly leave. Luckily I only used my hands, and luckily it took him a few minutes to finish before I literally ran out that door and sped home. After that night he tried to ask me to hang out again, and I told him that I think it would be best if we stayed friends. This guy began to relentlessly call me and text me and beg me to see him, then proceeded to call me a bitch because I was ignoring him, then would apologize for calling me a bitch, and it was because he liked me so much. So I blocked him. Then he tried to message me on Instagram, so I blocked him there, and then on Facebook, and finally on Snapchat. During my freshman year of university, about 4 years ago, I was quite tired and lonely because I didn't make many friends and my 2 majors were pretty overwhelming. To pass time, I was browsing Reddit quite often. I even submitted an ad to find people to talk to. I got several responses, mostly from the US, though one was from my European country. It surprised me a bit, since not many people from there even know what Reddit is, but I was also glad I met someone local. This guy seemed cool. He worked for a global IT firm and played the piano, just like me. We talked, we exchanged a few emails, and it felt nice. Then one day he told me that if I pass my last exam we'll have a date. Quite pushy, right? I didn't want a date, TBH, but I wanted to meet him. So when I left the exam hall and was sitting on a train home, I recalled his offer. He said he'd be in my hometown that day. First I got home and tried to dress properly. I suddenly started to feel weak. I had a huge heartache and I had to rest for a moment. I called a guy and told him I'd be a bit late. Then he said something like, "But don't think that it'll be a date." Well, he didn't say it, he rather screamed it. Okay. I promised I'd be there, so I arrived at the place and I saw him eating a dinner. Alone. I sat next to him and he didn't even bother ask me what I want. He was cold, just like this February day. Ironic and not nice at all. He simply said that I ruined his day by being 30 minutes late, and that there is not future for us. Then I realized how snobbish he was. Though being a relatively nice person, I tried to make this evening better. I asked him if he wants to go to the cinema, museum, church, whatever. He said no. He only wanted to get to the train station. Remote train station that is not a main one. We started to walk towards the station. It was dark, wintry, and our path wasn't lit at all. My high heels were covered in mud, and I didn't really like it. We didn't talk at all, because we were fed up with each other, so when we reached the station I was relieved. I said goodbye, and then he kissed me on my forehead. What the hell? Then I felt a bit better. A bit, because I had to get to the bus station on the other side of town. I had to take the same road we walked, and it gave me chills. I was walking for a while, when I heard a voice behind me. Hey miss. I turned around and saw 3 guys wearing hoodies. I started to walk faster and didn't answer. Hey miss, you lost something. I heard again, but I didn't turn this time. I didn't lose anything. No way. Miss, wait. I heard again and I sprinted shouting, no. I agree, it was strange. And difficult. High heels are not racing shoes by any means. They started to run after me. You don't even know how scared I was. At least I was close to better lit area. I saw a tram station and an older woman standing there. I rushed there and approached her. Then I saw these 3 men standing on the other side of the road. I know they were waiting for me. I called my friend who lived near. He said he was in dorms, but he'd get there ASAP. I was shaking, being watched by these 3 guys. I realized one was holding something glowing in the dark. Was it a knife? I don't think I want to know. My friend arrived. He is quite a big man. He tried to chase these guys, but they disappeared in the dark. He took me to the other train station building. We were sitting there for a while. I was trembling and crying, and he was holding my hand all the time. Then he gave me money for a cab, and I went home. My parents weren't happy about this. They said it was my fault. Was it really? I hope I'll never meet these men again. And you, my date. Well, I don't want to ruin your day again. Long-time listener, first-time caller. So this is still an active situation that we are trying to figure out how to deal with. This is going to be a long post, but the details are needed to give you an idea of how crazy this whole thing is. Okay, so I, 29 female, switched up my career in healthcare to follow my dream of learning to work on cars. I was hired this past May at a dealership as a quick service mechanic and fell in love immediately with everything about it and my co-workers. I had noticed how cute my trainer was. Not only was he cute, but he was very patient with training me. I was so new to working on cars. I needed to learn the basics, and he was so cute and nice about everything. I'll call him Nick, 40M. Me and Nick had hit it off in every way. He asked me on our first date to go geocaching. Swoon. Nick and I have been side by side since then. I loved everyone I worked with, always laughing and playing pranks on each other, but also always helping each other and busting our asses to make the customers happy. I should add that my best friend works there, and another good friend of ours had gotten hired too. We were a close-knit family in the quick service department. Well, I didn't make it past my probationary period because I was just a bit slower. So Nick has a full mechanic garage at his dad's place, and I'd meet him after he got off work, so we could make some side job money. So about a month and a half ago, Nick and I decided to get an apartment together, and it's been amazing. I've been bringing him to work, grabbing him on lunch break, and picking him up, which I love, because I can also say hey to all my old co-workers. That being said, I should add that Nick doesn't have any social media, and we are together literally all the time, except when he's working. Asterisk, here's where shit gets crazy. I get a message request on Facebook from some random girl saying, I can't believe what I am seeing. Nick is my man, and he's in your profile photo with you. He's been my man for 7 months. I immediately went into panic mode. Called him at work asking who this girl is. He was just as confused. The more I talked to this girl to try and figure out what the hell is going on, the more she said weirdly specific things about Nick, like the truck he drives. They meet up at his dad's shop, which no one would know about his dad's shop because he never talks about it. She knew his phone number and everything, but she could never provide proof, screenshot conversations, photos of the two of them, nothing. We got to a point where it felt like this whole thing was real, and that her and I were going to team up. But she never answered my calls, only messages. But after Nick and I had a huge talk about it, I knew that something wasn't right about this girl. I had to get to the bottom of it. I started getting pretty fucking scared when one day I dropped Nick off after lunch. A min went by and I get a message saying, damn, Nick looks sexy in that hoodie today. This shook me up. I asked what color, and she said the correct color. At this point, My first thought is stalker, like actually watching us. I told Nick about how she knew what he was wearing, and he was super creeped out. Then when I pick him up, I'll usually park by the quiet side of the building where no one can really see me. This time though, a work truck drives by me real slowly. I pretend not to notice him because I was in no mood to chat with anyone, and I recognized the driver as a former coworker of mine that I'd only spoken to maybe 2 times during my time at the dealership. However, we were friends on Facebook. Within a minute of him passing me by, the girlfriend messages me saying, "You're waiting for Nick on the side of the building right now." In that moment, I started to freak out. This dude is pretending to be my boyfriend's girlfriend. Then after talking to Nick about it, yeah, he's the only one from work that Nick's dad had a shop. Nick had worked on this guy's truck before. They aren't friends, but chat here and there. Well, not anymore, but I just don't know why. He was saying such gross things to me, as he was pretending to be my boyfriend's girlfriend. If he's capable of doing this, who knows what else he's capable of. He's also a giant dude in his 40s, with children of his own. I have no actual proof other than the fact that any Tinder this girl was active. So was he. I see this dude every day, and Nick still works with him. He's in a different department than Nick, thank God. So yeah, still not sure what to do about this, but crazy former co-worker pretending to be my boyfriend's girlfriend to get us to break up or something weird. While in college, I met a guy through my best friend. She assured me he had a good heart, which, in hindsight, should have been my first red flag. But he was tall, cute, and seemed genuinely interested in me. When he asked me out, I thought, why not? A date sounded fun, and I was looking forward to getting to know him better. For the date, he suggested we meet at his house to watch a movie. This was before Netflix and chill became a euphemism, so I took it at face value. Watching a movie actually meant watching a movie. When I got to his place, he greeted me warmly and led me to his car. Before heading to Blockbuster, he said he wanted to take me somewhere special to watch the sunset. It sounded sweet, so I went along with it, imagining a quiet, romantic moment that might set the tone for the evening. He drove us to a secluded riverbank, and at first, it seemed like a perfect choice. The water shimmered as the sun began to dip below the horizon, and the air was cool and peaceful. The moment had all the makings of a romantic scene straight out of a movie. But nature had other plans. Almost as soon as we got out of the car, bugs began swarming around us, coming off the river in droves. We tried to swat them away, laughing awkwardly, but things took a turn for the worse when hundreds of bats swooped in, circling above our heads. What might have been a charmingly adventurous moment quickly turned into a scene from a low-budget horror film. We raced back to the car, ducking and flailing like lunatics, and slammed the doors shut. Panting and disheveled, we looked at each other and burst out laughing. At least we could both agree it was time to leave. The date, however, was far from salvaged. When we arrived at Blockbuster, I learned that I would need to open an account in order to rent a movie. Confused, I asked why he couldn't just rent one himself. That's when he sheepishly admitted that he was banned from renting movies there. He didn't elaborate on why, and I didn't press him for details, but it was hard not to wonder what on earth someone could do to get banned from a Blockbuster. I reluctantly opened an account, telling myself it was no big deal, and we finally picked out a movie. On the way back to his house, he seemed to relax a bit, chatting about how excited he was to watch the movie. Then, almost casually, he dropped the bombshell. "Don't worry," he said. "I'll return the movie first thing tomorrow morning." "Okay," I replied, not understanding why he felt the need to reassure me. "It'll be my only chance to return it," he continued, "because starting Monday, I'm under house arrest for 30 days. I blinked, unsure if I'd heard him correctly. "House arrest?" I repeated, my voice tinged with disbelief. "Yeah," he said, as though it were the most normal thing in the world. "It's not a big deal. Just a misunderstanding, really." By this point, I was struggling to keep my composure. Between the bats, the Blockbuster ban, and now the revelation of his impending house arrest, I was mentally tallying up all the red flags I'd ignored up to this point. When we got back to his house, I sat through the movie mostly in silence, wondering how I'd managed to end up on a date that felt like a series of escalating plot twists. As soon as the credits rolled, I made an excuse about needing to get up early the next morning and left as quickly as I could. Hi guys, this event happened to me around January of this year. I am a 20-year-old nursing student. For those of y'all that don't know, Grindr is like Tinder but for gay men. So yes, I am a kinky, perverted, fabulous sinner, but let's move on. At the time I was in a relationship for over a year, and we had just broken up. To get over those feelings of loneliness and boredom, I decided that I needed to do some extracurricular activities on Grindr, smiley face. After my first week on the app, there are a lot of options lined up for me to pick, and this was the first time a self-professed sugar daddy was in the roster. I can make money without having to really do anything and just focus on school. Perfect. This sugar daddy wants to meet me at a restaurant, P.F. Chang's, pay for my dinner, and discuss payment options. Bling bling bling. As I get ready, I ask for a picture, he delivers, and I am disgusted. I like the idea of a sugar daddy, but I can't get over the old man aspect of it. Anyways, I make up a weather excuse and stay home. This man doesn't talk to me again after this. Fast forward a week after that. I've hung out with a couple guys after that encounter with the sugar daddy. This new guy starts messaging me from another app called Jacked. Same thing as Grindr basically. We will call him Jack. Jack seems really cool, he's skinny, and he has a military uniform in one of his pictures. Side note, I live in the state that gets a lot of Marines, Navy, Air Force, military guys. I automatically trust Jack because my dad is a retired CPO. We decide that we want to hang out together, and he volunteers to pick me up to hang out. At first he pulls up, it's the same dude from the pictures, so I get in. Jack is actually really kind and cool. He has a very nice, expensive car. Okay, so he really is in the Navy. We talk and we hit it off. We bounce jokes here and there. We are having a good time in the first 5 to 10 minutes. This whole time he's driving me to his place. I thought we were going to hang out at the beach, which is in the same direction as his place. I ask where he stays, and he says that he lives in his friend's apartment who has kids and a girlfriend. I think this is super weird, but maybe he's just struggling? This is where things start to get creepy. He pulls out his phone, and he has all of these pictures of guys. A lot of them are nudes. At first I'm just like, damn bro. And then I start noticing a lot of the guys are from Grindr. He starts explaining how he has this sugar daddy, and that he hooks people up with said sugar daddy. He said, insert Grindr username, wants me to hook him up, but he's not as cute as you, trying to flirt with me. I'm okay. I tell him that I recently had an encounter with a sugar daddy, but it was so not for me, haha. He proceeds to tell me that his particular sugar daddy paid him to have sex with his close friend, while sugar daddy watched and recorded. Jack shows me a picture of his sugar daddy, and to my surprise it's the same old guy that tried to be my sugar daddy. I felt really creeped out. This guy basically recruits people for the sugar daddy. I rejected the sugar daddy personally, and now his recruiter has me in his car. I tell him that I was supposed to have dinner with the sugar daddy. Jack tells me that he knows because he was going to join us, and we were supposed to have sex together for the sugar daddy. I am terrified. I look out the window, and we are near a really infamous Food Lion where a lot of crime occurs. Behind the Food Lion is a really sketchy, bad neighborhood. I ask him where his apartment is, and he said it's behind the Food Lion. I don't think so. I am only confrontational when my life is on the line, and this was that moment. Bro, I'm not going back there. Turn the fuck around or I'm walking out. In hindsight, I should have just walked the fuck out. I was afraid of getting shot if I walked out, but there was no way I was going back there either. He complied and turned around. We agreed that he was dropping me off at my house. I was stuck in my head. I'm so fucking stupid. Why did I give him my address? Why did I even do this in the first place? I had a flashback of when I went apartment shopping in the area. We drove past that shady-ass neighborhood, and I saw two men standing over a man on his knees in the middle of the street, at night. That man was probably killed that night, and I did not want a similar fate. Suddenly, I am pulled out of being in my head by Jack. Jay, are you afraid of guns? Why the fuck are you asking me that question? Me, no. I reply, trying to sound unfazed. Jay, you can't act afraid when someone pulls the gun on you. He said, trying to act like we were having a friendly conversation. Me, aight bro. Jay, you think I have a gun? Me, yes. My hand was about to open the door. I was about to hop out the moving car. Jay, haha, I'm just playing with you. I was too afraid to revolt against him. I was afraid of getting a gun pulled out on me. I just stayed quiet. He wasn't in a bad mood either. He still acted really friendly, like everything was fine. He told me to give him head before he dropped me off. Oh my god. This is so embarrassing, but I was too afraid of rejecting him, so I did it. After that, he was in a super good mood, and he dropped me off at home. I blocked him. I deleted all the apps. I am never doing that again. Later, I confessed to my close friend about what happened. She told me that her BF grew up in the shady neighborhood, and that a lot of people get shot over there. She told me that I could have gotten murdered or sold as a sex slave. I mean, I think I'm too old to be a sex slave, but you never know. When I got back together with the guy I initially broke up with, he told me the same thing. I pointed out to my boyfriend how there was a certain white boy that Jack showed me from Grindr. My BF told me that he was talking to the white boy while we split up, and he's a rich boy, he rides a red Mustang, and he lives near us. I see his red Mustang ride around sometimes, and I just hope he doesn't get into the same situation I was in. Maybe not the creepiest thing to ever happen to me, but it definitely made me deactivate my account and look behind my shoulder. I was 19 years old at the time this happened, single, attending college at a university in my hometown. I still lived at home. I had friends, but I was romantically lonely, so I decided to download OkCupid and give it a whirl. I had friends who had used the app with moderate success. I considered myself streetwise, and I knew I could always deactivate it if anything creepy happened. I didn't choose a username that could directly lead to finding me on social media, and I didn't link up a Tinder account. I didn't list anything overtly personal in my profile, just interests like music and movies. The usual, I like hiking, let's get to know each other, blah blah blah. Things went mostly fine. I got pervy messages, nothing too extreme. I conversed pleasantly with some men, and went on dates. I felt safe. Then one day I logged into my Facebook and had a chat request. He told me his name was Ryan, and he was college-aged, attending school at my university, looking for friends. Now keep in mind, I had also been in a group on Facebook about finding friends on campus because I often felt alienated there. I thought this was a man from the group, so my messages were very friendly and trying to get to know you type chats. The conversation was fine at first, but I thought it was odd that he didn't have a profile picture. He kept begging me for more pictures of myself, but demurring when I asked for a picture of him. He would bemoan how ugly he was, and how pretty girls never liked hideous guys. I tried to be nice, but it started bothering me. Then, the messages started getting bizarre. He kept asking me where I was going to be in class, or go to class the next day. I didn't respond. They started getting more and more frequent and hysterical. I'm talking 20 or 30 a day, begging me to respond. Then finally, in terrible punctuation, I see you every day sitting in the Mac lab in the library. You are so cute, please talk to me. My blood ran cold. He had sent an accompanying picture of himself. I recognized him as a man who had harassed me on OkCupid, and who I had eventually blocked. He was probably at least 20 years older than me, balding, with extremely yellow teeth. I'm not trying to judge someone on appearance, but something in his eyes was wild and just didn't sit right. I'm not sure if I'm describing this right, but his eyes were just like black pits. He really creeped me out. Somehow he had found my personal Facebook from OkCupid, and I'm not even sure how. But he also knew I had studied at X library in the Mac lab and made it clear he had been watching me for quite some time. There was no way he would have known that unless he had been actively, physically stalking me. I had never seen him on campus and never saw him again. I blocked him instantly from Facebook and always checked behind my back when I walked at night on campus. For a while I worried he was still stalking me at the library, so I changed the locations I'd study at. It was all very nerve-wracking. So my boyfriend at the time and I were on vacation in Bali. It was the perfect getaway, a beautiful, secluded hotel perched on a cliff overlooking the ocean. The kind of place where everything feels romantic and every moment is meant to be cherished. One night, we decided to switch things up and eat at a Mexican restaurant for dinner. Both of us love spicy food, so naturally, we ordered the spiciest peppers and salsa to put on everything. The food was incredible, and we reveled in the delicious burn of the peppers. There's something satisfying about feeling like you're challenging yourself with spice, almost like it's a badge of honor. We laughed, drank margaritas, and talked about how great the food was, savoring every bite of the fiery meal. Little did we know, we'd soon come to regret that decision. After dinner, we headed back to our room, which was as dreamy as the rest of the hotel. It was designed to be open and outdoorsy, the kind of setup where you feel like you're living in harmony with nature. Our bathroom and shower were outside, offering incredible views of the starry night sky and the sound of waves crashing below. It was the epitome of romance. Feeling the buzz of a great night out, we started hooking up. Things were heating up in all the right ways, and the mood was perfect. We began with a little foreplay, and at first, everything was going great. But then something felt off. What started as pleasurable quickly turned into discomfort. I tried to power through it, thinking maybe I was just imagining things or perhaps I was sore. But within moments, the discomfort escalated into outright pain. It burned, and not in a good way. I tried to focus on the moment, but the sensation became unbearable. That's when it hit me. The peppers. Horrified, I realized that the spice from the peppers was still all over his hands, his mouth, his tongue, and now it was all over me. And not just anywhere, it was in all the wrong places. The pain was immediate and excruciating, like fire spreading wherever his touch had lingered. I jumped up, screaming and crying, the mood completely obliterated. Panic set in as I realized I needed relief immediately. I bolted to the outdoor shower, flinging the door open in the middle of the night. The once beautiful design of the outdoor bathroom now felt like a cruel joke. I stood there, frantically trying to wash away the fiery pain with cold water, while the ocean breeze chilled my soaking wet skin. My boyfriend came running after me, apologizing profusely. He was clearly just as horrified as I was, though part of me couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. "Why didn't you wash your hands better?" I managed to shout through the pain. He muttered something about not realizing the spice would linger like that, but honestly, I couldn't focus on anything other than the burning sensation. At one point, he tried to help by bringing out a glass of milk he'd found in the minibar. I don't know what was more ridiculous, the idea that I'd pour milk all over myself under the outdoor shower, or the fact that he was earnestly suggesting it as a solution. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and let's just say milk ended up being involved. By the time the burning subsided enough for me to think straight, the mood was beyond dead. There was no recovering from that fiasco. We sat there under the stars, me wrapped in a towel, him looking sheepish and repeatedly apologizing. Despite the awkwardness, I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Who knew spicy food could lead to such a catastrophic romantic mishap? The next morning, we avoided eye contact with the hotel staff, convinced they'd heard my midnight screaming and assumed the worst. Over breakfast, we tried to recount the incident without cringing too much. "At least we'll never forget this vacation," he said with a nervous chuckle. He wasn't wrong. This happened about 5 years ago. I randomly just felt like I wanted to share this with someone. I also hope this can help other people in a similar situation. I had just gotten out of a 2-year-long relationship. Living in the city, I moved to my then boyfriend for. After he left, I felt lonely and heartbroken. I was stuck in the apartment we had shared. I downloaded Tinder to chat to guys as a way of coping with the breakup. There, I matched with this guy. He was about 4 years older than me. He was extremely handsome and charming. He was very much into fitness and had an amazing body. After talking for a few days, he asked to meet, so we did. He came over to my house, and I was immediately attracted to him. He was a bad boy, the kind I usually fall for. But he was also very sweet in the way he talked to me. He kept complimenting me and doing sweet stuff to me. After a few days of meeting, we ended up having sex, and it was honestly the best sex I had ever had. I felt this intense chemistry between us. We started hanging out and having sex a lot. At the time I did smoke weed a lot. I know he smoked too, and did some other drugs. I didn't really care much at the time. Eventually, he would keep asking me to hang out pretty much every day, begging me to come over because he missed me. When I told him I was too tired, he would bribe me with stuff, like saying he would give me massages, weed, dinner, romantic things, give me the best night, etc. He didn't like it when I told him no. He would sometimes get angry, send me a bunch of messages just pleading for me to come over. After every time I had been to his house, he would shower me with love via messages. He was so romantic, saying I made him feel so amazing, there was something special about me, and that he loved being with me. He would often shower me with compliments, but then get angry when I said I didn't have time to hang out with him. At some time I was at his house. He got a phone call from someone. After he hung up, he told me I had to go upstairs and hide because his baby mama was coming over. He didn't want her to see me because she was crazy. He told me some stories of crazy stuff she had apparently done. I believed him. He was very convincing. I believe this happened twice. Now I know I should have seen the red flags. I probably did to some extent, but I didn't care much. I kept hanging out with him a lot even though I figured out he was heavy on drugs like coke and speed. One day, I was at his house and we had sex. I had smoked a lot. He was on coke and probably some other stuff. He wanted to have sex again, but he got frustrated that he couldn't get it up. He got mad and kind of blamed it on me not being firm enough on the grip. He kind of yelled at me to squeeze it harder, and he just kept getting more frustrated. I felt uncomfortable and wanted to leave, but he wanted me to stay. He tried to continue, but it didn't work. I was extremely uncomfortable and felt embarrassed. After a while, I told him I wanted to leave. He then told me to give back the weed he gave me, as is his mind, it was his payment to me being with him. I honestly felt so pissed that I just grabbed my stuff and walked out the door. He followed me. At first he walked calmly about 30 meters behind me, begging me to stay with him, asking where I was going. I kept walking and saying no. He then ran towards me. I picked up my phone to call a friend of mine, because I could tell he was getting aggressive. I turned around and saw him literally tear his shirt open and stomping towards me. He grabbed my phone out of my hands, then kicked me in my stomach so hard I fell into a ditch. He then smashed my phone to the ground and told me, "You're done." I thought he was going to beat me up, but then it looked like he was actually trying to contain himself for a second and just turned around and left. I was mortified by what he had done. I ran away shaking. I can't even remember how I got home, but somehow I did. I was able to borrow a phone from someone and called my friend. He came over. I had bruises on my stomach and legs and had no phone. I also called the police using a friend's phone and told them I wanted to press charges. A few days later, he messaged me saying I tried to steal from him, that I took advantage of him just to get some weed. A few hours later, he texted me saying sorry. A few more hours, he texted asking what had happened to me yesterday. Then, a week later, he found out I had reported him to the police. He was mad. He said he couldn't believe I reported him. Then he told me he would give me 2 new phones, or whatever I wanted if I withdrew the report. That he wouldn't contact me anymore if I just did it. He just didn't want any trouble, and didn't want to lose his daughter. I didn't answer. Then, he sent another message fabricating the whole story of what happened that night. He kept harassing me for weeks with messages. Some days he was begging us to get back together or be friends, bribing me. Other days he was accusing me of random stuff, calling me names, etc., and that he had a great lawyer. That he would report me to the police for stuff I had never actually done. He kept acting like a smart-ass, saying he would beat me in court. It all just became a big chaos. After a few months, there was a trial. I couldn't attend physically, so I testified via phone call. I was questioned about our relationship and the incident that night. He lied and made up stories about me, but no one believed him. As the trial was done, I received all the papers in the mail. I was in shock when I read it. He had previously been charged with violence and rape towards his ex. Apparently, there was also an incident where he had forced his ex-girlfriend to touch herself while multiple other men watched and videotaped her. There were other girls, too, that had experienced similar things. Stuff like robbery, weapons, fights, violence/torture, you name it. He had been to jail multiple times. I had no idea I had been dealing with such a dangerous man. I am pretty sure he is a psychopath. He has no understanding of what he has done. The sick part is, I recently came across a post about him on Facebook. Apparently he is pretty popular with women lately on Snapchat and Instagram. He posts stuff about his life, whining about being beaten up by random men, being tortured, robbed, etc. That people follow him with guns. I have learned that the reason he keeps being beaten up by people is because they know what he has done. He posted pictures of himself at the hospital to make people feel bad for him, and they do. He makes women feel sorry for him. He says people lie and make up stories about him, and he gains pity. He then posts all the sweet replies and messages girls send him, saying stuff like he feels so grateful for all the support. He is extremely good at manipulating people. I honestly feel so lucky that I got away at the time I did, and that it didn't escalate any further. I checked his Facebook, and apparently he had a girlfriend now. I pray he doesn't hurt her in any way. I'm a male in my early 30s, and I've dated a decent amount for the last decade or so. I have talked about this subject with friends, and I have witnessed the struggle on both sides and in many forms, and I have to say, women have it so much worse. There is really no comparison here. Sure, guys might go on some boring, terrible first dates sometime. You might stumble into a cheater. You might end up dating a girl with dad issues. Fuck it, I said it. But overall, the magnitude in which guys fuck over girls and do stupid shit on dates, and more importantly, in relationships, is so much higher to the inverse situation that it is not worth comparing. Not that anybody is comparing, of course, but if the subject here is men venting about bad dating situations, we should first know this. Tough shit, guys. We have no biological clock. We live in a patriarchal society. Nobody cares about our stories. But still, here's my story. A few years ago, I stumbled onto this familiar face on Tinder. I don't want to say Tinder was new at this point. I don't think it was. But it was a different era. More hookups, perhaps. But overall, it seemed less scummy. In this case, the girl had gone to my high school but graduated like 3 years before I did. I think I was probably around 27 or 28 at the time. She was like 30. She was also divorced. But she had been a collegiate volleyball player, and she had known my older sister, and she was very persistent and upfront after we matched. So I was like, fuck it, sure, let's meet up for a drink sometime. She lived in the suburbs, huge red flag. I lived closer to downtown. But I was trying to be nice, and we were meeting up on like a Tuesday or Wednesday, so I was trying to be flexible. She suggested a fairly stereotypical suburban sports bar chain, not far from where I grew up. This was a little unnerving. Not to sound snobby, but come on. It wasn't Buffalo Wild Wings, but not much better. Still, she was fitting in the meetup after a volleyball league, so I figured we'd meet, get a quick drink, talk a bit, and see if an actual date would be worth it. What's the harm? So, I arrive on time-ish, and she texts to say that she'll be 15 minutes late. No worries, I'm always late. I order a drink. She arrives a few minutes later, and I ask if I can get her a drink. And she says 3 words that always shake me to my core. I don't drink. Okay, this is a tough spot for someone. I get it. We should all probably drink a little less. Maybe she's a raging alcoholic. I'm sympathetic to that. There are many possible scenarios. And being a non-drinker in your early 30s while trying to date is probably very shitty. But I feel like this might be something to be discussed when you make plans for a meetup at a bar. A brief aside, I feel like I've started suggesting coffee places for first dates to accommodate this scenario. But still, come on. So she gets a water, and we go to sit down. But before we even sit down, she gets a text from a volleyball teammate who had just been at her practice or game or whatever. Her car is broken down, and she needs a jump. The girl is super nice about it and feels bad, but she needs to go help her friend. It's going to take like 20 minutes. So I'm like, no worries, I'll just come along. Better than just waiting here. So I down my drink. We hop in the car, and we go off to save this friend. All the while this girl is on her phone like she's trying to navigate a ship across the Atlantic or something. Her friend is only like 8 to 10 minutes away, but it's a fucking ordeal. And she keeps yelling into her phone at a strangely loud volume. So we finally find the girl on the side of a road in the suburbs. We jump the car. It takes about 15 minutes or so. Another friend, this guy named Sergey, shows up and proceeds to help. Sergey seems super nice, but he appears really angry at what's happening, like he's bailed out this friend before. In a minute or two, he's shouting too, very loudly. He appears to know what's wrong with the car, and he thinks he can fix it himself if she'll follow him to Walmart or something. Sergey seems like a real MacGyver type. All the while, I'm standing off to the side like, ook. So, the friend thinks the car will get home. She'll fix it in the morning, she says. So we hop back in the car and head back toward the bar. But no. 2 minutes later, the friend calls again. Her car has stalled, this time on the side of a rather major highway. We speed off to help the friend for a second time. And here's where things really start to go off the rails, because we had driven back toward the bar, and because my date ends up taking a few wrong turns. We end up getting on the highway at a different point a few miles away. So we're actually driving the opposite way the friend was, and we're going to pass her going the other way. But instead of just exiting and getting back on the highway that way, my date pulls this super aggressive U-turn, hopping across a grass median in the process, and then proceeds to pull a second U-turn in the middle of the highway, parking her car the wrong way on the shoulder, so the front of her car is facing the front of her friend's car. You follow this? In my mind, I'm like, holy shit, that was a fucking ballsy maneuver, and not really in a good way. Moments later, Sergey shows up. At this point, I realize he does not have on shoes. Wait, did he ever have shoes? Who can say? We jump the car a second time. It takes like another 25 minutes. And shit is getting dramatic. There's more yelling. By the end, this whole ordeal has taken close to an hour, and I'm spent. My date is apologetic enough. I feel bad too. And I say the typical thing, don't worry about it. We needed to help out your friend. It's not a big deal at all. I wouldn't be doing anything interesting right now anyway. At this point, I guess I'm not totally opposed to a second meetup. Maybe this friend is just helpless, and I kind of feel for her. So we drive back to the bar, where she's going to drop me back at my car. And then it happens. As she parks next to my car, she goes, "By the way, I wanted to show you something. Do you like guns? Good question. I suppose I don't have anything specifically against guns. I would never own one, and I've never been hunting. But mostly, I've never heard a date say that. Yeah, I guess, I stammer. Here, let me show you, she says. So she reaches across me, opens the glove box, and pulls out a rather sleek-looking pistol. Again, I know nothing about guns. This one is small, but it looks very nice, I must admit. She tells me what kind of brand it is, and asks if I want to hold it. So for a moment, I sit there, in the parking lot of a suburban sports bar chain, on a first date with a random Tinder match, holding a gun in the passenger seat. After about 5 seconds, I offer the gun back. Here, I say in probably the lamest voice that has ever come out of my mouth. Moments later, I decide it's time to leave. Thank you so much, I say. I had a great time. Before this incident happened, I was in the middle of making a true crime Facebook group for my city, not kidding. This just happened last night, and I'm still very scared, very paranoid, and very upset. I've never had anything like this happen to me, and I hope to God it never happens again. This is actually really insane, and I did not think this was going to be my night. So right after I finished making this group, I went to leave to go to the store. A few days prior I had told this guy, a guy who I had been seeing for a couple weeks from Tinder, that I didn't want to speak to him anymore based on the premise that I really wanted to focus solely on myself and not really date. The other part was that I was not into him, but this is honestly irrelevant. Any guy who has told you don't want to talk to them anymore should know you mean, I don't want to talk to you anymore, . He decided to continue to message me multiple times, and I ignored all the messages because, see aforementioned what I said to him. Finally, after almost 20 messages on WhatsApp, I looked at them and saw a message that scared the shit out of me. I don't care if you're working on yourself, and you don't want to talk to me, I'm still going to send you things because I care about you, along with insane messages like, damn I miss you, and random videos from downtown where he was watching karaoke. I then blocked him in terror and blocked him on every other thing, Instagram, my actual phone, and email. A few hours later, a voicemail came through because Sprint is dumb and won't let you block voicemails even if a number is blocked. So I deleted the voicemail without even listening to it. This was a few days ago. Today, I went out my front door and saw someone standing at the edge of my lawn. Their back was turned, but I immediately stumbled back and slammed the door because I fully believed it was him. I was in the middle of a panic attack, and thankfully my front door automatically locks from the inside once it's shut. I live in one of those big old houses that are split into apartments, so I ran up the stairs to my apartment, shut that door, and started freaking out. I waited a bit and then checked my back door, which is a door on the side of my house with some stairs. The person had vanished, which was really odd. I came back in, still not fully convinced it was him, and decided to just go to the store. I held my keys between my fingers and walked down the sidewalk to my car, which is a little ways as I don't have off-street parking. I was gone for almost an hour. During this time, I had called one of my more badass male friends and basically told him I was being stalked and that I was 99% sure this guy was waiting outside my house. The scary part was that I had no idea how long he had been out there as I was happily making this group and just messing around in my apartment. I come back and I'm walking up to my door when I see the same guy walking erratically in the yard of the house next to mine. Freaking out, I jam my key in the front door and shut the door behind me, and then proceed to cautiously go to the back door and open it slowly. Looking up at me from the yard right by my back steps is him. It was him. The entire fucking time. Immediately I just said to him, "What the fuck are you doing? Like seriously, what the actual fuck do you think you're doing?" He proceeds to look up at me with this crazed expression and goes, Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong? Come talk to me." I stood there in disbelief for like a second, and then just yelled, "Okay, fuck this," and I heard him going, "No wait dash," before I slammed the door and locked it. This is where I honestly started fearing for my fucking life. I cannot believe this happened the night I made a MFM fan group, but I guess weirder shit has happened. I hear him thunder up my steps, and he starts slamming on my door, just pounding on it. That's when I called 911. As I'm telling the dispatch guy what's happening, and trying not to have a full mental breakdown, he's still pounding away on my door, and at one point yells, "HEY" to me. My back door is far enough away from my kitchen, so that he can't see me, but I still felt like the slamming was right on my eardrum. The dispatch guy sends some cops, and tells me they're pulling up, and I let him go. I've been shaking this entire time, and I still fucking am, and I keep mistyping things because of it. The cops show up, and I hear them talking to him, but I don't know what's going on. Then I hear a different pounding on my door and a flashlight shining through it, so I go down the steps, still worried he's going to somehow jump out from behind the officer and open the door. I wouldn't even go outside the door frame before a male officer told me that he was down at the bottom of the steps talking to a female officer. He asked me all the crap you ask in this situation, which I've only ever heard about in YouTube storytime videos or through true crime, how ironic. And then he told me I had to go down there to tell him with the officers as witnesses that I do not want contact with him anymore. My exact words, in probably the most deadly voice I think I've ever used. I don't want you to ever contact me or come anywhere near me ever again. I want nothing to do with you, and clearly that didn't sink in the first time I told you. He's standing there, his eyes all misty, and literally goes, "I apologize, right?" I didn't even wait to acknowledge him though, because I was already walking away after I said a short thank you to the officers, even though I felt fucking weird and didn't feel like thanking anyone. My head is a mess right now. They handed him some sort of citation, but I still have a really bad feeling he's going to come back. I need people to know because this is MY fucking city, and I am not going to fucking die because some psycho is obsessed with me. His identifiers are as follows. Wears beanies a lot, balding, but still has hair and a beard/mustache, brunette. About 5 feet 11 inches, one of his eyes is fucked up, and the pupil isn't even. I'm actually really glad he has this because it makes him super easy to identify. Wears utility jackets/a lot of neutral colors or gray, doesn't have a car currently, and gets around on foot or by taxis, works as a pastry chef. Nothing like this has ever happened to me, but now I know the fear that women have when it comes to stalking. I blame myself and try to rationalize his behavior, but none of that shit was okay. I was honestly worried he had a gun, and I'm still worried he's going to come back here again. If it takes me calling the cops on you for you to leave and stop wildly banging on my door, then you're clearly mentally unstable. I did call my friend I talked to before, and he offered me a couch to crash on, but I think I'm okay. I live in a pretty populated area. I'm just really worried about walking from my car to my house tomorrow night when I leave work. I need 2 incidents to file a PPO, so there's not much I can do but be extremely cautious and protect myself. You never know who you're going to meet on Tinder. Please be safe. Please be cautious. Trust your gut. TLDR, psychotic Tinder fuckface. Let's not meet. Ever. Again. Or a PPO is heading your way. And my pepper spray I just ordered. And possibly a kick to your balls. Update. My property manager is now working with me, so I can find a new place to live. Hell yes. Second update. I had to obtain the police report from this situation in order to avoid a huge fine for breaking my lease. Not only was he drunk, I later found a beer can under my porch steps, and he must have been sitting on them, getting drunk and waiting for me to come outside. Ew. He lied to the female police officer and told her I didn't tell him to leave. My badass friend said that was a bitch move on his part, LMAO. Finally, the idiotic cop taking MY report recorded that we hooked up when I specifically told that idiot that we did not hook up and that we just went on some dates. He puts in the report, hooked up a few times. There is a huge difference between those two things. Also, I have zero idea why that's relevant to the incident. At all. I'm from the middle of nowhere, born and raised, which can get awfully boring. In order to stave off boredom in my particular little corner of nowhere, my friends and I often enjoy something called contra dancing, which is basically New England folk dancing, where one pairs off with a different, random partner at each dance. This hobby would bring us to all corners of the area and in contact with lots of interesting, and usually older people. One night, a friend and I had driven about 40 minutes into the woods to this old town house. It's an incredibly scenic little area. Even at night, great view of the stars, crickets chirping, people dancing in the tiny town hall. A perfect, hot, summer night with friends and about 60 other, again mostly old town folk. I had even made cookies for everyone to enjoy, which was announced at the beginning of the dance and was applauded by everyone there. I had danced maybe 2 dances when an older man in his mid-60s approached me for a dance. This was far from unusual. In fact, most of my dance partners were over 40. I had seen this guy at several contra dances, so he definitely wasn't new. This guy came off kind of creepy though. Most of the older guys struck 18-year-old me as grandfatherly, but some just are uncomfortable to be close to. I refused him, saying I promised my friend to dance. He insisted that I dance the dance after with him. Not wanting to be rude, I agreed, trying to be as perky as possible, so he didn't know he was making me uncomfortable. "You look so beautiful tonight," was the first thing out of his mouth when we paired up for the dance. I kind of just smiled and nodded. I didn't want to be encouraging. He was sweaty, had a walrus mustache, and was bald except for a crown of gray hair. The dance was a particularly extravagant one, with a move called a gypsy when the partners stare into each other's eyes while circling around each other into a swing. He started making remarks under his breath during this move, such as "get over here" and "can get away from me," while pulling me closer. Gross, but nothing too bad. "I heard you made the cookies. They were delicious. I'll have to get the recipe out of you. Or just make you my wife. Then I'd have them all to myself." I almost stopped the dance to get the fuck away from him, but I just shut down and refused eye contact and conversation. I was sufficiently grossed out, but it was nothing too bad. I pulled my friend aside after and told her about him, and then enjoyed the rest of my night. After summer dances, the young people often drive down to a small pond and swim to get off the sweat and grossness of the dance. Skinny dipping is encouraged, as this spot is really in the middle of nowhere, no houses around, and an absolute amazing view of the stars. My friend and I spent about 20 minutes hanging out in the water, with people slowly leaving, until we were the only ones left. That's what I thought, at least, until I saw a figure standing at the bank of the pond staring out at us. I didn't call out, assuming it was one of our friends. I swam closer, starting to get out of the water. It wasn't until I was actually fully out of the water, clothed only in a t-shirt and underwear, that I recognized the old man from before. A lurch of fear and wrongness I felt in that moment I will never forget. I have never seen anyone above the age of 25 go down to the pond with us, and he was fully clothed and not there for a swim. He also wasn't saying anything. "Shannon, we have to go now." I yelled back at her. The pond bank was narrow, and it was hard to scramble around him. I was pretending I couldn't see him, that he wasn't there, or that I didn't care he was there. Shannon was about 20 feet behind me when he turned to follow me back to the cars. The rocks were painful to walk on and made it hard to move quickly. "I heard you guys were coming down here," he said. At this point, Shannon was just coming near him. She did not recognize him from earlier stories and wasn't reacting to the creepiness as strongly as I was. "Haha, yeah, sometimes we cool off down here," Shannon replied. He got between me and her, blocking her from the car. "You know, you and your friend look like sisters. I heard she made the cookies. Do you cook as well as her? I'd love a pair of you at home." This is when the situation really hits Shannon. We're alone, with this guy who's apparently followed us to the middle of nowhere, with unknown intentions. "It was nice talking to you, but we have to go. Now. Come on, Shannon." I was practically running to the car, throwing the words over my shoulder. He put a hand on Shannon's bare shoulder, which spurred her after me. "Come on, you too. I'm just trying to have some fun." I was already in reverse by the time Shannon got in the car with me. We tore out of the dirt road at about 50 miles per hour and hit pavement at around 70. I almost puked when I saw headlights turn out from the road following us. Since I was about 40 minutes from home through all back roads, I took a gamble and headed towards the nearest gas station, followed the whole way. We stopped at the station, right in front of those huge windows in front. He slowed down, looked at us, and then sped away. I haven't seen him at a contra dance since, which is the scariest thing to me, as he used to be a regular. In my experience, contra dancers are a loyal bunch, but this guy just sort of drifted in for a couple months and disappeared just as quickly. Still makes me uncomfortable to think about. This one was a bad experience from the start. We tried to go to my favorite local breakfast place that has the best eggs Benedict in town. It's cute, has great staff, a fun environment. Unfortunately, the wait time was about an hour, so I suggested we go somewhere else. We don't have any shortage of breakfast spots around here, and I was ready to suggest a few others when he suggests we go to another classic breakfast spot. Denny's. Okay, sure. Denny's is the place I find myself with friends at 2 a.m. because we wanted a milkshake and fries, at 2 in the morning when there's no other option. Or when you're on a road trip and you have to stop at Denny's at least once because that's what you do. But alright, breakfast date at Denny's it is. By the time we sat down, I already had an inkling that it's going to be a no from me if he asked for another date. At this point, he had told me all about his favorite protein powder and how much he benches. Time passed, we ordered food, and I was doing a lot of nodding and wondering if this guy was ever going to ask me a single question about myself. Finally, the question he chose to ask was what kind of car I drive. I mentioned that I was currently saving up to buy my first car. Oh, no way. That's actually awesome because I'm selling my car. So what's your budget? I'm thinking of selling it for like $5,000. That's pretty reasonable, don't you think? You in? Spoiler alert, I was not in. So when my best friend Lily suggested I try online dating again, I was understandably hesitant. Come on, Sarah, she said, scrolling through her phone as if she were deciding my fate. It's not 1998. Everyone meets online now. My cousin met her husband on some app where you swipe pictures of dogs. You're overdue for a win. Lily, I replied, sipping my wine. My last date tried to sell me essential oils halfway through dinner. I'm not ready to go back out there. But Lily wasn't having it. She downloaded an app onto my phone while I wasn't looking and handed it back to me with a satisfied smirk. Just try it. Worst case, it's a disaster, and I get to hear a hilarious story. Foreshadowing? Maybe. I'll admit, I wasn't taking it that seriously. I swiped on a few profiles here and there, but nothing really caught my eye. Most people either looked too perfect, like, I clearly photoshopped myself into a yacht perfect, or too terrifying, like, I have a collection of porcelain dolls, and they're all named Bernice Terrifying. Then I saw his profile. His name was Jake, and he had an easy, scruffy charm about him. His bio said he loved trivia nights, bad movies, and hiking, which felt like a safe trifecta. Even better, his pictures didn't look overly polished or stolen from a stock photo website. He just looked like a normal guy holding a coffee cup and grinning awkwardly next to a dog that wasn't even his. We matched, and the conversation was surprisingly fun. He was funny in a sarcastic way that matched my own sense of humor, and he didn't take himself too seriously. Within a few days, I was laughing at my phone like an idiot and forgetting all about my essential oil peddling past. Then he suggested we meet in person. Let's do something different, Jake said in one of his messages. Not just drinks or dinner. How do you feel about weekend trips? I know this little cottage upstate. It's cozy, and the stars are incredible. Okay, pause. I know what you're thinking. Sarah, are you seriously considering going to a secluded cottage with a man you've never met? Have you never watched a single horror movie in your life? And yes, those thoughts did cross my mind. But Jake was charming. He made me laugh. He sent me a picture of his cat wearing a bow tie. He just didn't seem like the kind of guy who'd hack me to death in the woods. Besides, the idea of a little getaway sounded appealing. Work had been stressful, and the thought of escaping the city for a couple of days was tempting. Plus, Jake promised it'd be super casual, just a chill weekend, no pressure. So against my better judgment, I said yes. The drive up to the cottage was fine. Jake picked me up in his Subaru. Of course he drove a Subaru. And we spent the first hour chatting about everything from our favorite childhood snacks to the best Nicolas Cage movies. Honestly, it felt like a road trip with an old friend. But as we got closer to the cottage, things started to feel off. For one, the GPS stopped working about 20 minutes before we arrived. Jake laughed it off, saying, classic upstate dead zones, but I couldn't shake the unease creeping up my spine. Then there was the cottage itself. Calling it a cottage felt generous. It was more like a shack that had seen better days, probably during the Great Depression. The paint was peeling, the windows were cloudy, and the front porch had a noticeable lean to it. Cozy, right? Jake said, grinning as he grabbed our bags. I forced a smile. Sure. Cozy. Inside, the place smelled faintly of mildew and something I couldn't quite place, like burnt rubber. Jake didn't seem to notice. He gave me a quick tour, which consisted of a tiny kitchen, a living room with mismatched furniture, and a bedroom with a bed that looked like it might collapse under the weight of a single pillow. Sorry it's not much, Jake said, scratching the back of his neck. I kinda inherited it from my uncle. Haven't had much time to fix it up. It's fine, I lied, because what else was I supposed to say? It's charming. Jake smiled, clearly relieved. Great. I'll grab some firewood for the stove. Make yourself at home. As soon as he stepped outside, I called Lily. Girl, are you alive? She answered on the first ring. Barely, I whispered, glancing out the window to make sure Jake was still outside. This place is straight out of a murder documentary. If I go missing, tell the cops to start here. Wait, are you serious? Lily asked, her voice suddenly serious. No, I said quickly, trying to laugh it off. I mean, yeah, it's a little creepy, but Jake seems nice. I'm just being paranoid. Uh-huh, Lily said, clearly unconvinced. Well, if he starts sharpening an axe, you run, okay? Deal. The first night was fine. Jake cooked dinner, spaghetti because of course, and we spent the evening playing card games and drinking cheap wine. It was actually kind of fun, in a weird, rustic way. But then things started to get weird. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside the bedroom window. At first, I thought it was Jake, but when I peeked out, I didn't see anyone. Just the dark outline of the trees and the faint glimmer of stars. "Jake!" I whispered, but he didn't stir. I told myself it was probably just an animal and went back to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was out there. The next morning, I mentioned it to Jake. "Probably a raccoon," he said, shrugging as he sipped his coffee. "They're everywhere up here." "Yeah, probably," I said, but I wasn't convinced. Then there was the basement. I hadn't even noticed the door at first. It was tucked away behind the kitchen, partially hidden by a stack of boxes. But when I went to grab a glass of water, I saw it. "Hey!" I called out to Jake, who was fiddling with the wood stove. "What's in the basement?" He froze for half a second before laughing nervously. "Oh, nothing. Just old junk. The place came with a ton of my uncle's stuff, and I haven't gone through it yet." His tone was casual, but something about the way he avoided looking at me made my stomach twist. That night, I heard the footsteps again, and this time they didn't stay outside. I woke up to the sound of creaking floorboards, like someone was walking through the living room. My heart started pounding as I strained to listen. "Jake!" I whispered, but he didn't respond. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, aiming it toward the bedroom door. It was closed just as we'd left it. For a moment, I thought I was imagining things. Then the doorknob started to turn. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The door creaked open just an inch, and I swear I saw a shadow move in the hallway. "Jake!" I hissed, shaking him awake. He groaned and rolled over. "What?" "There's someone in the house," I whispered, gripping his arm. Jake sat up, rubbing his eyes. "What are you talking about?" I pointed at the door, which was now wide open. I heard footsteps. The door opened on its own. Jake grabbed his phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it into the hallway. "Nothing." "See," he said, trying to sound reassuring. "There's no one here." But I wasn't convinced. The next day, I told Jake I wasn't feeling well and needed to head back home. He seemed disappointed but didn't argue, which was a relief. As we drove back to the city, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just barely escaped something terrible. Then, just as we were pulling into my neighborhood, Jake turned to me and said, "You know, I had a great time this weekend. We should do it again sometime." I forced a smile. "Yeah, maybe." But in my head, I was already planning to block his number the second I got out of the car. And I did. I haven't heard from Jake since, and honestly, I'm okay with that. Lily, of course, thinks the whole thing is hilarious. "You wanted a story," she said, nearly crying with laughter when I told her what happened. "And you got one." "Yeah, thanks, Lily. Next time, I'm sticking to drinks and dinner." It started a few months ago when I decided to try online dating. I wasn't looking for anything serious, just someone to talk to, maybe go out with. You know, the usual. Work had been exhausting, and most of my friends had either moved away or settled down. I figured it couldn't hurt to swipe through a few profiles and see what happened. The app was one of the more popular ones. You know the type. Swipe right if you're interested, swipe left if you're not. It was mindless entertainment at first, browsing through profiles when I was bored. Then I came across his profile. His name was Ryan. He wasn't conventionally attractive, but something about his smile seemed genuine. His bio wasn't anything special, just a few lines about loving hiking and horror movies, but it was enough to catch my attention. He seemed normal, and honestly, that's all I was looking for. I swiped right. We matched almost immediately. The conversation started off casual. He asked about my favorite movies, and we bonded over our mutual love for obscure horror films. He told me about his dog, a golden retriever named Max, and shared some funny stories about him. I told him about my job and my love for photography. It felt easy, natural. After a week or so of chatting, Ryan suggested we meet up. He offered to take me to a small, family-owned coffee shop downtown. It sounded perfect, low pressure, public, and cozy. I agreed, and we set a date for that Saturday afternoon. When Saturday came, I spent way too long getting ready, second-guessing everything from my outfit to my hair. I was nervous but excited. I texted Ryan as I headed out, letting him know I was on my way. He replied instantly with a thumbs-up emoji. The coffee shop was quaint and quiet, just as Ryan had described. I got there a little early and grabbed a table near the window. I ordered a latte to calm my nerves and waited. and waited, and waited. Ryan never showed up. At first, I thought maybe he was running late. I checked my phone, but there were no new messages. I sent him a quick text. "Hey, are you on your way?" Nothing. By the time an hour had passed, I realized I'd been stood up. Frustrated and embarrassed, I left the coffee shop and went home. That night, I debated whether or not to message Ryan again. Part of me wanted an explanation, but another part of me didn't want to seem desperate. Eventually, I decided to just let it go. If he didn't respect my time, he wasn't worth it. But then at 2:13 a.m., my phone buzzed. It was a message from Ryan. "Sorry I couldn't make it today. Something came up. Can we try again?" I stared at the message, unsure how to respond. Something about the timing felt off. Who apologizes for standing someone up in the middle of the night? Still, I convinced myself I was overthinking it. Maybe he'd had an emergency. Maybe he worked late and forgot the time. I replied the next morning, telling him I'd think about giving him another chance. He seemed genuinely apologetic and promised to make it up to me. Against my better judgment, I agreed to reschedule. This time, Ryan suggested dinner at a local Italian restaurant. It was a nicer place than I expected, but I figured it was his way of making up for standing me up. We set the date for the following Friday. When the day arrived, I was cautiously optimistic. I got to the restaurant a few minutes early and waited by the entrance. The hostess asked if I wanted to be seated, but I told her I was waiting for someone. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. Ryan stood me up again. I was furious. I texted him, "Are you serious? If you didn't want to meet, you could have just said so." This time, he replied almost immediately. "I'm here. I've been watching you." A chill ran down my spine. I glanced around the restaurant, looking for anyone who could be him. The dining area was full, but no one was looking at me. The only people near the entrance were a couple waiting for their table and the hostess. I texted back, "What are you talking about? Where are you?" His response came seconds later. "You look beautiful tonight." My stomach dropped. I turned and walked out of the restaurant, my heart racing. I didn't stop until I was in my car with the doors locked. I debated calling the police, but what would I even say? That someone stood me up and sent a creepy text? When I got home, I blocked Ryan's number and deleted the app. I told myself it was over, that I'd never hear from him again. But I was wrong. The messages started a week later, this time from an unknown number. "Did you block me? I just want to talk. You can't ignore me forever." I didn't respond. Then the photos started coming. The first one was of me at the coffee shop, sitting by the window, staring at my phone. The second one was of me leaving the Italian restaurant, looking over my shoulder. The third one was of me in my car, parked in my driveway. I called the police that night. They took a report and told me they'd do what they could, but since I didn't know Ryan's last name or have any concrete information about him, there wasn't much they could do. I started staying with a friend, too scared to be alone in my own house. I didn't feel safe anywhere. Every time I saw someone with a phone, I wondered if they were taking a picture of me. Every time I heard footsteps behind me, I wondered if it was him. Then, 2 weeks ago, I got one final message. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to get to know you. Goodbye." The messages stopped after that. I moved to a new apartment and changed my number. I've deleted every social media account I had. I don't go out alone anymore, and I haven't even thought about dating since. But sometimes late at night, I can't shake the feeling that someone's watching me. I'll hear a creak in the hallway or see a shadow move across the window, and my heart will start racing. And every now and then, I'll get this thought in the back of my mind. What if Ryan's still out there? What if he's not done watching? I was bored, scrolling through one of those dating apps where you swipe left or right. You know the one. At this point, I wasn't even looking for anything serious. I was just swiping out of habit. Left, left, right, left. You get it. It's like a game you play when you're alone on your couch with bad TV on in the background. And then he popped up. His name was Dean. He looked normal. Like nice normal. He had this messy dark hair, a kind smile, and this one photo of him holding a coffee mug while sitting on a porch. There was something so casual about him, like he wasn't trying too hard. His bio was short and sweet. Writer. Dog dad. Lover of rainy days and bad jokes. I mean, not bad, right? He seemed low-key, and after a long series of Jim Brothers and dudes posing with fish, low-key sounded amazing. So I swiped right, and boom, instant match. Okay, at first, everything seemed great. He messaged me right away, which is always a good sign. None of that weird game-playing nonsense. He asked me about my favorite books. We joked about how neither of us could survive a zombie apocalypse. And he even sent me this horrible pun about skeletons that made me laugh way harder than it should have. He was funny, but not in a try-hard way. He seemed sweet. After a couple of days of chatting, Dean asked if I wanted to meet up. Normally, I'd be cautious about meeting someone so quickly, but he had this way of making me feel comfortable, like we'd already known each other forever. He suggested this little coffee shop downtown that I'd actually been to before, so I figured why not? It was public, it was daytime, and honestly I was kind of excited to meet him. So, the day comes, and I get there a little early, like 10 minutes or so. I grab a table near the window, order a latte, and wait. I'm scrolling on my phone, trying not to look like I'm desperately scanning the door every 5 seconds, when I get a text from him. Hey, running just a little late. Be there in 10. Smiley face. No big deal, right? Traffic happens. I sip my latte and keep waiting. 10 minutes turns into 15, then 20. I text him just a quick, hey, everything okay? No response. By now, I'm starting to feel the dreaded, I got stood up vibe. I'm about to finish my drink and leave when my phone buzzes. It's Dean. Sorry about that. I'm here, but I can't find you. Where are you sitting? I text back, by the window wearing a green sweater. A minute later, my phone buzzes again. Got it. Don't move. Smiley face. Okay, cool. He's here. I keep looking toward the door, expecting him to walk in any second. But 5 minutes go by. Then 10. And he still doesn't show. At this point, I'm annoyed. I text him again. Are you coming in or? And then I get this reply. I see you. You look beautiful. Okay, now my annoyance is turning into something else. That uneasy, gut-level feeling when something just doesn't add up. I glance around the coffee shop, but no one is looking at me. The only other people there are a couple sitting by the counter and an older guy reading a newspaper. No one who looks like Dean. I text back, where are you? I don't see you. This time, his reply comes instantly, don't worry. I'll come to you. At this point, I'm officially creeped out. I grab my bag, ready to leave when my phone buzzes again. It's another text from Dean. If you leave, I'll follow you. My stomach drops. I glance around the coffee shop again, my heart pounding in my chest. No one is looking at me. No one seems out of place. But that text, it's like he's watching me right now. I don't reply. I just get up and walk out as calmly as I can, trying not to look panicked. The street outside is busy, full of people going about their day. I blend into the crowd, walking quickly but not running, until I get to my car. I get in, lock the doors, and sit there for a second, trying to calm myself down. Then my phone buzzes again. Why did you leave? Smiley face. I block his number immediately. I delete the app. I tell myself it's over, that he was probably just some weirdo messing with me. But as I'm driving home, I can't shake the feeling that someone is following me. Every car behind me feels suspicious. Every person I pass on the street feels like they're looking at me too long. By the time I get home, I'm so paranoid I double-check all the locks on my doors and windows. That night, I can't sleep. I keep checking my phone, half expecting another message, even though I blocked him. I check the front door 3 more times before finally forcing myself to go to bed. The next morning, there's a knock at my door. I freeze. It's early, like 7 a.m., and I'm not expecting anyone. I peek through the peephole, but no one's there. Still, something doesn't feel right. I wait a few minutes before opening the door, just a crack. Sitting on the welcome mat is a single coffee cup. There's no note, no name, just the cup. My stomach turns. I don't touch it. I close the door, lock it again, and call my friend Emily. Am I crazy? I ask her after explaining everything. This can't be him, right? He doesn't know where I live. You deleted the app, right? Emily asks. He can't contact you? Yeah, but what if he found me some other way? My social media? My number? Can you stay at my place for a few days? She asks. Just to be safe. I pack a bag and head to Emily's that afternoon. I don't see anyone following me, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Every time my phone buzzes, I flinch. For the next week, nothing happens. No texts, no knocks at the door, no weird coffee cups. I start to convince myself that it's over, that I overreacted. Maybe it wasn't even Dean who left the cup. Maybe it was just some random prank or a mistake. I go back to my apartment, trying to get back to normal. But then, a few nights later, I wake up to a sound outside my window. It's faint, like someone tapping on the glass. My apartment is on the 2nd floor, so it shouldn't be possible, but when I sit up and look, I swear I see a shadow move just out of sight. I don't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I call my landlord and ask if I can break my lease. I don't care about the penalty. I just want out. I moved 2 weeks later. I changed my number, deleted all my social media, and haven't been on a dating app since. I don't know who Dean really was, or if that was even his real name. All I know is that every time I see someone holding a coffee cup, my stomach twists. So yeah, I guess you could say I'm done with online dating. Forever. It was a Saturday evening, and I was on my way to meet her for our first date. She was a pretty blonde, the kind of person who turned heads without even trying. I remember feeling a mix of excitement and nerves, my palms slightly sweaty as I gripped the steering wheel. I wanted everything to go well. No, I needed everything to go well. First impressions, after all, are everything. We'd agreed to meet at this cozy little Italian place downtown. It wasn't too fancy, but it had a reputation for great food and an even better atmosphere. When I walked in, she was already there, sitting at a table near the window. She looked up and smiled when she saw me, and for a moment, I forgot how to breathe. She was even prettier than I remembered, with her blonde hair catching the light and her blue eyes sparkling like she was already having fun. I tried to play it cool as I approached the table. "Hey," I said, probably a little too casually. "You've got a great spot here." She smiled again, and I felt the tension in my shoulders ease. "I figured the view would give us something to talk about if things got awkward," she joked, gesturing to the street outside. I laughed, grateful that she'd broken the ice. "Well, let's hope we don't need it." We ordered our meals, and the conversation flowed easily. She was funny, sharp, and quick with a comeback, exactly the kind of person I could see myself getting along with. As the evening went on, we started talking about family. That's when she mentioned she had a twin sister. "Wow, a twin," I said, genuinely intrigued. "What's that like?" She grinned. "It's great. We've always been close. It's like having a built-in best friend who knows all your secrets, and occasionally uses them against you." I laughed, imagining the kind of antics twins could get into. "So, are you identical?" I asked. "Yep," she said. "She looks just like me, poor thing." I chuckled at her self-deprecating humor, enjoying how comfortable she seemed in her own skin. For a moment, I thought about how cool it would be to meet her twin sister someday. But then I pushed the thought aside, reminding myself to focus on the present. After all, I was here with her, not her sister. The conversation drifted to other topics for a while, but then it circled back to birthdays. It seemed like a natural transition, given the family talk. "When's your birthday?" I asked, genuinely curious. "April 15th, she replied without hesitation. "Nice," I said. Then, without thinking, without even pausing to engage my brain, I asked, "So when's your twin sister's birthday?" The moment the words left my mouth, I knew I'd said something incredibly stupid. There was this split second where time seemed to freeze, and I could almost hear my own inner voice screaming, "What did you just say?" She stopped mid-bite, her fork hovering in the air. Slowly, she looked up at me, her blue eyes wide with disbelief. For a moment, she didn't say anything. Then she set her fork down and gave me a look. One of those looks that says, "Are you serious right now?" "Same day as mine, dummy," she said, her voice dripping with amusement. "She's my twin sister." I felt my face flush with heat, and I was pretty sure I was the color of the marinara sauce on my plate. I stammered, trying to backpedal. I don't know why I asked that. Of course, that makes sense. She burst out laughing, cutting me off mid-sentence. It wasn't a polite chuckle or a quiet giggle. It was a full-blown, can't-catch-her-breath kind of laugh. I sat there, stunned, watching her shoulders shake as she covered her mouth with her hand. I wasn't sure whether to laugh along with her or crawl under the table. When she finally calmed down, she wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and said, "That's got to be the dumbest question anyone's ever asked me." I laughed nervously, still trying to salvage my dignity. "Well, at least I'm memorable, right?" "Definitely memorable," she said, her lips twitching with suppressed laughter. "Don't worry, I won't hold it against you." Much. The rest of the date went surprisingly well, considering my embarrassing faux pas. In fact, the mood seemed lighter after that, like the awkwardness had been replaced with a shared inside joke. She teased me about it a few more times throughout the evening, and I took it in stride, grateful that she had a sense of humor about the whole thing. When the check came, I insisted on paying, partly because I wanted to make a good impression, and partly because I felt like I owed her after my ridiculous question. She didn't argue, but as we walked out of the restaurant, she smirked and said, "You know, if this date doesn't work out, my twin sister's single." I groaned, but I couldn't help laughing. "I think I've embarrassed myself enough for one night. I'll stick with you, thanks." She smiled, and I could see the warmth in her eyes, the kind of smile that makes you feel like you're exactly where you're supposed to be. "Good choice," she said. That night, as I drove home, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Sure, I'd made a fool of myself, but she'd laughed it off in a way that made me feel like maybe, just maybe, it wasn't the end of the world. Maybe I'd even done something right, despite my blunder. We kept seeing each other after that, and every once in a while, she'd bring up the twin birthday question just to watch me squirm. It became one of those stories we told friends and family, always met with laughter and a few good-natured jabs at my expense. I didn't mind, though. It was worth it. Fast forward 24 years, and here we are, married with 2 kids and a house full of memories. The story of our first date is still one of her favorites to tell, and every time she does, she looks at me with that same amused glint in her eye. "Can you believe I married this guy?" she'll say, shaking her head as she recounts the story for the 100th time. And every time, I laugh right along with her, grateful for that moment of shared laughter all those years ago. Because in the end, it wasn't about the question or the embarrassment. It was about how she made me feel, how she turned an awkward moment into something we could laugh about together. It was about the way she looked at me that night, like she saw something worth sticking around for, even if I wasn't perfect. And if I've learned anything in the last 24 years, it's this. Sometimes love doesn't come from getting everything right. Sometimes it comes from getting things spectacularly wrong, and finding someone who'll laugh with you anyway. Dating in your 30s is like shopping in the clearance aisle. You know there's probably a reason everything's left over, but you're desperate enough to give it a shot anyway. That's how I ended up on a date with Owen, a guy who seemed charming enough on the app but turned out to be, well, let's just say I'm still not sure if he was a serial killer or just really, really weird. It all started when I matched with him on Bumble. Owen had this whole mysterious intellectual vibe going on in his profile. His pictures were broody but artsy, leaning against a brick wall, reading a thick book with no visible title, staring pensively into the distance like he was auditioning to be the next Batman. His bio said he loved classic literature, true crime documentaries, and long walks in the moonlight. Sure, it was a little dramatic, but hey, at least it wasn't another guy posing with a base he caught last summer. We started chatting, and Owen's messages were intense. Like, instead of asking me what my favorite pizza topping was, he sent me a quote from Edgar Allan Poe. I wasn't sure if he was flirting or preparing me for my AP English exam. But weirdly, I kind of liked it. I thought, hey, maybe he's just a little eccentric. At least he's not boring. After a few days of back and forth, he asked me out for drinks. "Let's meet at this little bar I know," he wrote. "It's quiet, intimate, and perfect for meaningful conversation." That sounded way better than one of those loud chain restaurants where you have to yell over the sound of a blender. So I said yes. The bar Owen picked was not what I expected. When he said quiet and intimate, I assumed candles and soft jazz, not dimly lit and one step above a haunted basement. The sign outside just said Barb in flickering neon, and the door creaked ominously when I pushed it open. I half expected to see a guy in the corner playing a violin as a storm raged outside. Owen was already there, sitting at a booth in the back. He looked exactly like his photos, dark hair, sharp jawline, and that "I brewed for fun" expression. He stood up when he saw me and smiled, which actually made him seem a little less like he was planning my murder. "Hey, you made it," he said, gesturing for me to sit down. "I hope the place isn't too atmospheric." Atmospheric? The vibe screamed urban legend waiting to happen, but I didn't want to be rude, so I laughed and said, No, it's cozy." The waitress came over, and Owen ordered a whiskey neat. Of course he did. I asked for a gin and tonic, because I needed something light to calm the nerves that were already fluttering in my stomach. The waitress gave me a look that seemed to say, "Are you sure you want to be here?" But maybe I was imagining that. Probably. "So," Owen said, leaning forward with his hands folded on the table. "Tell me about yourself. What's your darkest fear?" I laughed because I thought he was joking. He wasn't. He just stared at me, waiting for an answer. "A clown's, I guess?" I finally said, trying to keep it light. Or, I don't know, accidentally sending an email to the wrong person at work. He nodded like I'd just revealed a deep, philosophical truth. "Interesting. Fear of embarrassment. A fear of being misunderstood. It says a lot about you." "Does it?" I asked, sipping my drink. He didn't answer. Instead, he launched into a story about how he once spent a summer in Romania researching folklore. "The locals told me about this one legend," he said, his voice low and dramatic. "A spirit that haunts the forest, luring people in with whispers and never letting them leave." I nodded politely, but inside I was thinking, okay, so we're skipping the small talk about favorite TV shows and going straight to ghost stories. Cool. The night went on like that, Owen telling creepy stories, me nervously laughing and wondering if I'd accidentally agreed to a date with Wednesday Addams' long-lost cousin. To his credit, he was a great storyteller. His voice was smooth, and he had this way of making every detail sound vivid and eerie. But it was also a lot. Like, I came here to talk about hobbies and maybe bond over a mutual hatred of pineapple on pizza, not plot twists involving cursed mirrors. Then, about halfway through the date, things got even weirder. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, partly because I needed a moment to breathe, and partly because I wanted to text my friend Gina and let her know I wasn't dead yet. The bathroom, of course, was down a narrow, poorly lit hallway that smelled faintly of wet wood and regret. Typical. As I was washing my hands, I heard footsteps outside the door. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone was pacing back and forth. My first thought was that it was Owen, but why would he be lurking outside the bathroom? Okay, considering how the night was going, it wasn't that crazy of a thought. When I opened the door, the hallway was empty. I walked back to the table, trying to shake off the weird feeling creeping up my spine. Owen was sitting exactly where I'd left him, staring down at his drink like he was contemplating the meaning of life. He looked up when I sat down and smiled. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, forcing a smile. "Just long line." For a while, things went back to normal, or as normal as they could be with a guy who casually drops phrases like the inevitability of death into conversation. But then he started asking me these strange questions. If you could erase one memory, what would it be? Have you ever felt like someone was watching you, even when you were alone? Do you believe in past lives? At one point, he leaned in and said, "Do you ever feel like you're not dreaming, but someone else is dreaming you?" I swear to God, I almost choked on my gin and tonic. By the end of the night, I was exhausted. Not because the date was physically demanding, but because keeping up with Owen's deep, existential horror vibes was mentally draining. When the check came, he insisted on paying, which was nice, but then he said, "You can get the next one." "The next one? The next one?" I managed to mumble something polite like, "Yeah, sure," but inside I was already planning my escape. I thanked him for the drinks, gave him an awkward side hug, and practically ran to my car. When I got home, I collapsed on the couch and immediately called Gina. "How'd it go?" she asked. "Well, I'm alive," I said. "So that's something." I told her everything, how the guy was basically a walking haunted house, how the bar felt like it was cursed, and how he kept asking questions that made me question my entire existence. "So you're not seeing him again?" she asked. "Gina," I said, "if I see him again, it'll be in the reflection of a cursed mirror." We both laughed, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that Owen wasn't done with me. And sure enough, a week later, he texted me. "Had a great time the other night. Want to grab dinner? Maybe somewhere darker?" I blocked his number immediately. It was a warm summer night, we were 15, and we were in love. No wait, scratch that, we were 15 and wanted to grind crotches. That's the one. I was over at my friend's place chilling out, he was playing Diablo 2, and I was on the other computer chatting on MSN, when lo and behold, she logged on. After some small talk, I mentioned I was in town at Joe's, pseudonym, place, and she said I should come over to her house. We had talked beforehand about sex and fooling around, made out a bit, and we both wanted to screw, but parents etc. kept getting in the way. I told Joe that I was going to go and try to get laid, and he was understandably supportive. And with that, I was off into the night. It was midnight or shortly after, cloudy but hot out, and the orange glow from the city lit up the night remarkably well. As I walked and pondered the possible events to come, I was accompanied by the distant yet booming sound of thunder. I really should have noticed the smell of rain in the air. I made quick work of the several blocks between us and came to her house, going to her bedroom window as was previously directed. Knock knock, she came to the window with a finger to her lips, wearing a black bra and pink underwear, and pointed down. My eyes followed her gesture to the still form of her young brother, lying on her bedroom floor. She preempted my curiosity with, "He gets afraid of thunderstorms, so he is going to sleep in here tonight." To which I asked with more of a look of disappointment and confusion than words, but I wanted to plow you, all romantic-like." Her smile told me I was still in business. I crawled into her window, took off my shoes, and left them on her bedroom floor, and we stepped out of her room and made our way to her basement. The lights were out, as we did not want to wake her religious parents, but she knew her way around, and led me past a table to her couch. After a few minutes of pathetic teenager make-out and pawing, things got serious, and I was awarded my first blowjob. It goes without saying that it was fantastic, as I have only had one bad BJ in my entire life. Horror story for another day, perhaps. And after a while I returned the favor to her. After the foreplay, we moved on to the sex. Being the responsible young adult that I was, I had brought 2 condoms, and being the retarded young adults that we were, she advised I wear them both for extra protection, and I did. Cue worst sex ever. But I'm fairly sure it did happen. In the throes of passion, we were totally unaware that the distant rumbling of thunder had become the storm of the year directly above our town, and the rain and thunder eventually tore our attention away. Wait a minute. That doesn't sound like rain. That sounds like footsteps. To this day, I have yet to see anyone do anything faster than that Christian girl get dressed. She was dressed and tugging at my arm before I had my pants fully done up. So I grabbed my shirt and my socks, and she dragged me up the stairs and across the common room. Well, mostly across. About halfway down, the telltale flicker of flashlights descends the stairs. Turns out the power had been knocked out by the storm. Not having enough time to get to her room without being seen, she shoved me into the bathroom beside us, and went to address her parents as I climbed into the shower stall and cowered. Outside I heard them conversing. Her parents, having no suspicions, were quite calm, just asking how her and her brother were doing. Fine. Okay, well then we're going to go back to bed, try and get some sleep. Phew, I'm in the clear. Her dad utters a phrase I won't soon forget. I am just going to use the bathroom before we go, and steps into my hiding place. Placing the flashlight on the bathroom counter, beam up, I see the silhouette of a large man walk over to within 3 feet of me and take a piss. I'm fairly sure my heart stopped beating, just to make sure he couldn't detect me at all. He finishes, wastes his one flush. Come on, people. When the power is out, follow the mantra. If it's brown, flush it down. If it's yellow, let it mellow. And departs. Parents leave. She comes and gets me. We both shit bricks. And then we continue into her room, so I can GTFO ASAP. I get fully dressed, and am sitting on the edge of her bed putting on my last sock when both of our eyes shoot to the bottom of her bedroom door. Flashlights. I quickly discern that I don't have the time to get out the window undetected, but spot that her bed has a fairly decent rise to it, and luckily for me, was uncluttered underneath. I drop to the floor and ninja vanish mere moments before her parents enter her room. Again, inconsequential chit-chat, and I feel like I am in the clear. I sigh a breath of relief, and let my head rest on her carpet, looking out into the room. Directly into the eyes of her 5-year-old brother lying on the floor, now wide awake, and staring into my soul. I'm done. I'm busted. I'm dead. Christian father kills horny teenager is going to be the headline in the newspaper the next day, guaranteed. A million options flash through my mind until I decide on a brilliantly simple choice. Bringing one finger up to my lips, I make the sign for silence and secrecy. Thank FSM for the playful naivety of children, because he simply smiled and returned the gesture. Her parents departed, and shortly after, so did I, to enjoy my walk home in the pouring hot summer rain, with ample time to ponder how close I came to a serious shit beating. Worth it. Netflix wasn't hitting the spot, and I had already scrolled through every social media app twice. I hit the dating app and matched with him. His name was Alex. His profile was simple, no cheesy one-liners or over-the-top gym selfies. Just a few candid photos of him hiking, sitting by a campfire, and one of him holding a dog. Not even his dog, as he admitted later, but still cute. His bio was short, outdoorsy, chill, and always up for a good conversation. He seemed normal, safe, and after so many failed first dates, normal was exactly what I was looking for. We started chatting, and it was easy from the beginning. No awkward pauses, no weird vibes. He was funny, polite, and genuinely seemed interested in getting to know me. By the end of the night, he suggested grabbing dinner that weekend. I hesitated for a second. It felt a bit quick, but he seemed harmless. Besides, meeting in public is safe, right? It's not like I was going to his house or anything. The restaurant he suggested was a small Italian place I'd been to before. It was cozy, with dim lighting and checkered tablecloths, the kind of spot where you could linger over a glass of wine without feeling rushed. I got there a little early and grabbed a table near the back. As I waited, I texted my friend Lily to let her know where I was, just in case. She always joked I had main character energy for getting myself into weird situations, but this time, I was determined to prove her wrong. Alex showed up 10 minutes late, which didn't bother me too much. He looked just like his pictures, tall, dark hair, a little scruffy but not in a sloppy way. He smiled as he walked over, and I could feel myself relax a little. First impressions matter, and he seemed completely normal. "Sorry I'm late," he said, sitting down across from me. "Parking was a nightmare." "No worries," I said, smiling back. "I've been craving pasta all day, so you're forgiven." We laughed, and the conversation started flowing just as easily as it had online. He told me about his work as a freelance graphic designer, his recent trip to Colorado, and his goal to visit every national park in the country. I told him about my job, my disastrous attempt at growing a balcony garden, and my obsession with true crime podcasts. He even joked, "So you're the type who'd know how to get away with murder, huh?" And I laughed a little too loudly. It was nice. Easy. I started thinking that maybe, just maybe, this wouldn't be another dating horror story. But then, about halfway through the meal, things started to feel off. It wasn't anything obvious at first. Just little things. Like how he started glancing over my shoulder every few minutes, his smile fading slightly each time. Or how, when I asked him a question about his family, he paused just a little too long before answering, like he was trying to remember what he'd told me before. I brushed it off, telling myself I was being paranoid. First dates are awkward sometimes, right? Then, as we finished our pasta, he leaned forward and said, "Hey, do you want to grab a drink somewhere quieter? There's a bar down the street I think you'd like." I hesitated. The restaurant was bustling, full of people, and I liked that. A quieter place meant fewer people around, which, after listening to all those true crime podcasts, made me a little uneasy. But I didn't want to seem rude or overly cautious, so I said, "Sure, why not?" The bar he took me to was weird. Not in an obvious way. It wasn't a dive or anything. It was clean, with soft lighting and leather booths, but it was practically empty. Just a bartender cleaning glasses and a couple sitting in the corner, whispering to each other. I followed Alex to a booth in the back, feeling the unease in my chest grow. We ordered drinks, and for the first few minutes, everything seemed fine again. He asked me about my favorite movies, told me a funny story about his dog-sitting mishap, and even complimented my necklace. But something about his energy had shifted. He wasn't as relaxed as he'd been at the restaurant. His eyes kept darting around the room, like he was looking for someone, or avoiding someone. Then he asked, "So, do you live alone?" The question caught me off guard. It wasn't the first time someone had asked me that on a date, but something about the way he said it, his tone, the way he leaned in slightly, made my stomach twist. No, I lied. "I have a roommate." He nodded, his expression unreadable. "That's smart. It's good to have someone around." I forced a smile and took a sip of my drink, my mind racing. Was I overreacting? Was he just making conversation, or was there something darker behind the question? I decided to steer the conversation back to safer territory. "So, what's your favorite national park so far?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Yosemite," he said. "It's beautiful, but it can feel isolated, you know? Like you could disappear there, and no one would ever find you." My heart skipped a beat. I laughed nervously, hoping he didn't notice how tense I was. "Yeah, I guess that's true." After that, I decided to call it a night. I told Alex I had an early morning and needed to head home. He offered to walk me to my car, but I declined, insisting I'd be fine. He didn't push, but as I walked away, I could feel his eyes on me, watching me leave. When I got to my car, I locked the doors immediately and sat there for a moment, trying to shake off the weird feeling in my gut. I told myself I was being dramatic, that he was just a little socially awkward and I was reading too much into it. But as I drove home, I couldn't stop replaying the night in my head, every little moment that had felt wrong. I didn't hear from Alex for a couple of days, and I figured that was the end of it. Maybe he'd sensed my discomfort and decided not to push things further. But then one night I got a text. "Hey, I had a great time the other night. Let's do it again soon." I stared at the message, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I didn't want to see him again, but I also didn't want to provoke him by ghosting. So I replied, "Thanks, but I don't think we're a match. Good luck out there." A few minutes later, he replied, "Are you sure? I really liked you." I didn't respond. That's when the call started. They always came late at night, usually around 2 or 3 a.m. I'd wake up to my phone buzzing, the caller ID showing unknown number. At first, I didn't answer, but after the third night in a row, I picked up, ready to tell whoever it was to knock it off. But when I answered, no one said anything. I could hear breathing on the other end, slow and steady, but no words. I hung up, my hands shaking, and blocked the number. The call stopped for a while after that, and I started to relax, thinking it was over. But then, one night, I came home to find a note taped to my door. "I know you live alone." That was it. No name, no explanation. Just 6 words that made my blood run cold. I didn't sleep that night. I called the police, but there wasn't much they could do without proof of who had left the note. They suggested I stay with a friend for a few days, so I packed a bag and went to Lily's. "Come on, Emma," Jess said, sprawled across my couch with a glass of wine in one hand and her phone in the other. "You haven't been on a date in months. You're like a social hermit. What's the worst that could happen? You meet a cute guy, you get free drinks, and maybe, just maybe, you'll stop watching Dateline and convincing yourself every man is a serial killer." I rolled my eyes, but she wasn't entirely wrong. My dating life had been non-existent lately, and yeah, maybe I did watch too much true crime. But still, I wasn't that desperate to get back out there. Or at least, I thought I wasn't. Then Jess shoved her phone in my face. "Okay, what about him? He's cute, right?" I squinted at the screen. The guy's name was Matt. He had that rugged outdoorsy look, messy blonde hair, a scruffy beard, and a flannel shirt in every photo. His bio said something about hiking, dogs, and his love for adventures. He looked harmless. Normal. "Yeah, I guess," I said, shrugging. Jess sighed dramatically. "You guess? Emma, this man could be a model for Hot Lumberjack magazine. Swipe right." Now, against my better judgment, I swiped. And wouldn't you know it, we matched immediately. Matt messaged me first, which was a nice change. Most guys on these apps make you carry the conversation, but he was quick to ask questions and seemed genuinely interested. He told me about his dog, a rescue mutt named Rosie, and how he spent most weekends hiking the trails outside the city. He had this easy, laid-back vibe that made me feel comfortable. After a couple of days of chatting, he suggested we meet up. "There's this great little bar downtown," he wrote. "Chill atmosphere, good drinks. You in?" I hesitated. Meeting up so soon? It felt a little fast. But Jess was in my ear, literally sitting next to me on the couch, whispering, "Do it. Say yes. Live a little." So I said yes. The bar wasn't far from my place, just a short Uber ride downtown. It was one of those trendy spots with exposed brick, Edison bulbs, and an overpriced cocktail menu. When I got there, Matt was already waiting outside, leaning casually against the wall. He looked just like his pictures, tall, broad-shouldered, with that scruffy outdoorsy charm. "Hey, Emma," he said, flashing me a grin. "Yeah, nice to meet you," I said, trying not to sound as nervous as I felt. We went inside, grabbed a corner booth, and ordered drinks. Matt was easy to talk to, just like he'd been over text. He told me about his latest hiking trip, how Rosie had tried to chase a deer, and how he was thinking about adopting a second dog. It was nice. Normal. But then, about 20 minutes into the date, he started asking some weirdly specific questions. "So, do you live alone?" he asked, casually swirling his whiskey. I froze for half a second, but I forced a laugh. No, I live with a roommate." Total lie. Jess didn't count. She was just crashing for the weekend. Cool, he said, nodding. "That's smart. You can never be too careful, right?" He smiled, but something about the way he said it made my stomach twist. I tried to steer the conversation to safer territory, asking about his job, his hobbies, his favorite movies. But every now and then, he'd circle back to me. "So, what's your usual routine? Like, do you work from home, or how do you usually get around the city? Uber, subway, walking? Do you ever hike alone? Or do you stick to crowded trails?" I answered vaguely, trying not to give too much away, but the unease in my chest was growing. Something about the way he asked those questions, so casual, so disarming, made my skin crawl. After about an hour, I told Matt I had to head out. I made up some excuse about an early morning meeting, and he didn't argue. If anything, he seemed almost amused. "Sure, no problem," he said, standing up and grabbing his jacket. "Let me walk you to your car." "Oh, no need," I said quickly. "I'll grab an Uber." "Nah, I insist," he said, his grin widening. "It's not safe out there, you know." The way he said it sent a shiver down my spine. Outside, the streets were quieter than I'd expected. Most of the shops were closed, and the streetlights cast long, eerie shadows. Matt walked beside me, his hands in his pockets, whistling softly. "Where's your Uber picking you up?" he asked. "Just around the corner," I lied, pulling out my phone to make it look like I was checking the app. We turned the corner, and that's when I saw it. A white van, parked halfway down the block, its engine idling. Matt's demeanor changed instantly. His easygoing smile disappeared, replaced by something colder, sharper. "This you?" he asked, gesturing toward the van. "No," I said quickly, taking a step back. "My ride's further up." He didn't move. "Emma," he said, his voice low and almost disappointed. "You're making this harder than it needs to be." My heart stopped. What are you talking about?" I stammered, my voice shaking. Matt took a step closer, and I saw his hand move to his pocket. I didn't wait to find out what he was reaching for. I turned and ran. I've never run so fast in my life. My legs felt like jelly, my breath coming in ragged gasps, but I didn't stop. I could hear Matt's footsteps behind me, getting closer, and I knew I couldn't let him catch me. I rounded another corner and spotted a gas station up ahead, its fluorescent lights flickering like a beacon. I sprinted toward it, practically throwing myself through the door. The cashier, a bored-looking teenager, glanced up as I stumbled inside. "Help!" I gasped, clutching the counter. "There's someone, he's..." Before I could finish, the door swung open behind me. Matt stepped inside, his expression calm and composed, like nothing had happened. "Hey, Emma," he said, his voice smooth and friendly. "You left your phone back there." He held up my phone, waving it like a peace offering. The cashier looked between us, clearly confused. "Is everything okay?" he asked. I didn't even think. I grabbed the cashier's arm and said, "Call the cops." "Now." Matt's smile faltered for a split second, just long enough for me to see the anger flash in his eyes. But then he laughed, holding up his hands. "Hey, no need for that," he said, backing toward the door. "It was just a misunderstanding." And then he was gone. The police arrived a few minutes later, but by then Matt and the van were long gone. I gave them his name, his profile, everything I knew about him. But when they looked into it, they couldn't find anyone by that name. The profile was fake. The pictures were probably stolen. We'd been hanging out for ages. One of those friendships where you're not really sure when it started, but suddenly you're spending all your free time together. He was a classic nerdy guy, the kind who wore his love for gaming and sci-fi on his sleeve. And I liked that about him. We'd spent countless hours playing StarCraft, debating the finer points of strategy, and trash-talking each other in the kind of way that only good friends, or frenemies, can. Over time, I started to feel like maybe this thing between us could be something more. There were these little moments, him waiting for me after class, the way he smiled when he saw me, the way he introduced me to his hobbies like I was already part of his world. I liked him, and I thought he liked me. So when he asked if I wanted to go to a Magic, the Gathering tournament with him one Saturday, I thought, why not? I wasn't a huge Magic player, but I'd dabbled enough to know my way around a deck. And honestly, the idea of spending a whole day doing something he loved sounded fun. Plus, tournaments seemed cool in that geeky, high-energy kind of way. I was all in. We got to the game shop that morning, and I could tell he was in his element. He was chatting with the regulars, pulling out his deck like he was ready to dominate, and explaining the tournament rules to me like I hadn't already skimmed them online. It was cute. I registered, built my deck, and jumped in. What I didn't expect was to do, well, I don't know if it was beginner's luck or just a solid strategy, but I advanced through the rounds with relative ease. I could tell he was a little surprised, and maybe a little annoyed, but he didn't say anything at first. Then we got matched up against each other. I tried to play it cool, cracking a few jokes as we shuffled our decks. "Don't hold back," I said, grinning. "I'm ready." "Oh, I won't," he replied, though his tone was less playful than usual. The game started, and I could feel the tension in the air. It was one of those matches where every move felt like a chess game, and for a while it was neck and neck. But then I got lucky, pulled the right cards at the right time, and managed to edge him out for the win. I was thrilled. I didn't gloat or anything, but I couldn't help smiling as I extended my hand and said, "Good game." He didn't take it well. What started as some muttered grumbling quickly escalated into a full-blown tantrum. He slammed his cards down, accused me of being too lucky, and refused to look at me. Other players started glancing over, clearly uncomfortable. I tried to laugh it off, saying, "Hey, it's just a game," but he wasn't having it. By the time the round ended, he was sulking at a table in the corner, refusing to talk to me. When the tournament wrapped up, I walked over and asked, "Hey, are you ready to go?" "No," he snapped. "Find your own way home." I stared at him, dumbfounded. Was he seriously this mad over a card game? "You can't just leave me here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You're my ride." "Not my problem," he muttered, crossing his arms like a petulant child. Thankfully, the guy behind the counter overheard the whole thing. He leaned over and said, "Come on, man. Don't be like that. Take her home." With some grumbling and eye-rolling, he finally agreed. I climbed into the passenger seat, the tension in the car so thick you could cut it with a knife. We drove in total silence, the kind of silence where even turning on the radio feels like a risky move. I was half wishing I'd called my parents to come get me instead, but at least I'd be home soon. Or so I thought. About halfway home, the speedometer started creeping up. He was clearly still fuming, and now he was taking it out on the gas pedal. I glanced at him nervously. "Hey, maybe slow down a bit," I suggested. "Why?" he snapped. "It's not like I'm doing anything wrong." I opened my mouth to reply, but before I could, we saw the flashing red and blue lights in the rearview mirror. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach. "Great," he muttered, pulling over to the side of the road. "Just what I needed." The officer approached the driver's side window, calm and professional. "License and registration, please." That's when things took a turn from bad to worse. Instead of handing over his documents like any sane person would, Date Guy decided to argue. He started raising his voice, demanding to know why he'd been pulled over, saying it was unfair, that he wasn't speeding. He absolutely was. The officer remained polite but firm, telling him to step out of the car. At this point, I was in tears. Between the tension from the tournament, the awkward silence, and now this, I was completely overwhelmed. I just wanted to go home. The officer noticed and leaned down to talk to me. "Are you okay, miss?" he asked gently. I nodded, though I'm sure I looked anything but okay. I just want to go home." The officer sighed, clearly exasperated with Date Guy's behavior. "I'm going to call your parents to come pick you up," he said. "You don't need to be stuck here while I deal with him." I nodded again, grateful for his kindness. Meanwhile, Date Guy was pacing on the side of the road, throwing his hands up and shouting about how this was ridiculous and unfair. The officer eventually led him to the back of the squad car, where he sat glaring at me through the window like this was somehow my fault. When my parents arrived, I had to explain the entire debacle. How we'd gone to a tournament, how I'd beaten him, how he'd thrown a fit, and how this whole mess had spiraled out of control. My mom gave me a sympathetic look while my dad muttered something about boys being idiots. They drove me home, and I spent the rest of the night replaying the disaster in my head. The next day at school, I avoided him like the plague. I wasn't sure if he was embarrassed or still mad, but honestly I didn't care. I'd written him off completely. We still had a couple of classes together, but we never spoke again. Looking back, it's almost funny, almost. It's definitely a story I've told a dozen times, always with a mix of disbelief and secondhand embarrassment. Worst date of my life, no question. And all because one guy couldn't handle losing. When I was about 25, I lived on the Toronto Islands, which, if you're unfamiliar, is a little slice of paradise right across the water from the city. Life there was peaceful, quiet, and full of moments that made you stop and appreciate how unique it was, like taking the ferry every time you wanted to go into the city. Sure, it wasn't the most convenient, but it added a bit of charm to daily life. One night, I was on the ferry heading into Toronto, and as I sat down, I noticed her. A woman sitting just a few seats away from me, and let me tell you, she was absolutely, undeniably, breathtakingly beautiful. I don't mean kind of pretty or cute in a certain light. I mean the kind of beautiful that makes you question if you've accidentally wandered into a movie, or if some casting director has snuck a supermodel onto your commuter ferry. She was that beautiful. She had this effortless elegance about her, the kind that feels unattainable. You know, the kind where even if you wore the exact same outfit, you'd still look like you got lost in a thrift store. I couldn't help but glance over at her, trying not to stare but failing miserably. I was 25, single, and already imagining how this could be one of those meet-cute stories people always talked about. As the ferry pulled into the city, the skies opened up, and it started pouring rain, because apparently, the universe decided this story needed a dramatic twist. I didn't have an umbrella, but I did have my car parked nearby, so I saw my moment. I gathered up my courage, walked over to her, and said something smooth like, "Hey, it's raining. Want a ride?" To my surprise and relief, she said yes. It was a short drive to her place, but it felt like the kind of ride you remember forever. She was funny, kind, and yes, still ridiculously beautiful. When we pulled up to her apartment, I figured that was the end of it, but just as she was about to get out of the car, she turned to me and said, "Hey, do you want to go out sometime?" My brain nearly short-circuited. Sure," I said, probably sounding a little too eager, but not caring in the slightest. She smiled, thanked me for the ride, and disappeared into her building. For the next week, I replayed that interaction over and over in my head, telling myself that I'd somehow managed to impress this stunning woman enough for her to ask me out. And then, like a dream come true, she called me. She suggested we go bowling, a bit of a curveball, no pun intended. But hey, who was I to question her? Did I mention she was beautiful? The night of the date arrived, and I showed up at the bowling alley near her place, equal parts excited and nervous. And there she was, waiting for me, just as stunning as I remembered. If anything, she looked even better. I was practically floating as we made small talk, got our shoes, and picked a lane. Everything seemed great. I felt like I'd hit the jackpot, until I made the mistake of asking her, "Hey, can I grab you a drink?" Her answer was casual, but unexpected. "Oh no," she said. "My religion doesn't allow me to drink." "Okay, no problem. Not a deal breaker." "No worries," I said. "How about a soft drink?" She shook her head. "I don't eat any sugar." "Ah," I said, my enthusiasm dipping ever so slightly. "Coffee?" "No, I don't drink caffeine." I paused, mentally running through my list of potential options. "Tea?" "Nope, no tea either." At this point, I was running out of ideas. "Water?" She smiled. "Just plain water, thanks." I nodded, trying to hide my growing unease. I mean, sure, she was beautiful, but the conversation was starting to feel less like a date and more like a dietary Q&A session. Still, I told myself to keep an open mind. Maybe this was just a quirky thing, and the rest of the evening would pick up. Spoiler alert, it didn't. As we bowled, I quickly learned that her strict dietary restrictions were just the tip of the iceberg. No meat, no fried foods, no late nights, no clubs, no movies with inappropriate content. I was starting to feel like I'd accidentally wandered into a lifestyle intervention rather than a date. And then came the kicker, the religion. "Hey Scott," she said, pausing between turns, "my church is a lot of fun. You should come with me on Sunday." I hesitated, unsure how to respond. "Thanks, but I'm not really the church-going type." "Oh, you'd love it," she insisted, her enthusiasm ramping up. "We have great community events, and the pastor is so inspiring. I think it could really change your life." The more she talked, the more it became clear that this wasn't just a passing suggestion. It was a full-blown sales pitch. Suddenly, I wasn't just a guy on a date. I was a potential recruit. As she rattled off the church's virtues, I found myself nodding politely while mentally calculating how much longer I had to endure this. By the time the date ended, I was practically vibrating with relief. I'd spent the entire evening trying to find some common ground, but it felt like every conversation was a dead end. She didn't drink, didn't eat most foods, didn't enjoy any of the things I did, and to top it all off, she was trying to convert me. As we walked to our cars, I plastered on a polite smile and said, "Well, this was fun. Yeah, we should do it again sometime," she said brightly. "Definitely," I lied, knowing full well that there was absolutely no chance of a second date. When I got home, I collapsed onto the couch, exhausted from the sheer effort of trying to make the date work. For a while, I stared at the ceiling, wondering how something that had started so promisingly could have gone so spectacularly wrong. To this day, I still think about that date every now and then, not because it was great, but because it was the perfect lesson in how appearances can be deceiving. She was, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful women I'd ever met. But sometimes, beauty isn't enough to carry a conversation, let alone a relationship. Never in my life have I been so relieved that a date was over. It's 2023, and no one meets like that anymore. No coffee shop meet cuties, no serendipitous encounters. Just swiping. Endless, mind-numbing swiping. It was a Tuesday night when I decided to give Tinder another shot. The kind of night where your fridge contains half a bottle of wine and an old takeout container that you're scared to open. I was curled up on the couch in my sweatpants, scrolling through profiles with the enthusiasm of someone filing their taxes. Left. Left. Hard left. Oh God, why do they all have fish? And then I saw him. His name was Aaron. He had a sharp jawline, messy black hair, and these piercing blue eyes that practically dared you to swipe right. His bio was short but funny, 6 feet 2 inches, because apparently that matters. Dog dad. Expert at parallel parking. Swipe right if you can handle bad puns. Bad puns? Sold. I swiped right and boom, we matched. A small, fleeting victory in the wasteland of modern dating. Aaron messaged me first, which was already a green flag. None of that staring at each other in silence nonsense that happens when neither of you wants to make the first move. His opening line was, "So, do you want to hear a construction joke? Or should I wait until it's finished?" I groaned. Out loud. But I laughed too, because it was just the right level of stupid to work. We started talking, and the conversation flowed easily. He told me about his dog, a golden retriever named Max, and his love of horror movies. I told him about my job, my dream to visit every national park, and my deeply rooted fear of accidentally liking someone's Instagram post from 2013. After a few days of chatting, he asked if I wanted to meet up. "There's this great little bar downtown," he said. "Low-key good drinks, and they have trivia on Wednesdays. You in?" Normally, I'd be hesitant about meeting someone from an app so soon, but Aaron seemed different. Like a rom-com protagonist who had somehow wandered into my life. So I said yes. The bar was exactly as Aaron had described, low-key, with warm lighting and just enough noise to feel lively without being overwhelming. I spotted him as soon as I walked in, sitting at a table near the back. He looked even better in person, which is rare for dating apps. Usually it's the other way around. "Hey," he said, standing up to greet me. "You made it." "Yeah, I figured I'd give you a chance to impress me with your trivia skills," I said, smiling as I sat down. He laughed. "Oh, you're in trouble. I have an encyclopedic knowledge of useless facts." The first hour flew by. We ordered drinks, swapped embarrassing childhood stories, and teamed up for trivia. We crushed the movie round, thanks to his random knowledge of 80s slashers. He was funny, charming, and just the right amount of sarcastic. I started to think, maybe this could actually work. But then things got weird. It started small. Aaron asked me if I wanted another drink, and when I said yes, he got up to go to the bar. A few minutes later, the waitress came over with our drinks and said, "These are from the gentleman at the bar." I looked over, expecting to see Aaron, but he wasn't there. Instead, there was a man I didn't recognize, a tall, wiry guy with a creepy smile and eyes that felt like they were drilling holes into me. He raised his glass in a silent toast, and I felt my stomach drop. When Aaron came back to the table, I told him about the guy. "That's weird," he said, frowning. "Do you know him?" "No," I said, glancing over at the bar. The guy was gone. Aaron shrugged it off, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. We tried to get back into the flow of the conversation, but something felt off. He was quieter now, his easy charm replaced with a strange, almost distracted energy. He kept glancing at his phone, like he was waiting for a message. "You okay?" I finally asked. "Yes, sorry," he said, forcing a smile. "Just work stuff. My boss is a nightmare." I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. The vibe had shifted, and not in a good way. After another hour, Aaron offered to walk me to my car. "It's late," he said. "I want to make sure you get there safely." It was a sweet gesture, and despite the weirdness earlier, I still felt safer with him than walking alone. So I said yes. The parking lot was nearly empty, the kind of quiet that feels too quiet. As we walked, Aaron kept glancing over his shoulder, like he was expecting someone to jump out of the shadows. It was starting to freak me out. "Are you sure you're okay?" I asked. "Yeah," he said quickly. "Just stay close, okay?" That's when I heard it, the sound of footsteps behind us. Slow, deliberate, and far too close for comfort. I turned around, and there he was. The creepy guy from the bar, standing about 20 feet away, his face partially hidden in the glow of a streetlight. "Hey," Aaron said, stepping in front of me. "What do you want?" The guy didn't answer. He just smiled, that same unsettling smile, and took a step closer. "Stay back," Aaron said, his voice firm. The guy tilted his head, like he was amused. "You really thought you could keep her from us?" he said, his voice low and gravelly. My blood ran cold. "What the hell is going on?" I whispered, grabbing Aaron's arm. Aaron didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a knife. "A knife?" "Emma, get behind me," he said, his eyes locked on the guy. What are you doing with that?" I stammered, backing away. "It's not what you think," Aaron said. "Just trust me." But how could I? I barely knew him, and now he was pulling a knife on a guy who was clearly unhinged. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my legs refused to move. Before I could decide what to do, the creepy guy lunged at us. What happened next was a blur of chaos. Aaron moved faster than I thought possible, slashing at the guy with the knife. There was blood, too much blood, and a horrible, wet sound that I'll never forget. The guy crumpled to the ground, gasping and gurgling, and Aaron stood over him, breathing hard. "He's not dead," Aaron said quickly, turning to me. "We need to go. Now." "What the hell just happened?" I shouted, my voice shaking. "There's no time to explain," he said, grabbing my arm. "If he's here, the others aren't far behind." "The others?" Aaron didn't answer. He dragged me to my car, shoved me inside, and slammed the door. "Drive," he said, his voice urgent. "And don't stop until you're home." I didn't argue. I floored it out of the parking lot, my hands trembling on the wheel. In the rearview mirror, I saw Aaron standing there, watching me go. I never heard from him again. To this day, I don't know who or what that guy was, or why Aaron had a knife, or what he meant by the others. I wasn't really in the mood for a first date. It had been a long week at work, and honestly, the idea of making small talk with a stranger while pretending to be effortlessly charming felt as appealing as doing my taxes. But my best friend, Mia, had been pestering me for weeks. "You need to put yourself out there, Chloe," she'd said, practically shoving my phone into my hand. "You can't keep blaming your single status on bad timing. The timing is fine. You're just picky." She wasn't wrong. I am picky. But after Mia guilt-tripped me about dying alone and getting eaten by my future cats, I finally caved and re-downloaded the app. Again, that's how I met Adam. His profile wasn't anything flashy. He didn't have shirtless gym selfies or group photos where you have to guess which guy he was. Just a couple of nice pictures. One of him hiking, another of him laughing with a drink in hand. His bio was refreshingly normal too. "Work keeps me busy, so I love spending weekends outdoors. Big fan of tacos and documentaries. Let's swap bad jokes." He didn't seem like a serial killer, which is always a plus, so I swiped right. We matched immediately, and within hours we were chatting. He was funny, in that dry, sarcastic way that I like, and he didn't try to be overly flirty or weird. By the end of the conversation, he'd asked me out for drinks. I hesitated. Meeting someone from an app in real life always feels a little risky, no matter how nice they seem. But Adam had this calm, easygoing vibe, and besides, Mia had already threatened to change my Netflix password if I didn't make an effort. So I said yes. The bar Adam picked was nice. Classy, but not pretentious. The kind of place where you can order a cocktail without worrying it'll cost you your rent. I got there a few minutes early, partly because I didn't want to seem late, and partly because I like to scope out a place before I meet someone new. Call it a side effect of watching too many true crime shows. Adam arrived right on time, and I'll admit, he was better looking in person. Tall, broad shoulders, that slightly disheveled hair that somehow looks effortless instead of lazy. He smiled when he saw me, and immediately, I felt a little more at ease. "Chloe?" he asked, sliding into the seat across from me. "Wow, you're even prettier than your profile picture. You're not catfishing me, are you?" I laughed, grateful for the light-hearted icebreaker. If I am, I'm really committed to the bit. The first hour flew by. Adam was a great conversationalist, funny, thoughtful, and just sarcastic enough to keep things interesting. We talked about everything from our favorite movies to embarrassing childhood memories. He even made me laugh so hard I snorted, which is usually a deal breaker for me, but he didn't seem fazed. By the time we ordered a second round of drinks, I was starting to think, maybe this guy's actually different. But then things started to feel off. It wasn't anything obvious at first. Just little things I noticed, like how Adam kept glancing at his phone, even though he wasn't texting anyone, or the way he kept shifting in his seat, like he was uncomfortable. I told myself I was overthinking it. First dates are awkward sometimes. But then, halfway through my drink, he asked, "So, do you usually come here alone or?" The question seemed innocent enough, but something about the way he said it made my stomach twist. I forced a smile. No, not really. My friends and I come here sometimes." He nodded, his expression unreadable. "Cool. It's a good spot. Feels private." "Yeah, I guess," I said, trying to keep my tone casual. Inside, though, my alarm bells were starting to ring. The bar wasn't that private. It was small, sure, but there were plenty of people around. So why did he say it like that? I glanced at his phone, which he'd placed face down on the table. It buzzed once, lighting up briefly with a notification. He didn't check it, but I noticed the corner of his mouth twitch, like he was suppressing a smile. That's when I started to feel it. That creeping, gut-level dread. Something wasn't right. After we finished our drinks, Adam offered to walk me to my car. "It's late," he said, grinning. "Can't have you getting kidnapped or anything." The irony wasn't lost on me, but I laughed politely. "Thanks, but I'm good. It's just a short walk." "Come on," he insisted. "I'll feel better knowing you got there safely." I hesitated. Normally, I'd push back harder, but I didn't want to make a scene in the middle of the bar. So I nodded. "Okay, sure." As we stepped outside, the cool night air hit me, and I noticed how quiet the street was. Too quiet. Most of the shops were closed, and the only light came from the flickering neon sign above the bar. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, suddenly hyper-aware of how empty the area felt. Adam walked beside me, his hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable. "So, where's your car?" he asked. "Just around the corner," I lied. My car was actually parked a block away, but I didn't want to give him too much information. As we rounded the corner, I saw them. Two guys, standing by a black SUV parked near the end of the lot. They weren't talking, just standing there, leaning against the car like they were waiting for something, or someone. One of them looked up as we approached, and I felt his eyes linger on me a little too long. My heart started to race. Maybe they weren't connected to Adam. Maybe they were just random guys hanging out. But something about the way they were standing, so still, so deliberate, made my skin crawl. I slowed down, pretending to check my phone. "Oh, actually," I said, my voice carefully casual. "My friend just texted me. She needs me to pick her up. I should probably head out." Adam stopped walking and turned to me, his expression suddenly serious. "Really? I thought you said your car was just around the corner." "It is," I said quickly. "But, she's not far. I'll just grab her and come back." For a moment, he didn't say anything. He just stared at me, his blue eyes cold and unreadable. Then he smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Okay," he said slowly. "If you're sure." "I'm sure," I said, forcing a laugh. "Thanks for tonight. It was fun." He took a step back, his hands still in his pockets. "Yeah, it was. Drive safe, Chloe." I turned and walked away, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. As soon as I rounded the corner, I pulled out my phone and called Mia. "Hey," she answered on the first ring. "How's the date?" "Mia," I whispered, glancing over my shoulder to make sure Adam wasn't following me. "Stay on the phone with me. Something's wrong." "What? What's going on?" Her voice was sharp now, all humor gone. "I don't know," I said, my voice shaking. "There were these guys in the parking lot. I think they were waiting for me. Chloe, where are you? Are you safe?" "I'm walking to my car now," I said. "Just stay on the line, okay?" I reached my car, unlocked the door, and practically threw myself inside. As I started the engine, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Adam. He was standing at the edge of the lot, hands still in his pockets, watching me drive away. I didn't wait to find out what he was planning. I sped out of the lot and didn't stop driving until I was home, all the doors locked and all the lights on. Mia tried to convince me to report it, but what could I say? My date was nice, but there were some guys in the parking lot, and now I feel weird. No one would take that seriously. When I was stationed at Nellis AFB in Las Vegas, I had my fair share of odd experiences, but one in particular stands out as a contender for the worst date ever. Not just a bad date, but one of those epic disasters you tell people about for years, usually accompanied by disbelief, laughter, and the inevitable question, did that really happen? It all started with a coworker. Let's call him Tim. Tim wasn't particularly remarkable, nice enough on the surface, but nothing that screamed, this guy will be a great date. One day, out of the blue, he asked if I'd help him shop for furniture for his new place. He said he needed a woman's opinion to make sure his apartment didn't look like a bachelor's disaster zone. Seemed reasonable enough. Plus, he added, to thank you for taking the time, I'll buy you dinner. It didn't sound like a date so much as a favor between co-workers, and I figured, why not? Big mistake. The plan was simple. Meet at his place, hop in his car, go to the furniture store, and grab dinner afterward. I didn't expect anything glamorous. This was Tim, after all. But I also didn't expect it to devolve into an evening of unparalleled awkwardness. I showed up at his place at the agreed-upon time. His apartment was sparse. He wasn't kidding when he said he needed furniture. It was essentially a mattress on the floor, a couple of mismatched kitchen stools, and a pile of boxes. He greeted me with a grin, ushered me into his car, and we headed off to the furniture store. Here's where the fun began. At first, it seemed fine. We wandered through the aisles, and he asked for my opinion on various items. "What do you think of this couch?" he'd say, gesturing to a reasonably stylish option. "It's nice," I'd reply. "I like the color and the size. It would fit your space well." Tim would immediately launch into a detailed critique, pointing out every possible flaw. "Nah, the legs look flimsy. The material feels cheap. It's way overpriced." He'd shake his head dismissively. "You don't really think that's a good couch, do you?" At first, I thought maybe he was just particular, but it kept happening. Every piece of furniture I suggested, every table, chair, lamp, or coffee table, was met with the same routine. He'd ask for my opinion, I'd give it, and he'd tell me why I was wrong. I started to feel like I was part of some weird furniture shopping interrogation. By the end of the 2-hour ordeal, I wasn't sure if he wanted help decorating his apartment or if he just enjoyed criticizing me. Eventually, we left the store empty-handed. Not a single purchase. Not even a throw pillow. As we got back into his car, I started to wonder if this dinner he'd promised me would be worth the trouble. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. On the way back to his place, he stopped at a Kentucky Fried Chicken. Not exactly the candlelit dinner I'd imagined, but I told myself to roll with it. Maybe he had a thing for fried chicken. I stayed in the car while he went inside, and when he returned, he was carrying a bucket of chicken. Just the chicken. No sides, no drinks, not even a biscuit. "Dinner is served," he said with a grin. Back at his place, we sat at the kitchen counter. Well, I sat on one of the mismatched stools while he leaned against the counter. There was no table, no plates, and no napkins. Just the two of us eating greasy chicken straight out of the bucket. I felt like I'd stumbled into a low-budget sitcom. Still, I tried to stay polite. It wasn't exactly the evening I'd envisioned, but maybe it would make for a funny story later. As I gnawed on a drumstick, I noticed Tim watching me with an odd expression. It wasn't long before he made his move. "Well," he said, brushing his hands on his pants, "I guess it's time for bed." I stared at him, unsure if I'd heard correctly. "What?" "Bed," he repeated matter-of-factly. "You know, sleeping arrangements. We can use the mattress on the floor." I blinked, trying to process what was happening. Was he serious? Did he really think this greasy chicken picnic was going to lead to that? "I think I'll pass," I said, setting the drumstick back in the bucket and grabbing my purse. "Thanks for dinner, though." His face fell. "Wait, you're leaving?" "Yes," I said firmly. "I think I've had enough for one night." Tim looked genuinely insulted, as though I'd just rejected a 5-star meal and a stay at the Ritz. "But I thought we had a connection." "A connection?" I repeated, incredulous. "Tim, you spent 2 hours telling me why all my furniture suggestions were wrong, bought a bucket of chicken for dinner, and then suggested we share a mattress on the floor. What part of this evening felt like a connection?" He sputtered something about misunderstanding and how I wasn't giving him a chance, but I was already halfway to the door. I didn't even bother with a polite goodbye. The worst part? I had to see him at work every day for the next 5 years. Every time I passed him in the hallway or sat across from him in a meeting, I was reminded of that awkward evening. He never brought it up, and neither did I, but the memory of that bucket of chicken haunted me every time I smelled fried food. Looking back, I can laugh about it. At the time, it was infuriating, but now it's one of those stories you tell your friends when they complain about a bad date. "Oh, you think that was bad? Let me tell you about Tim and the bucket of chicken." The whole experience taught me a few things. First, never agree to a date that involves shopping for furniture unless you're absolutely sure the other person isn't secretly using it as a test of your patience. Second, always have an exit strategy. And third, some people just have no idea what a proper date looks like. To this day, I don't know what Tim was thinking. Maybe he really thought he was being charming. Maybe he genuinely believed KFC and a mattress on the floor were the keys to romance. Or maybe he was just clueless. Whatever the case, I learned my lesson. So here's to Tim, the man who turned furniture shopping and fried chicken into one of the most hilariously awkward evenings of my life. May he one day figure out why that date didn't end the way he'd hoped. I have sex with men to steal their power. I felt sick to my stomach. At first she seemed like a normal, although quirky, but I'm quirky too, fellow college student. I was going to a small liberal arts college studded with orange trees in beautiful Southern California. I had been semi-involved with her before, after she came up to me sophomore year and said, "I like your energy, let's be friends." But when I didn't go farther than making out, she lost interest. Then I got elected to a student government position, and for the first time in months she was in my room, saying, "You were so inspiring, it was very sexy." "Oh, thanks." I never thought of myself as sexy. I was always more of a theater geek and bookworm. But I guess I had grown up a bit since my awkward, 100 pounds high school days. Why not just have sex? It's no big deal, right? I mean, see if it feels good. I couldn't say no to that. I mean, I could have, but how do you say no to that? She was cute. I liked her. So we did. It was okay. Maybe normal at first. But after having sex for a while, maybe I didn't come soon enough, she straddled me, began thrusting hard, and started screaming. Finish, finish, finish. It was disorienting. But I was new to sex, so I thought, maybe this is the way it is? But it just didn't sit well with me. Just felt like something that I thought was innocent or intimate just took a weird turn. But then maybe I was just a prude. I didn't know how to say no to her, so when she would come over we would have sex, but I never came with her again. Not until my friend invited me to a sexual harassment seminar. So I went. And the professor, she was very captivating, very powerful speaker. She basically said, if you're having sex with someone and you don't feel comfortable about it, that's rape. I was like, whoa, because I didn't know it was okay to say no to someone you'd willingly had sex with. But it was really weirding me out that I would get back to my dorm room from class and there she'd be, sitting at my desk in my room reading my journals. I know, I'm a guy and I write in a journal. Whatever, I've been writing my dreams and thoughts down since I was a kid. And it just didn't feel right. But she would pass it off like, we're having sex, you're not allowed to have any boundaries from me. So it was one of those days where I come home and she's there looking through my stuff. I'm fascinated by you. I just want to know all about your life. And she saw one of my books on Hermeticism, and she was just like, oh, are you studying this? I'm practicing a sect of Gnosticism, where I have sex with men to steal their power. What? Yeah, there's a lot of energy in semen. Is that why you're not finishing when you're with me? I lead her out of my room, but now I had gone to the sexual harassment seminar. I knew it was okay to say no to someone if you didn't feel comfortable having sex with them. But she wasn't having it. Why not? It feels good, doesn't it? I feel good, don't I? Well, physically yes, but I just don't feel safe with you. But at least we can just have sex. No, I don't want to have sex with you anymore. But why not if it feels good? It went back and forth like that for a while. She just didn't seem to get it. She kept pushing, and I really thought I must be being crazy because here was a cute girl that wanted to have sex with me. That was challenging me about not having sex with her again. Because I feel like you raped me. I don't know why I said that. Maybe because of the workshop, maybe because none of my other reasons or my feelings seemed to matter at all. It was like talking to a wall. Can we at least be friends? No, I don't feel safe with you. About 6 weeks later, I woke up having sex with her, and finishing, which I had never done with her since the first time she was screaming at me to come. What? Do you love me underscore 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 underscore? What? No. It's hard to jump into a conversation while the night and the world is swirling around you, and what might have been a bad dream is suddenly resolving itself into the real, and you're looking down on yourself that should have been sleeping alone, but is instead in bed with someone you thought you would never have to interact with again, and you're having some kind of zombie sex. But what if I was pregnant with your child? That's scary. I kicked her out of my room. I got pissed at my roommate for letting her in while I was asleep, but he didn't know any better. Anytime a girl wants to have sex with, I mean, you're a guy, right? That's a good thing. She kept coming to my room telling me she had something to show me. I kept just closing the door. It was like I wasn't allowed to have any boundaries. Like nothing I said mattered, but what she wanted. But at the very least, as long as I was awake, I could tell her to get the fuck away from me. Fine, have it your way. A few weeks later, everyone in our very small school was looking at me funny. The halls of my building were plastered with "No means no" posters. A kid I knew from one of my classes came up to me fuming. Rapist. What? I quickly found out that's what she had been trying to show me all those weeks. She had put a piece in the school paper saying that she had said no, that she had been raped. My friend, a feminist that I really trusted and believed was a good sounding board, told me that women were constantly being violated, that maybe I just didn't understand, but that I needed to talk to her and make things right. Not one person asked me what I experienced. Once the accusation was out, I was evil number one, unworthy of listening to. And I had nothing to say. Her whole thing, it was just so gross and disgusting. I didn't feel like sharing any of it. I just didn't have the energy to have to share something that most people were completely unwilling to even consider because, hey, this is a liberal arts college. The white male dominant patriarchy is bad, and women are victims, and anything that happens, it's your fault, because you must have been horny and lost control of yourself. The school was unwilling to do anything. I asked them about judicial council. They literally told me that no matter what the chances were almost nil they would ever side with a male student because of the climate on campus. Anyhow, I finally asked her why she did it, why she created this whole shame campaign against me. I wanted to feel powerful. She said, "That is the creepiest thing anyone has ever done to me." P.S. Years later, at a reunion, her friends teased me about how they had gotten away with slander and sexual assault on me. They were proud of themselves. It was part of their empowerment. There are bad dates, there are awkward dates, and then there are dates that leave you questioning your life choices, your sanity, and possibly your safety. This was one of those. It all started innocently enough. I met her online, a goth girl with a striking profile. She had this mysterious, almost ethereal vibe that I couldn't resist. Her photos had an artistic, darkly romantic quality to them, and her messages were witty and intriguing. We'd exchanged a lot of back and forths, and I thought, why not? She seemed cool, interesting, and different. A little different can be exciting, right? So, we arranged to meet in person. The date itself was surprisingly normal. She was gorgeous, with striking dark eyeliner, a black velvet dress, and an energy that was both alluring and a little intimidating. We talked about music, literature, and her love for the macabre. Think Edgar Allan Poe and old horror films. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, though she did have a knack for bringing up topics like death and decay with an ease that most people reserve for discussing the weather. After dinner, she suggested we head back to her place. I hesitated for a moment. She lived in the countryside, and the thought of navigating dark, unfamiliar roads wasn't exactly appealing. But I didn't want to seem rude or uninterested, and honestly, I was intrigued. I agreed, and we drove out to her house. It was a tiny, isolated cottage in the middle of nowhere, the kind of place you see in horror movies where the characters absolutely should not go. As we pulled up, the night seemed unnaturally quiet. No distant hum of traffic, no chirping crickets, just an eerie silence. The cottage itself was quaint but unsettling, with ivy creeping up the walls and a dim yellow light glowing from the windows. The moment I stepped inside, I felt off. The air was thick with the scent of candles and something vaguely metallic, like old coins or blood. My eyes immediately landed on something on the sideboard, a human skull. A real, actual skull. It wasn't hidden away or subtly placed. It was displayed prominently, as if it were a decorative centerpiece. I couldn't stop myself from pointing at it. Is that real?" I asked, half hoping she'd laugh and say it was a Halloween decoration or some elaborate replica. "Oh, you mean Felix?" she replied nonchalantly. "Yeah, he's real. Felix." I stared at her, waiting for the punchline, but it never came. She went on to explain, in the same tone someone might use to describe finding a stray cat, that she'd discovered Felix while digging in her garden. He was part of 2 skeletons she'd unearthed. 2 skeletons. She said she'd reported the bodies to the police. Good start. But then casually mentioned that she decided to keep one of the skulls. Just decided to keep it. I didn't even know how to respond. I nodded dumbly, as if keeping one of the skulls was a perfectly normal, everyday decision. My mind raced with questions. Was this legal? Who were the skeletons? Why was Felix just sitting there on a sideboard instead of being studied by forensic experts or buried properly? Before I could voice any of this, she changed the subject. "Come on, I'll show you the rest of the house," she said, taking my hand and leading me deeper into what I was starting to think of as the House of Horrors. Her bedroom was next. At first glance, it seemed normal enough. Lots of black fabrics, heavy curtains, and shelves lined with books and trinkets. But as I looked closer, I realized those shelves held more than just books. On display were jars. Dozens of jars, each containing something pickled. I moved closer, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. One jar held what looked like a baby rabbit, perfectly preserved in murky liquid. Another contained a lizard, its small body suspended like some bizarre science experiment. Then there were the organs. One jar held something that looked suspiciously like a brain. Another held, I don't even know what, something pink and fleshy, twisted in a way that made my stomach churn. "Wow, you've got quite the collection," I said, my voice shaky as I tried to keep it together. She beamed, clearly proud. "Yeah, I like to preserve things," she said, as though she were talking about scrapbooking or collecting stamps. "There's something so beautiful about decay, don't you think?" "Beautiful. About decay." I nodded slowly, my fight-or-flight instincts kicking in. By now, I wasn't just uncomfortable. I was genuinely on edge. My mind kept going back to Felix. If she was comfortable keeping a human skull and preserving dead animals in jars, what else was she capable of? I scanned the room, half expecting to see a cauldron bubbling in the corner or a trapdoor leading to a basement full of skeletons. To her credit, she was still gorgeous, still charming in her own haunting way. But the allure was quickly fading under the weight of all the red flags. As much as I hate to admit it, sex was the last thing on my mind. I wasn't thinking about romance or chemistry anymore. I was thinking about escape routes. I mumbled something about having an early morning, feigning a yawn for good measure. I should probably get going, I said, edging toward the door. Her face fell, but she didn't argue. Okay, she said softly, walking me back to the front door. As I stepped outside into the cool night air, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. But it wasn't until I was back in my car, speeding down the dark country roads toward the city, that I truly exhaled. The further I got from her house, the safer I felt. By the time I reached the motorway, my heart rate was finally slowing down. I replayed the evening in my head, still trying to make sense of it. The skull, the jars, the casual way she'd talked about finding skeletons in her garden, as if they were weeds. It was equal parts fascinating and terrifying. Looking back, it's almost funny. Almost. I mean, how many people can say they went on a date with someone who casually kept a human skull named Felix? Or who had a bedroom full of preserved animals and organs? It's the kind of story you tell at parties, and no one believes you until you swear it's true. She was beautiful, no doubt about it. But beauty only goes so far when you're sitting in someone's house wondering if you'll end up as part of their collection. To this day, I don't remember the excuse I used to get out of there, but I do remember the overwhelming sense of relief as I drove away. Maybe she was harmless. Maybe it was all just a quirky, goth aesthetic taken to the extreme. But I wasn't about to stick around and find out. Some dates end in romance. Some dates end in disaster. And then there are dates like this, dates that leave you questioning everything, from your taste in women to your survival instincts. And no, I never saw her again. In January 2022, I decided to dip my toes back into the world of online dating. It wasn't an easy decision. I was nervous, hesitant, and honestly a little skeptical about whether I'd find anything worthwhile. Still, I decided to give it a try, figuring I had nothing to lose. That's how I ended up on ourtime.com, a dating site geared toward people like me, older, wiser, and maybe a little bruised from love but still hopeful. It didn't take long before I connected with a man who seemed almost too good to be true. He lived in Flagstaff, Arizona, just 80 miles away from me, a town I visited regularly. He was charming, attentive, and full of compliments. "You're beautiful," he'd say. "I can't stop looking at your smile." Flattery is an easy way to catch someone's attention, and it worked on me. The conversation started out lighthearted and fun. He'd tell me about his travels for work, his love for the outdoors, and the life he'd built for himself. Within a week, we were talking for hours every day. 4 or 5 hours would slip by as we shared stories, dreams, and even personal struggles. It felt nice to have someone so invested in getting to know me. After years of feeling unseen, I felt special again. He had this way of making me feel like I was the only person in the world that mattered. That kind of connection, whether real or manufactured, can be intoxicating. When he mentioned marriage during our 4th week of talking, I was taken aback. I remember laughing nervously and asking, "Don't you think it's a little soon for that?" But he was insistent. "When you know," he said. "I've never felt this way about anyone before." It was flattering, sure, but it also raised a red flag. We hadn't even met in person yet. I'd offered to drive to Flagstaff more than once, but every time, he was conveniently away on business. Still, I pushed my doubts aside. He had an explanation for everything, and when I'd Google the details he gave me, they always checked out, or at least came close enough to feel plausible. For a while, I let myself believe in the fantasy. I thought, maybe this is what real love feels like, sweeping, all-consuming, and a little chaotic. But deep down, I knew something didn't feel right. Then one morning, I woke up to an email from him. It wasn't his usual sweet message wishing me good morning. This one was different. He was asking me for $8,000. My heart sank. The story he gave me was elaborate. He was overseas for work, and something had gone wrong. An emergency he couldn't get out of without my help. He was desperate, sick, and pleading with me to save him so he could come home to me. At first, I thought it might be a misunderstanding. Surely he wasn't serious. But he was. I told him no. Immediately, firmly. "I can't help you. I said, feeling a pang of guilt even though I knew I was doing the right thing. He didn't take it well. He cried, telling me how much he was suffering and how I was his only hope. "If you loved me, you'd help me," he said. Those words stung, even though I knew they were manipulative. He piled on the guilt, reminding me of all the hours we'd spent talking, the connection we'd built, the promises we'd made to each other. He painted a picture of himself as a broken man, just trying to get back to the woman he loved. For a moment, I almost caved. Almost. But something inside me snapped. I realized I didn't really know this man. I'd never met him in person. All I had were words on a screen and a voice on the phone. The idea of sending him that kind of money suddenly felt absurd. We went back and forth for a few more weeks, him pleading and me standing my ground. Eventually I ended it. I blocked his number, his email, and any other way he could contact me. It hurt, but it was also a relief. The fantasy he'd spun was just that, a fantasy, and I wasn't going to let myself be part of it anymore. After that, I swore off online dating. I told myself it wasn't worth the risk, that I'd rather be alone than go through something like that again. But deep down, I still wanted what he'd pretended to offer: real love, connection, and companionship. About a year later, I decided to give it one more shot. I signed up for another dating app, this time with more caution and less blind hope. That's when I met Norm. Norm was different from the start. He wasn't flashy or overly complimentary. He was steady, kind, and warm. Our conversations felt natural, like catching up with an old friend. I was hesitant at first, still shaken by my experience with the scammer, but Norm was patient. He didn't rush me or push me into anything. We took things slow, and I appreciated that. I still remember the first time we talked on the phone. His voice was calm and reassuring, and he said something that stuck with me. "I feel like I've known you forever." It was such a simple thing to say, but it felt genuine. A few months later, we decided to meet in person. Norm lived in another state, so I flew up to spend Thanksgiving with him and his family. That weekend, he proposed. It felt sudden, but it also felt right. Unlike the previous year's whirlwind fantasy, this was grounded in reality. I'd met his family, shared meals with them, and seen firsthand the kind of man he was. I flew back home after Thanksgiving, but a few weeks later, I returned to spend Christmas with him, his adult children, and his grandchildren. By the time the holidays were over, it was clear to both of us that we wanted to spend the rest of our lives together. We were married a few months later in a small, intimate ceremony surrounded by the people who mattered most. Looking back, my experience with the scammer taught me some valuable lessons. It reminded me to trust my instincts, to question things that don't feel right, and to protect my heart as fiercely as I protect my bank account. It was a painful experience, but it also made me appreciate what I found with Norm even more. Sometimes love isn't about grand gestures or whirlwind romances. Sometimes it's about quiet moments, shared laughter, and the kind of connection that feels effortless. And in the end, it's worth the wait. Lucas stood out. His pictures showed him hiking, working with plants in what looked like a personal greenhouse, and smiling warmly in a way that felt genuine. His bio said, "Plant Dad, amateur chef, lover of thunderstorms and late-night conversations. Let's trade gardening tips or ghost stories." It was different, refreshing. Most guys just write 6 feet 0 inches because apparently that matters, or some half-hearted joke about tacos. Lucas seemed like someone who actually put thought into his profile. That, or he was really good at faking it. Either way, I was intrigued. We matched, and he messaged me first. "Are you more of a succulent person, or do you have a garden that would put mine to shame?" It was quirky, specific, and not the usual "hey" opener. We started talking, and I found myself enjoying the conversation more than I had with anyone else on the app. He told me about his love of gardening, how he found it calming to work with his hands and watch things grow. He said he had a greenhouse out behind his house that he'd built himself, where he grew herbs, vegetables, and even a few exotic plants. I told him about the sad little basil plant I was trying to keep alive on my kitchen windowsill, and he promised to give me tips to help it thrive. After a week of chatting, he asked if I'd like to meet in person. "I know this great coffee shop," he wrote. "Quiet, cozy, and they have the best chai lattes in town. No pressure, of course, but I'd love to meet you." I hesitated for a moment. Meeting someone from an app is always a gamble, no matter how nice they seem. But Lucas had been nothing but kind and respectful so far, and there was something about him that made me feel safe. I said yes. The coffee shop was exactly as Lucas had described, quiet, cozy, and full of warm lighting that made even the rain-soaked street outside feel inviting. I got there a little early, as I always do, and grabbed a seat by the window. When Lucas walked in, I recognized him immediately. He looked just like his pictures, tall, lean, with shaggy brown hair and a soft smile that seemed to put everyone around him at ease. "Hey, you must be Lily," he said, his voice warm and friendly as he sat down across from me. "It's great to finally meet you." "You too," I said, smiling. The first hour flew by. Lucas was just as charming in person as he'd been over text. He told me about the greenhouse he'd built, how he was experimenting with growing tropical fruits, and how he'd recently started making his own herbal teas. He even gave me a few tips for keeping my basil plant alive, which I promptly wrote down. It was easy, comfortable. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I'd met someone who was genuinely good. But then, toward the end of the date, he said something that threw me off. "You should come by sometime," he said, stirring the last of his latte. "See the greenhouse. I think you'd love it." It sounded innocent enough, but something about the way he said it made me pause. I laughed nervously. "Maybe," I said. "I don't want to impose." "You wouldn't be," he said quickly, his smile widening. "I love showing it off. And it's peaceful. You'd see what I mean if you came by." I nodded, but I didn't commit to anything. It was too soon. Too fast. Over the next few days, Lucas kept texting me, and things seemed normal again. He asked how my basil plant was doing, sent me pictures of his greenhouse, and even shared a recipe for homemade pesto. He was sweet, thoughtful, and attentive without being overbearing. But then, one night, he sent me a picture that made my stomach twist. It was of a small potted plant, the kind you'd find in any garden center. But what caught my attention was the tag sticking out of the soil. It had my name written on it. "For your basil," the caption read. I stared at the photo, my heart beating faster. It was thoughtful, sure, but how did he know my name well enough to label a plant like that? And why was he tagging it like it was waiting for me? I didn't respond right away. Something about it felt too personal, too soon. And then a few nights later, I got another message from him. "Hey, I dropped something off for you. Let me know what you think." My stomach sank, and I immediately went to the door. Sitting on my welcome mat was a small potted basil plant, identical to the one in the photo. How did he know where I lived? I called Mia immediately, my voice shaking as I told her what had happened. "Block his number," she said firmly, "and call the cops if he shows up again." "That's not romantic, it's creepy." I blocked him that night. A few days later, I thought it was over. I hadn't heard from Lucas, and the basil plant was sitting outside on the balcony untouched. But then, one evening as I was coming home from work, I noticed something strange. There was a car parked across the street from my building. A black sedan, unmarked but clean, with tinted windows. I wouldn't have thought much of it, except for the fact that it had been there the night before, too. And the night before that. I tried to shake it off as a coincidence, but when I got to my door, I saw it. Another plant. This time, it was a small, flowering vine with bright green leaves and delicate white blossoms. The tag sticking out of the soil read, "For Lily. Come see the greenhouse." I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I went to the police. They took my statement, but without any direct threats, there wasn't much they could do. I changed my locks, started parking my car in a different lot, and made sure to always check my surroundings when I left the apartment. But the plants kept coming. Every few days, another one would show up on my doorstep. A fern, an orchid, a small palm tree, each one more elaborate than the last, each one with a tag that said, "Come see the greenhouse." I stopped going out at night. I stopped answering unknown numbers. I started sleeping with a kitchen knife under my pillow. And then one night I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping on my bedroom window. I live on the second floor. When I looked outside, there was no one there. Just a single, small potted plant sitting on the windowsill. The tag read, "I'll bring the greenhouse to you." It all started with a match on Tinder. He seemed decent, attractive, friendly, and someone who shared a similar work ethic, which was a refreshing change. We hit it off quickly over messages, swapping stories about our jobs and ambitions. After a few days of chatting, he asked if I wanted to go to the lake with him. A day at the lake? I thought. That sounded perfect. I pictured a cozy, scenic picnic, maybe with a couple of drinks, some good conversation, and a chance to enjoy nature. It felt casual yet thoughtful, the kind of date where you could relax but still get to know each other better. I eagerly said yes. The plan was to meet at a grocery store to pick up some drinks before heading to the lake. When I got there, he greeted me warmly, and everything seemed fine. At first, we browsed the store, chatting as we made our selections. I opted for a cute bottle of wine, something light and sweet that seemed fitting for a lakeside picnic. Then I glanced at his choice, a handle of Jim Beam. Red flag number 1. I hesitated for a moment, but decided not to overthink it. Maybe he liked bourbon, and maybe he wasn't planning to drink much. Still, a giant handle of whiskey for a casual outing felt excessive. We got to the checkout line, and that's when red flag number 2 reared its head. His card was declined. He didn't seem particularly embarrassed, though, just mildly annoyed. Try it again, he told the cashier, not asked, but told, in a way that felt a little off. When it failed again, he pulled out a second card and tried that. It worked, and we walked out with our drinks, but the whole interaction left a sour taste in my mouth. It wasn't the declined card that bothered me as much as his attitude. As we exited the store, I told him what my car looked like so we could head to the lake. That's when he said, almost casually, "I'm the truck with the boat." The truck with the boat? My stomach dropped. There had been no mention of a boat in our plans. I'm not someone who enjoys being out of control, and the thought of getting on a boat with a guy I'd just met, on a first date no less, immediately made me anxious. When we got to the lake, and I saw the speedboat hitched to the back of his truck, I tried to stay calm. I asked, trying to keep my tone light, "Oh, I didn't know you were bringing your boat." He shrugged, looking unbothered. "Yeah, I didn't know either, until today." Red flag number 3. At that point, I was on high alert. Everything about this felt reckless. He hadn't planned this out, he hadn't communicated with me, and now he was expecting me to climb into a speedboat on a lake where cell service was spotty at best, with someone I barely knew. I told him, as politely as I could, that boats made me nervous and I didn't feel comfortable going out on the water. Instead of listening or trying to reassure me, he brushed off my concerns, acting like I was overreacting. "We'll just drive around a bit, then," he said dismissively, as if I were a child afraid of the dark. So we drove around the lake in silence. The scenic charm I'd imagined was completely overshadowed by my growing discomfort. I felt trapped in this awkward situation, unable to relax or enjoy myself. He didn't make much effort to talk or connect, and the tension between us hung heavy in the air. After what felt like an eternity, he suggested grabbing dinner. I agreed, mostly because I wanted the date to have a definitive endpoint. We stopped at a Mexican restaurant 30 minutes before it closed. The rushed meal was a fitting conclusion to the awkward day. We barely spoke as we ate, and when it was over, he handed me my bottle of wine like it was some kind of consolation prize. I drove home that night knowing I'd never see him again. Needless to say, it was one of the most uncomfortable dates I've ever been on. The lack of communication, the red flags, the way he dismissed my feelings, it was all just too much. I never reached out to him again, and thankfully, he didn't try to contact me either. The whole experience left me questioning whether Tinder, or online dating in general, was even worth the hassle. But as it turns out, sometimes you just have to wade through a few bad dates to find the good ones. A few months after that fiasco, I matched with someone else on Tinder, a woman this time. We connected immediately, but in a completely different way. There were no grandiose plans or impulsive suggestions. Instead, we bonded over our shared sense of humor, our love for the same TV shows, and the easy flow of conversation. She was kind, thoughtful, and patient in a way that felt refreshing after my previous experiences. At first, we were just friends. I was still healing from a difficult breakup, and I wasn't sure if I was ready for something serious. She seemed to understand that, giving me the space I needed, while still showing genuine interest in getting to know me. There were moments when I thought our conversations might fizzle out. She even admitted later that she thought we had dry conversations at first, but something kept pulling us back to each other. 2 months after we first matched, we reconnected. This time, it felt different. I was ready to open up, and she was willing to meet me where I was. Slowly but surely, my walls came down. I let myself be vulnerable, and as I did, I found myself falling for her. Our relationship grew naturally and steadily. There were no rushed plans, no red flags, just a deepening connection built on trust and mutual respect. When she pursued me, even when I was still figuring out what I wanted, it showed me how serious she was about us. And when I finally allowed myself to take a risk with her, it paid off in ways I couldn't have imagined. 2 years later, we got engaged. She proposed on a quiet evening, just the two of us, and it was perfect. Now, as we plan our wedding, I often think back to the journey that brought us here. The bad dates, the awkward moments, the doubts and hesitations, they all led me to her. Online dating is a roller coaster, no doubt about it. But sometimes, when you're willing to take a chance, you find exactly what you're looking for. I may have started my Tinder experience with a red flag-filled disaster, but I ended it with the love of my life. And we're very happy. After a few days of swiping through profiles that ranged from, "I'm here for a good time, not a long time," to "let's smash the patriarchy together," I matched with Ben. Ben was cute in a scruffy, boy-next-door kind of way, floppy brown hair, glasses, and a big goofy grin in nearly every photo. His bio said, "Lover of bad movies, good pizza, and board games I'll definitely beat you at." It was basic, but honestly, I wasn't looking for Shakespeare. I just wanted a guy who could make me laugh and wouldn't ghost me after 3 messages. Ben messaged me first, which is always a good sign. The opener? "If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life, what would it be? And why is it tacos?" It was cheesy, but in a self-aware way, and I appreciated that. We started chatting, and before long, we were bantering like we'd known each other for years. He seemed funny, down to earth, and totally normal. Naturally, I ignored every red flag my true crime podcast addiction had taught me and agreed to meet him for dinner. The restaurant he picked was a trendy burger place downtown, the kind of spot where everything on the menu has some ironic name like The Big Dill or Beat It. I got there first, which was my plan. I like to scope out a place before the date arrives. You know, in case I need to make a quick exit or text Tasha my emergency escape code. I left my curling iron on. Ben showed up 5 minutes later, and I immediately recognized him from his photos. He was tall, lanky, and wearing a leather jacket that looked a little too big on him, but somehow worked. He smiled when he saw me, and I found myself relaxing a bit. "Hey, nice to finally meet you," he said, sliding into the booth across from me. "You too," I said. "I was worried you'd be a 50-year-old man using your nephew's photos." "Give me some credit," he joked. "I'm only 45. We laughed, and the tension melted away. So far, so good. The first part of the date was great. We talked about everything: our favorite movies, weird childhood stories, the time he accidentally set off the fire alarm in his college dorm because he tried to microwave a Pop-Tart. He was charming in that awkward, self-deprecating way that made me feel like I could let my guard down. Then about halfway through dinner, I noticed something odd. Ben kept shifting in his seat, like he was uncomfortable. At first, I thought maybe he just needed to adjust, but then he started twitching, like full-on, jerky little movements that he was clearly trying to hide. "Are you okay?" I asked, genuinely concerned. Yeah, he said quickly, waving it off. "Just, my jacket. It's kind of tight. Leather, you know. It's not super breathable." I nodded, though something about his explanation didn't sit right. The jacket didn't look tight. In fact, it looked a little loose on him, like it might be second-hand or borrowed. But I didn't want to press. Maybe he was just nervous. A few minutes later, as we were splitting an order of fries, it happened. Ben reached for a fry, and as he leaned forward, the sleeve of his jacket shifted just enough for me to catch a glimpse of something strange. At first, I thought it was a tattoo, something dark and textured on his forearm. But then I realized it wasn't ink. It was fur. "Oh, what's that?" I asked, pointing to his arm. Ben froze, his face turning bright red. "Oh, that's, He trailed off, looking like he wanted to crawl under the table. "Ben," I said slowly, trying to keep my voice calm, "are you wearing fur under your jacket?" He let out a nervous laugh and ran a hand through his hair. "Okay, so funny story." I braced myself. "There's nothing good that starts with funny story." "This isn't my jacket," he admitted. "I borrowed it from my roommate. And, I didn't realize until I got here that it's lined with rabbit fur." "Like real rabbit fur?" I blinked at him, not sure whether to laugh or scream. Why wouldn't you just take it off?" He grimaced. "Because I'm not wearing a shirt underneath." I stared at him, trying to process what I'd just heard. "You came to a first date shirtless?" "It wasn't intentional," he said, looking genuinely mortified. "I was running late, and I thought, oh, I'll just throw on the jacket and go. I didn't think I'd have to explain this." I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing. Not a polite chuckle, but a full-on, tears streaming down my face laugh. The absurdity of the situation was too much. Ben, to his credit, started laughing too, though his was more of a "I want the ground to swallow me whole" kind of laugh. The rest of the date was a blur of awkward hilarity. Every time he moved, the fur lining peeked out, and I had to fight the urge to make a werewolf in leather joke. By the time the check came, we were both red-faced and giggling like idiots. As we stepped outside, Ben turned to me, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. So, I guess I kind of ruined the whole cool leather jacket vibe, huh? You think? I teased, grinning. But hey, at least you'll never forget this date. Trust me, he said, smiling sheepishly. I'm never borrowing anything from my roommate again. We didn't end up going on a second date, but not because of the jacket incident. Ben was sweet, but there wasn't really a spark between us. Still, I'll never forget him, or the image of him sitting there in a fur-lined leather jacket, trying to act like he wasn't halfway to transforming into a woodland creature. Dating is weird, but at least it's never boring. This happened about 5 years ago, and I've only started talking about it recently, because it's one of those things that's so surreal, you kind of gaslight yourself into believing it didn't actually happen. Spoiler, it did. So, rewind to 2018. I was living in Seattle at the time, working at a coffee shop, and going through a particularly rough breakup. My best friend, Sarah, convinced me that the best way to move on was to get back out there and start dating again. And by dating, I mean she downloaded Tinder on my phone, set up my profile for me, and started swiping on dudes while I sat there eating ice cream and questioning all my life choices. A couple of days later, I matched with this guy named Evan. He was cute, dark hair, kind of scruffy, had this artsy vibe about him. His bio said something like, lover of books, long walks, and good conversation, which, yeah, sounds generic, but it was better than the 800 profiles that just said 6 feet 3 inches, because apparently that matters. We started chatting, and he was really charming. Like, he had this way of making you feel like you were the most interesting person in the world. He asked thoughtful questions, made jokes that were actually funny, and even recommended a book he thought I'd like. It was In Cold Blood by Truman Capote, and looking back, yeah, maybe that should have been a clue. After about a week of texting, he asked if I wanted to meet up for coffee. Normally, I'd be a little hesitant about meeting someone from an app so soon, but he seemed so normal and sweet that I figured, why not? Plus, we were meeting in public, so I wasn't too worried. We met at this little indie coffee shop in Capitol Hill. I got there first and grabbed a table by the window, and when Evan walked in, I immediately recognized him. He looked just like his pictures, tall, lean, with this kind of quiet confidence about him. He smiled when he saw me, and I remember thinking, wow, this guy's even better in person. The date started off great. He was easy to talk to, funny, and had this calm, almost soothing presence. We talked about books, movies, and random Seattle stuff like the best places to get pho at 2 a.m. At one point, he asked if I wanted to go for a walk, and since it was a nice day, I said sure. We ended up walking to Volunteer Park, which, for those of you who don't know, is this big park with trails, a conservatory, and a water tower you can climb for a view of the city. It was honestly really nice. He seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me, and I remember thinking, this could actually go somewhere. But then things got weird. It started with little things. Like, as we were walking, he kept steering the conversation toward darker topics. He asked if I believed in the death penalty, if I thought people were born evil, and what I thought about forgiveness. At first, I thought he was just trying to be deep or philosophical, but the way he talked about it was unsettling. At one point, he asked, "Do you think some people deserve to die?" I kind of laughed nervously and said, I guess it depends on what they've done." He nodded, looking thoughtful. "It's interesting, isn't it? The idea of justice. Like, who gets to decide what's fair?" I didn't know what to say, so I just kind of shrugged and changed the subject. When we got to the water tower, he suggested we climb to the top. I was a little hesitant. It's not super busy up there, and the whole "do you think people deserve to die" conversation was still fresh in my mind. But I didn't want to seem paranoid, so I agreed. When we got to the top, the view was incredible. You could see the whole city, the mountains, everything. For a minute, I forgot about how weird the conversation had been. But then, Evan leaned against the railing and said something that made my stomach drop. This would be a good place to disappear someone. I froze. "What?" He smiled like he'd just told a joke. "I'm kidding. Like in those crime shows. Someone gets pushed off a building, and no one even knows who did it." I laughed nervously, but I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. I decided right then and there that I needed to end the date. We climbed back down, and as soon as we got to the bottom, I faked a text from Sarah saying she needed me to help her with something. Evan didn't seem bothered. He just smiled and said, "No problem. Let me know if you want to hang out again." I nodded, trying to seem casual, and practically speed walked back to my car. Here's where things get really messed up. A few months later, I was scrolling through the news when I saw a headline that made my blood run cold. Suspected serial killer Evan J. arrested in connection with multiple murders. I clicked on the article, and there he was. Evan, the guy I'd gone on a date with. According to the police, he'd been luring women through dating apps, meeting them for coffee or dinner, and then convincing them to go somewhere more secluded. His victims were found in parks, forests, and hiking trails around the Seattle area. The worst part? Volunteer Park was one of his hunting grounds. I sat there staring at my phone, feeling like I was going to throw up. It was like my brain couldn't process it. The sweet, funny guy I'd gone on a date with was a literal serial killer. I called Sarah right away and told her everything. She made me promise to report it to the police, just in case they needed more information. I did, but honestly, I still get chills thinking about how close I came to being one of his victims. So yeah, to fool by going on a date with a serial killer. Moral of the story? Always trust your gut. And maybe don't agree to climb a water tower with a guy who asks if people deserve to die. I bartend at this craft cocktail bar in my town, quite a nice place. It was just prior to this past Christmas. My female friend was there visiting, and this one girl came in alone, and we really hit it off instantly. Vibe was great. I let her and my friend chat a while. We had talked about getting her to join us for yoga. I gave her my number and she left. Didn't hear from her for a while, but eventually I got a text. Hey, I just put on this little black dress to come visit you and the place is closed. So we started chatting a bit. Conversation was fantastic. Planned a date for that Thursday. Met and again. Instantly the vibe was immaculate. We had to make it brief, 45 minutes only, but it went so well that we were literally making out in the parking lot before we split ways. Kept talking again for another week until our second date, and we both made it very clear that we were very much into each other. She even showed me a conversation she had with her sister about how shocked her sister was she was letting a man pursue her, because it had been 2 years since she had allowed that. Second date arrives, we meet, are holding hands across the table, starting lovingly into each other's eyes. I was like, wow, is this what it's like to fall in love? She gets a phone call and starts holding back tears. She's got to go to the hospital. Her mom has been in poor health for about 4 years, she said. And it's this again. She was profusely sorry and made sure to say that she wanted to see me again as soon as possible. Gave me a kiss and left. Worried sick about her, I text her the next day, message only registered as sent, not delivered or read. So curious, I pick up the phone and call, and that's when I figured out my number got blocked, lol. Several months later, still no word or sight of her. What's crazy is I actually had to go through a short 3-day grieving period, even though it was literally a 1-week thing start to finish, lol. I've been ghosted before, but never anything like that, especially after having felt such a connection that she has confirmed to me was mutual. Looking back, she mentioned she had to set an alarm on her phone to take her meds every day, but I can't really confirm much from that about her mental state. But either way, that shit sucked. Didn't want to go on a date for a few weeks after that. Guy I met on Hinge were talking for a bit, and he invited me on a date to the zoo. I love animals, and it was the start of summer, and incredibly hot out, so I figured it'd be great to get my steps in and look at critters. I show up, he's wearing a clown sweater, long jeans, and boots. Meanwhile, I'm in jean shorts and a tank top with a water bottle. I was confused on why he was dressed so warmly as it was 90 degrees and humid, but I ignored it. We walked and then took the subway, and he knew the city better than I did. Tried making conversation, and he was virtually silent the whole ride. I made comments about how excited I was to go to the zoo, as I hadn't been to one in a while. He doesn't respond to this, weird, but I assumed he might be nervous and let it go. We get off our stop, and he goes, "We're here." I look up confused. We aren't at the zoo. He took me to the Death Museum, as in a museum with real corpses and organs and the macabre. And listen, I would have been into it if I knew that's where we were going, but he asked me to go to the zoo. Spent the whole date awkwardly looking at colons and skulls and bogged bodies. Kept trying to make conversation, but quickly realized he was just not a talking person IRL. Complete 180 from how he was over text, but I found him attractive, so I kept trying. It came time to leave and grab food, and people were out walking their dogs. It was a wonderful day, and being inside a dark, freezing building. Had to be cold to preserve the bodies and such. Being outside again was so nice. We had food from a truck. A lady walked by with a gorgeous giant dog, and I said, "Ah, so cute," and complimented her dog. After she left, my date said he couldn't stand dogs with an annoyed face, and at that point things felt so awkward. We finished eating, and were heading back to The subway so I could get to my car and leave. I kid you not, when we got off the subway, a man on the platform stabbed two people in front of us, and apparently had done this at a previous stop, and police were waiting to catch him at the top of the stairs. Me and my date had to walk through literal blood splatter and past paramedics to get back to the surface. I was officially bewildered, and he laughed about it, and he gave me an awkward fist bump and went back to his dorm. I took it all as a sign to stop seeing him and ghosted. This was all in Philadelphia, if you are curious. Clown sweater guy, I hope you find someone for you, weirdo. When I came across his profile, I wasn't immediately sold, but there was something about his messages, charming, self-deprecating humor, quick replies, that piqued my curiosity. He suggested we meet, and before I could talk myself out of it, I agreed. He wanted to see my favorite hiking trail. It seemed harmless enough. A busy trail, popular even in the rain, more of a scenic walking path than a trek into the wilderness. Looking back, I should have known better. The day of the date, a light rain had started to fall, leaving the air sticky and thick. I pulled into the trailhead parking lot and spotted his car. He was waiting inside, and I joined him to wait out the drizzle. It felt awkward immediately. There's something about sitting in a car with a stranger that makes the silence heavier, the small talk sharper-edged. He seemed normal enough at first, fiddling with his keys and talking about the weather. Then, out of nowhere, he pulled a pill bottle from his pocket, popped it open, and casually took something. Klonopin, he said. No big deal. People take medication all the time. But then he turned to me and said, "Want one?" I laughed nervously. "No, I'm good." He asked again a few minutes later, his tone playful but insistent. "Are you sure? Just one. It'll chill you out." I said no, I replied firmly. A faint alarm bell rang in my head. Offering once was weird, but 3 times? That was something else. I brushed it off, though. Maybe he was just awkward. Maybe I was overreacting. When the rain lightened, we started the hike. The forest smelled damp and earthy, the trail lined with towering trees whose leaves dripped from the earlier rain. We walked side by side, talking, or rather, he talked, and I listened. He told me about his life, about his wealthy parents who owned a second home in my town. They let him live there rent-free, and recently, he'd turned it into what he called an artist collective. "We're just a bunch of creatives living together," he explained, grinning. "Sharing ideas, making art." When I asked what kind of art they made, his grin faltered. "Oh, you know," he said vaguely. "We're still figuring it out. Mostly we just hang out, drink, and smoke. Build the vibe." I didn't have the heart to point out that didn't sound much like an artist collective. Instead, I told him about nursing school, about how hard I'd worked to get in, and how much I wanted to make a difference. His response caught me off guard. "That sounds like it'd be really hard on me if we were together," he said, his tone almost accusing. "I need someone who can be fully present, you know?" My stomach sank. Clingy wasn't even the word for it. Possessive? Controlling? I wasn't sure, but whatever it was, it sent a shiver up my spine. By the time the hike was over, I was already counting down the minutes until the date would end. But it wasn't over yet. He wanted to stop by Target, and I felt too awkward to say no. Inside the store, he wandered the aisles aimlessly, picking up a laundry basket and several kinds of socks. More socks than any one person could reasonably need. His sense of humor, which had seemed endearing in text, took on a strange, almost childish edge. He made bizarre noises at other shoppers, drawing confused glances and making me cringe, so hard I wanted to disappear into the floor. When it was finally time to leave, I drove him back to his car at the trailhead. Relief washed over me as I said goodbye, but it was short-lived. When I got home, I realized he'd left his socks in my back seat. Great. Now I had to see him again to give them back. That's when I noticed my phone had died. Plugging it in, I was greeted by a flood of missed calls and texts. 15 missed calls. Dozens of messages. My heart sank as I scrolled through them, all variations of "Are you okay?" and "Please respond." It had only been an hour since we'd parted ways. 1 hour. I felt the creepiness crawl over me like a second skin. This wasn't normal. This wasn't okay. I texted him back to let him know I was fine, but made it clear that I didn't feel a connection and didn't want to take things further. His response was intense. The calls and texts didn't stop. By the next day, he'd sent more messages, still asking if I was okay. "I had a dream you died," one of them said. It felt so real. I even searched for your name in the news to make sure it didn't happen. I didn't reply. What could I even say to that? I started ignoring the messages, hoping he'd get the hint. But then, a text came that sent a chill down my spine. "Fine." This is how supervillains are born. Supervillains? Was that supposed to be a joke? A threat? I didn't wait to find out. I blocked his number and deleted his messages. For days afterward, I felt a lingering unease, like his presence was still hovering over me. I replayed the date in my mind, trying to figure out where it had gone so wrong, why I hadn't seen the red flags earlier. The Klonopin, the artist collective, the possessive comment about nursing school, it all seemed so obvious in hindsight. But at the time, I'd chalked it up to nerves, to quirks, to anything other than what it truly was, a disaster waiting to unfold. Posted this one before, but here you go again. It was grade 11, and I had just moved to a new town. I quickly became attracted to this one girl, and would have given my left nut for a date. We got paired up to be partners in our food and fabrics class, and I totally pulled out all the stops. I was doing whatever it took to get a date with this girl. In the class, there were a couple projects where you would have to sew a pillowcase, or a pair of pajamas, etc. My family didn't have a sewing machine, so we would do the projects at her house. Upon these visits, I began to question how badly I wanted this girl. She lived in what appeared to be a wood cabin, and her father seemed legitimately insane. The walls were lined with animal skulls. The guy was a hardcore hunter. He had bearskin rugs and antlers all over the place. He would always walk around with his shirt off, drinking a Budweiser, chewing tobacco, carrying a shotgun. He never spoke a word to me. By this time I was starting to gain some friendships in the school, and one of the guys I met, Neil, noticed that I'd taken a liking to her. He then asked me if I'd heard about her parents. He then proceeded to tell me that her dad killed her mom and got away with it. Her body was found in the middle of town, pumped by a couple of rounds from a shotgun. He got off on the charges from lack of proof, and she had to live with him because he was her last living relative. At this point, I was like, WTF? The story made no sense, and I wasn't about to believe it, but it definitely kinda rattled me. But there was no way that I was going to bring it up to her. Anyways, a little time passes, and I ask her out. I go to her place to grab her, and she's gorgeous. Her dad makes a comment about, you know what'll happen to you if you touch her, and suddenly the story is the only thing I can think about. We went skating, then to a movie, but I was terrified the whole time. I just couldn't get the thought out of my head that her dad was going to kill me when we got back to her place. So after a subpar date, I start the long drive back to her place. We get to the end of her driveway, long driveway, she had an acreage, and she gets me to park and turn of the lights. She wants a kiss. At this point, forget her dad. I lean over and put some moves on. We stop, and I turn the lights back on. There's blood in the snow at the end of the driveway. I wanted to say something, but didn't want to sound like a pussy. Her dad was a hunter, right? I'm sure there's a logical explanation. I put the car in drive and start the winding drive down her driveway. The trail of blood seems to be getting thicker, and I'm getting more freaked out. She still says nothing as she's fixing her hair in her mirror. I keep driving. More blood. I turn the last corner of her driveway and see my headlights shift from the trees to her father, standing in the middle of the driveway, covered in blood. Blood all around him. Huge fucking knife in hand. And what appeared to be a naked human body lying at his feet. I start hyperventilating. Suddenly I'm crying and don't know why. I piss my pants. Her dad takes me to the hospital. Turns out I have had mild asthma for my entire life and had a panic attack. The dad found a bear at the end of the driveway, shot it, drug it down the driveway and skinned it, or at least the part one saw, before we got back. Anyways, that was a little over 3 years ago, and I'm still with the girl. Her dad calls me a pussy all the time, except we've gone on hunting trips together, and I'm pretty sure he's a fan. Neil was a jealous ex, her parents split up, her mom's actually pretty awesome too. So, that was my worst date ever. The night began like so many others in my college life, late, lazy, and entirely unremarkable. I was scrolling through my OkCupid messages when a new one popped up, the notification breaking the monotony of my evening. It was her. Her profile had been average, not someone I'd swipe on instinctively, but her messages were engaging enough to pique my interest. She was quick with her words, seemed eager to meet, and when she suggested grabbing food, I figured why not. It was already 9 p.m., I hadn't eaten yet, and a diner meetup sounded harmless enough. I told myself it wouldn't be life-changing, just a casual dinner, a chance to connect. But what unfolded that night was something I could never have anticipated, something so bizarre and nightmarish it would live rent-free in my head for years. When I pulled up to the local diner, I was still trying to temper my expectations. Her profile picture, though not exactly my type, had been perfectly reasonable. But as soon as she walked through the door, I felt my stomach tighten in a way that had nothing to do with hunger. She wasn't what I'd expected, at all. Standing before me was a woman about 5 feet 2 inches, and somewhere in the range of 190 to 210 pounds. That in itself wasn't an issue. People looked different in real life, and I was prepared to roll with it. But there was something about her demeanor, her presence, that was toadish. Her movements were awkward, her smile forced, her energy heavy in a way that sucked the air out of the room. I tried to shrug it off. Looks weren't everything, and first impressions could be deceiving. Then I noticed she wasn't alone. Trailing behind her was a friend. And not just any friend, a 16-year-old girl. My date, by the way, was 20. I was 22. I froze for a moment, confused, as my mind tried to connect the dots. What was a 16-year-old doing here? Before I could even ask, another person walked in. A second friend, older, carrying a squirming toddler in her arms. I blinked. Was this real life? The whole group shuffled toward me, laughing loudly and cracking open cans of Monster Energy drinks as they plopped down at the booth. Yes, they had brought their own drinks into the diner. The server gave us a pointed look but said nothing, and I knew from that moment that the night was spiraling into something far beyond my control. I sat there, dumbfounded, as chaos unfolded around me. The toddler's mom, one of the 2 random tagalongs, quickly ran out of juice for the kid's sippy cup. Without missing a beat, she poured her Monster Energy drink into it and handed it back. The toddler took a few eager gulps before tossing the cup aside and grabbing the sugar shaker from the table. You know the kind, the metal cylinder with the little flap on top. The kid managed to dump sugar all over the table before shoving fistfuls of it into her mouth. The mom, she laughed. The friends, they laughed harder. And my date, she didn't even glance in my direction. I should have left then and there, but a part of me was too stunned to move. I kept thinking, this can't get worse. It always does. The 3 of them ignored me entirely, chatting amongst themselves like they were in their own private bubble. They reminisced about high school, gushing over which boys they'd had crushes on and who'd gotten fat after graduation. I wasn't even a blip on their radar. I might as well have been invisible. The server brought out my chicken sandwich, a lone island of normalcy in the chaos. I picked at it half-heartedly, tuning in and out of their conversation. I didn't even know how to interject, and at this point, I wasn't sure I wanted to. They were loud, oblivious, and obliviously loud. The toddler had graduated from eating sugar off the table to smearing it across her face, and nobody seemed to care. By the 5-minute mark, I'd given up on salvaging any sense of dignity. I focused on eating half of my sandwich, resigned to the fact that this was the worst date of my life. I didn't even know what the hell was happening anymore. Who brings a friend? Or 2? And a toddler? To a date? When I finally decided I couldn't take another second of this madness, I excused myself. Nobody noticed. Not my date, not her friends, not even the toddler, who was now licking sugar directly off the table like a deranged cat. I walked up to the counter, caught the server's eye, and apologized profusely for the disaster at the table. I slipped her $50, way more than the meal cost, but I couldn't leave knowing she'd have to clean up that mess without something to soften the blow. Then I got the hell out. As I walked to my car, the cool night air hit me, and I felt like I'd escaped a war zone. My hands were still shaking as I gripped the steering wheel and drove home. I didn't even bother checking my phone when I got back. My roommates were waiting, eager for the post-date debrief. "How'd it go?" one of them asked, grinning. I flopped onto the couch and stared at the ceiling for a long moment before answering. "Let me tell you about the worst night of my life." And so, I recounted the chaos, the monster-drinking toddler, the sugar-covered table, the bizarre absence of any acknowledgement that I was even there. By the end, my roommates were howling with laughter. "It sounds like a fever dream," one of them said. "You're making this up." "I wish I was," I muttered. That night, I swore off OkCupid for good. I don't know what happened to my date or her entourage, and I don't care. But one thing's for sure, no amount of late-night hunger is worth what I went through. About a year ago, I went on a date with this guy who I had a few classes with. Let's call him Dice Guy. I lost touch with Dice Guy after the classes were over, and a few months later, he adds me on Facebook during the second semester of my freshman year. We exchange some messages, and he begins to explain that he has dropped out of university due to personal reasons. To be honest, I really didn't know much about him other than the insightful comments he made during class discussions. One day I was bored, and he suggests that we go out on a date. What was about to come was worst date ever. Because he dropped out of the university, he lives at home. He has a license to drive as well as some cars. I lived about 30 minutes away, and he asks me to drive. I thought, okay, might as well, because we were headed for a zoo about 20 more minutes away. He lived closer to it. I pick him up, he loads my car with his camera gear, a backpack, a heavy-ass tripod, and some random equipment. We're just going to the goddamn zoo, not a National Geographic photo shoot in the Costa Rican rainforests. I ended up wasting half a tank of gas, $30, just to pick him up and go to the zoo. I had also paid $5 for parking. Admission was cheap, about $7 for students, and because he still had his student ID, he got in for that price. Usually guys would offer to pay for movie tickets or dinners and whatnot, but Dice Guy thought I didn't deserve this. I paid for gas money and parking, and soon I will find I will pay for a lot of things, and the Chia Pass wouldn't fork over $7, so I ended up paying for it. The zoo had some pretty miserable looking animals, and Dice Guy went on and on about his photographic repertoire. He then started talking about how he likes watching animals being eaten by other animals, and how attractive Virginia Woolf was. When I spoke, he would immediately interrupt with his own stories, or ask me why my stories were worth talking about. We later went out to eat, and when the check arrived, he looked at me expectantly. The meal was only about $20 for both of us. He still didn't offer to pay, but would begrudgingly pay for his own. I had to take the check to the waitress to split it, and we ended up paying separately. When I thought the date was over, he suggests that we should drive an hour towards our university. It was still early in the day, and I told him I was almost out of gas. He says, well, go get some. I was stupid enough to do this, thinking he would pay, but nope. Instead, after I got back into the car and on the interstate, he whips out this big plastic canister containing a bunch of rocks. However, these rocks were colorful, geometric, and had numbers on them. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, oh, I'm just looking at them. These are my dice for Dungeons and Dragons. I always keep them in my pocket, because I never want to lose them. I laughed nervously and thought I would let this slide. After all, most people have their own hobbies and interests that they're passionate about. While driving, he started to rant about his ex-girlfriend. I had a few classes with her, and she was a very sweet girl. Dice Guy disagrees, and was apparently still bitter about their breakup. He said, yeah, I still stalk her on Facebook. She has a boyfriend. I sent her emails telling her she made love like a statue and what a sadistic bitch she was. I just nodded and kept driving. He continues, when she didn't reply to those emails, I started emailing all her other email accounts she had in junior high and tried getting passwords to them. I asked, why did you do that, Dice Guy? I don't know, but she deleted those email accounts. I tried getting a hold of her new ones. I also emailed her new boyfriend and chewed him out. You should see it. I did such a good job. At this point I was already scared of him, but then he begins to elaborate on dropping out of university. Turns out that he was actually suspended for some reason. He will not tell me exactly why, which made his roommate freak out. His roommate had reported him to the university police, and Dice Guy was instructed to pack up his things and leave, never to return. I asked him if it was okay to go visit the university, and he said no, because there is a detective guy working there, and he caught me on campus before. It's okay though, I doubt he'll see me. I wasn't aware of what was going on, but apparently Dice Guy probably did something really bad that the university needs a detective to be on the lookout for him. I had my iPod plugged into the car and music was playing, and Dice Guy disconnects the AUX cord and plugs in his voice recorder. WTF, Dice Guy? I want you to listen to my voice in the very last lecture I attended. It's a recording he made of himself talking to his instructor in a class, and how he felt about being suspended from school. I forget most of what the recording was about, but the bulk of it began with, hello, can I go off topic and tell everyone what's been bothering me? Dice Guy went on a tirade about not trusting anyone anymore, especially his roommate. You can hear the snickers from other students in the background and how flustered the instructor was. It was extremely painful to listen to. We walked around campus, and he started pulling out some papers. It was graded by a professor, and Dice Guy started beaming. This was the best paper I've ever written. I keep it around with me all the time. I asked him why he carried it around with him, but instead he pulled out more stuff. There was some hideous drawing with a snake eating its own tail and ugly writing all around it. This is a piece of artwork I made. I'm going to have it as a medallion one day. It was starting to get late, and there would be a long drive home, so we headed back. On the way, there is a toll booth, $5. Of course, I end up paying while Dice Guy replays his fucking recording again over my car stereo. I was already extremely infuriated and sped him back to his house another hour. We said goodbyes, and he immediately texts me later asking to hang out again, but I didn't reply. The following day, he texts me again. Hey, I left my camera equipment in your car. Great. A friend told me that he would purposely leave his shit, in my case, camera equipment, in cars just to revisit you again in case you break off contact. Dice Guy finds out where I work. I had the opening shift, and goes to take his equipment. My workplace hasn't opened yet, but the pet store next door was, and he drags me inside to look at snakes. I would love a snake and watch it feed on mice. I love watching animals kill things too. Isn't it so epic? I had cut off contact with him and ignored his texts after that day. He would sometimes go into my workplace and try to talk to me, but I would immediately try to speak to another customer and look busy. Some of my co-workers even warned me if he was in the store, in which case I would hide. I ended up quitting my job in order to focus on school, and he messaged me almost a few days after I quit asking what I was up to, and if I still worked at the same place, and if I wanted to go out on a date again. After I blocked him, he made another FB account asking why I blocked him. Honestly, I was fucking scared of this guy. I was 15, young, naive, and hopelessly boy crazy. Every fleeting glance or half-hearted compliment from a guy had me spinning fantasies of epic romance. I wasn't picky. If you told me I was pretty, chances were I'd develop a crush on you. But then came Jesse. Jesse wasn't just another guy. Jesse was something else entirely. We met through a mutual friend. He wasn't exactly my type, but when he called me pretty, I felt a flutter of possibility. At 15, that's all it took. A simple compliment could crack open the door to daydreams of holding hands, whispered secrets, and, if things went well, one of those sweet teenage love stories you see in movies. I decided to give him a chance. A couple of weeks later, Jesse and I planned our first official date at the mall. I was a bundle of nerves, spending way too long picking out an outfit and convincing myself that this could be the start of something magical. When I finally saw him waiting for me, his smile stretched wide as he waved. My stomach did a little flip. It wasn't love at first sight, but it was something. The first half of the date was straight out of a rom-com. We walked through the mall hand in hand, laughing and joking, and I remember thinking, this isn't so bad. Maybe he's actually a catch. We grabbed sodas from the food court, played around in a cheesy photo booth, and wandered aimlessly through stores we couldn't afford. Everything was light, sweet, and entirely typical. Then things took a turn. We found a bench tucked away in a quieter section of the mall, and Jesse suggested we sit for a while. I shrugged and sat down, still smiling, still lost in the glow of newness. He turned to me, his expression suddenly serious, and looked deep into my eyes. And I mean deep. Wow, he said, his voice soft but intense. When I look at you, when I look into your eyes, I feel like I'm looking into your soul. I froze. My brain scrambled to process the words. Was this a compliment? A confession? Or something else entirely? I was 15, remember. Romantic, yes. Prepared for this? Absolutely not. I smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. But he wasn't done. DF awesome, he said, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. I know this seems soon, but I think you might be my soulmate. Soulmate. On a first date. At the mall. I stared at him, my smile slipping just a fraction as he kept going. I can't wait until the day we can get married, he said, his eyes still locked on mine. Have babies together. Build a life. It's going to be amazing, don't you think? Don't you think? What the hell was I supposed to think? 1 minute we were sipping sodas and goofing off, and now this guy was essentially proposing to me on a bench outside Eclair's. My mind reeled as the weight of his words sank in. I'm 15. I'm on a first date, and this guy is talking about marriage and babies. For a moment, I just sat there stunned. Part of me wanted to laugh, but another part of me was scared. The intensity in his eyes wasn't playful or teasing. It was serious. Dead serious. And I realized with a cold jolt that Jesse genuinely believed everything he was saying. This wasn't just a line. He actually thought I was his soulmate, and he was laying out our future like it was the most natural thing in the world. I knew I had to get out of there. Oh, I said, standing up quickly and forcing a nervous laugh. Wow. That's a lot. I need to use the bathroom. He looked confused, maybe even a little hurt, but I didn't stick around to explain. I turned and walked away as fast as I could without breaking into a full-on sprint. My heart was pounding, my face burning with a mix of embarrassment and panic. I ducked into the nearest store, pretending to browse while I tried to figure out my next move. After a few minutes, I peeked out from behind a rack of clothes, half expecting Jesse to be standing there, waiting for me. Thankfully, he wasn't. I bolted for the exit, pulling out my phone to text a friend for a ride. There was no way I was going back to that bench, or to Jesse. I ghosted him after that, deleted his number, ignored his texts, and avoided the mutual friend who had introduced us. For weeks, I lived in fear that I'd run into him at the mall or somewhere else, but thankfully, our paths never crossed again. Looking back, it's almost funny how quickly things went from sweet and innocent to full-blown run for your life. Almost. At the time, though, it was one of the most bizarre and uncomfortable experiences of my teenage years. I mean, who talks about marriage and babies on a first date? At the mall. One time I was talking to this girl via MySpace that randomly friended me. I was 17 at the time, very dumb of me. And she happened to live around 15 minutes from me. She told me that her and her cousin were throwing a party at their place later, and that I should come. I was bored and recently got out of a relationship, so I thought even though I had never met this chick, it'd be a good idea to go over and try to meet some new girls. I look up the directions to her place, and I can tell it's in a backwoods area. I live in Louisiana. So I was already thinking it was sketchy, but I went with it. I find the place, and it turns out to be this really shitty-looking trailer park like some place you would definitely find a few small meth labs. I walk up, and the girl lets me in, and it's got this extremely weird feeling in the air. I sit down and start talking to the girl. She's the only one there at this point. And she was just talking about music and whatnot, and then was saying her cousin saw me on MySpace and was looking to hook up with somebody, so I could easily get lucky tonight. I was thinking that'd be awesome if the girl was attractive, I might go with it. But about 1 minute later the cousin walks in with a fucking baby attached to her tit, and comes and introduces herself to me. This chick was fairly large and had some serious meth teeth. The area I lived around that time had some real problems with the shit, and the most country accent I had ever heard at that time. At this point I'm freaking the fuck out inside my head, because having never been in this situation, I'm just absolutely astonished. So these two girls who I've now definitely concluded are crazy are sitting there talking to me, baby still sucking on the cousin's boob, when this guy with a lazy eye walks in with one of those cardboard cup holder things you would get from McDonald's holding 4 daiquiris. I'm not even sure that this shit is actually happening when he walks in, because it seems like one of those situations you would only see in a movie. So the chick with the baby on her tit says that now that the drinks are here, it's time to party, which makes it even weirder that the plan for a party was us 4. Anyway, the chick puts the baby in a car seat type thing, and puts the fucking baby in the bathroom and shuts the door. Now I know shit is way out of hand, and I'm not even going to stick around for whatever would happen next. After the chick went and put her baby in the bathroom, the guy looks around on the entertainment center and finds some burnt CD and puts it into this really beat-up looking stereo system. The reason I saved stereo is because it was like, I'm having a hard time describing this, but it was pretty much a CD player that was somehow spliced together to 2 really old computer speakers. So the guy presses few buttons on the stereo player, and it starts playing this really shitty techno music, and as you can imagine the quality of the speakers was horrendous. This really caught me off guard because as you can tell, these were some really white trash / redneck looking people. So they start drinking daiquiris and offer me some, to which I decline. I sat through about 1 song when the chick that just locked her baby in the bathroom, the baby was awake, by the way, got her cousin to move away from me, and she sat next to me and started rubbing my leg, and was telling me how she was feeling so lonely because her and her baby daddy had just broken up and she needed a friend. This was as far as I was going to let this go, so I do that old thing where you get your phone to set off its own ringer, and I went outside to take a call. As soon as I get outside, I make a dash to my truck, open the door, turn the thing on and floored it in reverse, sending rocks from the gravel road everywhere. I hauled ass out of that trailer park. After a few minutes I guess they realized that I wasn't there, and the first girl I had talked to on MySpace kept calling my phone, but I never answered. As soon as I got home I removed her, blocked her, whatever the fuck you had to do on MySpace to keep somebody from seeing you. I know this may not have exactly been a date, but I classify it as such because I went in with the intent of fucking some chick. That was the only time I ever looked on the internet for a hookup or even gave it a single thought. To this day, I don't know what happened to those people, but I hope that baby grows up and realizes that her mother is fucking insane. I was walking down the street, cradling my old beat-up flip phone, the kind that creaked when you flipped it open and felt like a relic even then. I was wrapping up a phone call when it happened. Wham! My shoulder slammed into someone, and the phone slipped out of my hand, clattering to the sidewalk. "Sorry," I stammered, kneeling to retrieve it. My brain barely registered the person I'd collided with, a quick flash of red hair, a murmured apology from her, and I was already hustling back to work. 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I flipped it open, expecting another work call. "Hello." "Hey," a soft voice said, tinged with amusement. "I think we accidentally swapped phones." For a second, I didn't understand. But then it clicked, same model, same beat-up state. I'd grabbed her phone in the chaos. "Oh wow, I think you're right. My bad." "No worries," she said, laughing lightly. "Want to meet up after work to switch back?" We agreed on a coffee shop near downtown, and when I walked in later that day, I spotted her instantly. She was sitting near the window, a sharp, professional-looking ginger in a suit dress, sipping on what looked like an espresso. She glanced up, caught my eye, and smiled. I won't lie, she was cute. Really cute. The kind of cute that makes you sit up straighter and wish you'd bothered ironing your shirt that morning. We chatted for a while, both laughing at the absurdity of the phone mix-up. She worked at a bank, loved the same movies I did, and even joked about how she thought fate might have orchestrated the whole incident. Before I knew it, we'd made plans for dinner that weekend. Saturday evening rolled around, and I was optimistic. Maybe this was one of those meet-cute stories people gush about. I pulled up to her place, parked, and waited. When the door opened, I blinked. Twice. The ginger who walked out was barely recognizable. Gone was the polished bank attire, replaced by platform boots that must have added at least 4 inches to her height, fishnet stockings that shimmered in the porch light, and a corset-like top that left little to the imagination. Her hair, once sleek, was now spiked dramatically. "Wow," I said, scrambling to keep my surprise in check. "You look ready for a fun night." She laughed. "I know, right? Let's go." I shrugged off my hesitation, reminding myself not to judge a book by its cover. Style was personal, and if her personality was as great as it had been at the coffee shop, this could still be amazing. On the way, we fell into an easy rhythm. She laughed at my jokes, matched my banter, and even one-upped me a few times. My spirits lifted. She asked what the plan was for the night, and I decided to joke about it. "Well," I said, grinning, "I'm taking you to my absolute favorite high-end dining establishment. If you're lucky, I might even supersize it. McDonald's," she said, catching on immediately and playing along. "A Big Mac? Oh, be still my heart." We both laughed, and I felt the tension from earlier melt away. This girl might have wild fashion, but she had wit to match. When we pulled into the parking lot of a cozy, upscale pub, I killed the engine. Her smile faltered. "What about McDonald's?" At first, I thought she was kidding, but the look on her face told me she wasn't. I chuckled nervously. "I was joking about that. Thought you caught on." "Oh," she said, her tone flat. "Okay." We headed inside and found a table. The vibe was warm and inviting, a place where the dim lighting and wooden beams made it feel timeless. I ordered a scotch to steady my nerves. She, however, ordered the largest boot of Bud Light I'd ever seen. For a moment, I was impressed by her confidence, until she leaned in close and whispered, loud enough for nearby tables to hear, "I can't believe they let his kind into a place like this. We'd better check our food for spit." I froze. Our waiter was black, and he'd just walked away from our table. The man had ears, and judging by the stiffening of his shoulders, he'd heard every word. My stomach dropped. Surely I misheard her. Nobody says things like that in public, right? But no. She kept going, leaning over her massive glass boot and whispering a steady stream of vile commentary about racial superiority. I could feel the panic bubbling up inside me. The cozy pub, the polished wooden beams, the faint hum of laughter from nearby tables, it all felt surreal. How had this funny, engaging woman from the coffee shop turned into this? Dinner arrived, and she made a show of inspecting her plate for spit. My appetite vanished, replaced by a nauseating cocktail of secondhand embarrassment and anger. I caught the waiter's eye and gave him a look I hoped conveyed my apologies. He nodded faintly, his professionalism unwavering. By the time she'd polished off 3 more boots of beer, I was counting down the minutes until I could escape. She excused herself to the bathroom, giving me the opportunity to settle the check. I waved over the waiter and apologized profusely. "Don't worry about it," he said, his voice calm and measured. "There are all kinds of people in this world." He gave me a small, understanding smile that only made me feel worse. I tipped him generously, hoping it would at least soften the blow of the night. When she returned, I braced myself for round two. Instead, she lit a cigarette in my car without asking, filling the small space with smoke. "We should totally go shooting at my dad's farm," she said, exhaling casually. "What's your favorite gun?" I muttered something about not being much of a shooter and pointed out that it was getting late. Thankfully, she didn't argue. When I dropped her off, she turned to me with a smile. "This was great, except for that slur waiter. We should totally get that Big Mac next time. See you soon." I didn't even respond. I just nodded, forced a weak smile, and drove off. As soon as I turned the corner, I let out a shaky breath. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles ached. What the hell had just happened? When I got home, I replayed the entire night in my head, disbelief washing over me in waves. The initial charm, the jokes, the sharp descent into something dark and ugly. It was like dating two entirely different people. I blocked her number before I even made it to my front door. Swapped phones with a cute ginger, went on a date, discovered she was wildly racist and generally unhinged. 0 out of 10, would not recommend. That's a pretty bad one. Mine isn't quite that bad, but it's pretty funny. So I had met this girl online. She was a friend of a friend. We got to talking for a bit and eventually decided to hang out. She lived about 30 minutes away in the middle of absolute nowhere, so I had to drive up to meet her. Since I'm not familiar with the area, I ask her where she would like to eat. She says, "Oh well, my favorite restaurant is not too far from here. We can go there. It's really fancy and expensive though." I told her that I didn't really mind, that I was willing to go wherever, and asked her what the restaurant was called. She says, "Oh, it's Red Lobster." Now I'm not one to care about how much money people have, but I was quite shocked that though Red Lobster was a high-class establishment. However, I let it ride because maybe to her Red Lobster is the epitome of fine dining. Turns out, Red Lobster is another 30 minutes away. On the way there we pass a handful of other restaurants. Olive Garden being one of them. This is one of those details that gets dropped in stories very nonchalantly, like I wonder if this will be important later. Anyway, so we get to Red Lobster and the hostess is walking us to our table. She seats us, hands us our menus, and begins talking about the specials. Before she is even able to finish, my date blurts out, "I already know what want." It was so awkward. She didn't say it in a rude way. She more said it in a more excited way. Like it was awesome that she already knew what she wanted, and everyone needed to know. Anyway, the hostess is stunned, and just kind of walks away. Eventually the waiter comes to our table, and she orders. She gets shrimp Alfredo with no shrimp. At this point I'm stunned. She made us drive 30 minutes, which is a long time to spend in a car on a first date, so she could get fettuccine Alfredo. Clearly this was the best restaurant choice, and not the Olive Garden. I still let all of this slide, because at this point she just seemed extremely eccentric, and I thought that maybe if I got to know her better then her behavior would be less odd. After dinner we are closer to my place than hers, and she wants to go back to my place to watch a movie. I oblige, obviously. We get back there, and I ask her what movie she wants to watch. She picks Happy Feet. Motherfucking Happy Feet. I guess at this point it's my own fault for even asking. So we start watching Happy Feet. She wastes no time in jumping my bones, so I don't make too much of a fuss. Now the clothes are coming off to the soundtrack of Happy Feet. Really awkward. She starts talking about how great she is at giving head as a little warm-up dirty talk. This was surprisingly not as awkward as it could have been, Happy Feet aside, and it was effective. Then she insists, no. Demands that she remove my pants using her mouth. Now I can see how some people would be into this, but not me. I tried to talk her out of it, but she was convinced that she was going to do it. And God bless her, she did. Button, zipper, and all. It was still just a really odd thing to do. Especially on a first date. Then she gets to the cusp of giving me oral sex, stops, looks up at me and says, "I don't mess around with guys that are not my boyfriend. So ask me to be your girlfriend." So I did. We dated for about 3 weeks after that, and she only got more crazy and weird. She actually got married a little while back, but before doing that she contacted me on Facebook to see if I wanted to have one more try with her. I informed her that I would not be interested, to say the least. A montage of French nuclear tests in the Pacific Ocean, observed by many marine iguanas. Then, in present days, a Japanese fishing ship is being attacked by an unseen monster. Only one survived. Traumatized, he is later questioned in a hospital by a mysterious Frenchman and repeatedly says only one word, Gajira. NRC scientist Nick Tatopoulos is called in to investigate the matter, and he quickly arrives at the conclusion that a giant, irradiated lizard known as Godzilla has been created by the explosions. Then Godzilla makes its way north, landing at Manhattan to begin wreaking havoc in the big city. Even with the combined forces of the US military are going to destroy Godzilla at all costs. But will it ever be enough to save the people of New York? I'll never forget the night I swiped right on disaster. It started innocently enough, an exchange of messages on Tinder, his profile picture showcasing a disarming smile and a laid-back confidence. His name was Daniel, and for days we texted about everything under the sun. Favorite movies, the books we were totally going to finish someday, and the weird quirks of our new city. He seemed normal, charming even, and after a few phone calls, we decided to meet in person. Little did I know I was about to meet the man who would forever be saved in my contacts as Donotancer Penispic. The restaurant was a cozy bar downtown, dimly lit with warm amber tones and a low hum of conversation. When I walked in, Daniel waved me over to the table he'd chosen. He was undeniably cute, tousled brown hair, a strong jawline, and a confident grin that hinted at mischief. But as we settled in, that charm quickly began to fray. Something about him felt off, like a puzzle piece forced into the wrong spot. He was smiling, sure, but there was a bitterness in his eyes, as if the world owed him an apology. He launched into a tirade about the city. "I mean, this place is such a joke compared to California," he scoffed, swirling the drink he'd already half finished before I even arrived. "People here are just so uptight, you know? Like, especially about sex. Back home, people know how to live." I laughed nervously, unsure of how to respond. "I guess every city has its quirks," I offered, trying to steer the conversation somewhere lighter. But Daniel was like a storm gathering strength. He leaned in, his tone growing conspiratorial, and started talking about sex, specifically his frustration with how prudish people were here. It wasn't playful or flirty. It was unsettling, like he was trying to test how far he could push. The waitress came by, a cheerful young woman who clearly didn't deserve what was about to happen. Daniel ordered a plate of fries, but when they arrived, he scrutinized them like they'd personally offended him. "Yeah, these aren't crispy enough," he declared, sending them back without a second glance. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he turned to the waitress and said, "Hey, my company's throwing a party this weekend. You should come by." Her polite smile faltered for a split second before she nodded and walked away. I sat there, stunned. Did he really just hit on the waitress in the middle of our date? Trying to salvage the evening, I pulled out my phone to show him a picture of my dog, a golden retriever with an uncanny ability to cheer me up no matter how bad a day I was having. "This is Max," I said, smiling. "He's basically my best friend." Daniel glanced at the photo, then smirked. "Oh yeah," he said, pulling out his phone. "Check this out." And then, as casually as someone showing off their new car or a vacation photo, he turned his screen toward me. Staring back at me was a picture of his penis. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. I blinked, hoping I'd misinterpreted what I was seeing. But no, there it was in all its unwelcome glory. My brain scrambled to process the sheer audacity, the blatant disregard for any semblance of decency. I wanted to laugh, cry, scream, all at once. I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. "What the hell?" He chuckled, as if he'd just shared an inside joke. "What? You're cute. I thought you'd appreciate it." "Appreciate it?" I could barely breathe. The room felt suddenly claustrophobic, the warm amber tones now suffocating. I needed to get out of there. The rest of the date was a blur of awkward silences and half-hearted attempts at small talk. When the check finally came, I didn't even pretend to linger. We walked out together to the valet stand, the air between us thick with discomfort. My car came first, a merciful stroke of luck. I mumbled a quick goodbye and practically dove into the driver's seat, my heart racing as I sped away. It wasn't until later that I realized my sweater was missing. In my haste to escape, I must have dropped it somewhere between the restaurant and the valet. I debated texting Daniel about it, but decided against it. I didn't want to give him any excuse to prolong our interaction. Of course, Daniel didn't leave it at that. A text lit up my phone that night. "Hey, you left your sweater. If you want it back, You'll have to hang out with me again, winky face. I stared at the message, a mix of anger and disbelief bubbling up inside me. The audacity, the sheer entitlement. It was like he thought he held my sweater hostage, as if a piece of clothing was worth enduring another second of his company. I typed out a response, then deleted it. No sweater was worth this. I blocked his number and let out a long sigh, mourning the loss of my favorite sweater, but grateful to be free of him. That night, I saved his contact under a name that would serve as both a warning and a reminder. Dono Tancer Penispic. It felt like a fitting epitaph for the brief, nightmarish chapter he'd written into my life. I'd met her through community theater, where her sharp wit and undeniable presence had caught my attention. When she said yes to going out, I thought I'd struck gold. She was everything I could have hoped for, brilliant, beautiful, and way out of my league. So of course I was nervous. We planned to see Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, a cheerful animated movie that seemed perfect for a casual evening. As we settled into our seats and started talking, it quickly became clear that we were not on the same wavelength. It started innocently enough, small talk about movies and hobbies, but gradually drifted into deeper waters. She loved indie films. I was more of a sci-fi fan. She mentioned her views on faith and politics, and I countered with mine. Neither of us backed down. What started as a polite discussion turned into a subtle but undeniable clash of opinions. Every exchange felt like a game of conversational tug-of-war, and I could feel the tension building with each passing minute. My jokes landed flat, her smiles didn't reach her eyes, and the air between us grew heavier. I was young, awkward, and out of my depth. What had started as a promising evening was quickly circling the drain. Desperate to release some of the pressure, I did something stupid. While we waited for the previews to start, I pulled out my phone and sent a quick message to my best friend. This date is a disaster. We're already arguing about politics, and I can tell this isn't going anywhere. I hit send and tucked my phone away, thinking nothing of it. Then I heard her phone chime. My heart sank as she reached into her purse and pulled out her phone. Her eyes scanned the screen, and her brow furrowed in confusion. Slowly, she turned to me, holding her phone like evidence in a trial. "Did you mean to send this to me?" she asked, her voice calm but laced with disbelief. I felt the blood drain from my face. My mind raced as I tried to piece together what had just happened. "No," I stammered. "Oh my God, no. That was meant for my friend. I must have clicked the wrong contact." I forced a nervous laugh, hoping to downplay the situation. "You're both the only M names in my phone. It was an honest mistake." She didn't look convinced. Her expression was an unsettling mix of irritation and hurt, and the silence between us stretched painfully. Finally, she slipped her phone back into her purse and sighed. "Well," she said, her tone dry, "this is awkward." I scrambled to recover. "Look, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it the way it sounded. You're amazing, brilliant and beautiful, honestly. I was just nervous and, yeah, I'm an idiot." She raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything, leaving me to stew in my embarrassment. The lights dimmed, and the movie began, but I couldn't focus on a single frame. My mind was too busy replaying the incident on a loop, each repetition more painful than the last. She seemed calm, too calm, but I could tell she wasn't enjoying herself. Every now and then, I caught her glancing at me out of the corner of her eye, and each time, I felt like shrinking into my seat. When the credits rolled, we exchanged polite goodbyes in the parking lot. She thanked me for the evening with a tight smile and walked to her car. I watched her leave, certain I'd never see her again. Relief and regret churned in my chest as I drove home, trying to convince myself that the worst was behind me. When I got back to my apartment, I collapsed onto the couch and grabbed my phone. I needed to vent, to purge the evening's awkwardness with some cathartic oversharing. This time, I triple-checked the contact name before typing. That was the most uncomfortable date of my life. We argued about everything, and I doubt I'll ever hear from her again. Satisfied, I hit send. My phone chimed almost instantly. I frowned, confused by the quick reply, and glanced at the screen. The message wasn't from my friend. "You sent it to me again." I stared at the screen in disbelief, my stomach dropping into a pit of mortification, so deep I didn't think I'd ever climb out. Somehow, despite my best efforts, I had managed to text her again. Twice in one night, I had told the same woman how terrible the date was, once while sitting next to her, and once after swearing I wouldn't make the same mistake. I didn't even try to explain. What could I possibly say to fix this? Instead, I set my phone face down on the table, buried my face in my hands, and let out a long, defeated groan. We never spoke again after that. I like to think she tells this story to her friends, laughing about the idiot who accidentally texted her twice about how bad their date was. And honestly, she deserves to. If nothing else, it's a hell of a story. I have many, but I'll keep it to this one. It's because I think it takes the cake. I was a freshman in college, 18. I was going to a community college to gain the needed credits, so I can get my prereqs out of the way for less dollar than going to the local university. I met a girl who was a friend with a few of my friends. She was a very good-looking redhead with a large bust and small waist. Her name is Amber. I went out with them in groups a few times for lunch. After about a week of this, we start hanging out, dating, and studying after classes. It's going well. That weekend, my friend Ted was throwing a birthday party, complete with the shed out back converted into a bar. I show up with her, and she proceeds to drink a little. I do too, and we're having fun. Ted and company are a bunch of geeks. At one point, they were all hanging about talking about putting a gaming rig together. Amber decided to refill our drinks, and would be back to hang out some more. It was about 10 minutes before I realized that Amber wasn't back with my refill, and I wanted my Jameson. I go out to the shed to look for her. I get there, and I find her and one of Ted's friends with a bottle, plastic, of whiskey, and she is shotgunning half the bottle. Impressive, but she is about 5 feet 2 inches and 100 pounds. I laugh, get my refill, and she comes and hangs out for a bit. I'm a bit wary of this, and she starts to get weird. I excuse it as the alcohol is hitting her hard. To which I was right. She went from a slight buzz, straight to full-blown screaming and crying. She ran down the stairs to the basement and started screaming. I'm standing at the top of the stairs looking at her, and the entire house came running. They all thought I was murdering her or something. Sensing that Ted isn't happy about this situation, I apologize and ask his help in getting her into my car. He helps me get her into my freshly detailed BMW project car I was working on. I start to drive away, and she is still screaming and crying. I'm trying to shift gears while she cries on my arm. At one point I had the sunroof open, and a cop pulls up next to me. Me being slightly drunk thinks nothing of it. He hears Amber screaming and crying and rolls down his window. He asks if she is all right. I respond in the most confused look on my face, and say, I think so, but I think she's not taking the news her friend died very well. Cop rolls up his window and drives off. Ted's house is a 30-minute drive from his hose to Amber's. I stop at a light by Amber's house. I start to smell booze. I start thinking, where is the booze smell coming from? I look all around. All of a sudden, where Amber is grabbing my arm, I hear her gag, and my arm is wet and it just smells terrible. I realize that she threw up all over me in the car. I blow through the light and get to the side of the road. I pull her out in front of a fire station. I'm holding her whole body over some landscape rocks and letting her puke it all out. I was there for about 10 minutes with the entire department laughing at us. I finally managed to get her to her house. She's conscious again and in good spirits. I tell her what happens, and she offers to pay for the cleaning. She tries to get out on her own, but ends up being so drunk she fell over and racked her head on glass of the car door. I got her inside, and her mom wasn't mad at me but mad at her. I go home smelling like booze and vomit, and I have to spend the next 2 hours cleaning everything up. My car forever smelled like booze and vomit when the heater would be on. She managed to get it into the vent fans. Saddest part is I ended up dating her a couple more weeks. The final straw was when she punched her mom in the back for eating some cheesecake. Then the next day, insults my lab partner because he is fat. She was attractive, funny, and we clicked over shared interests during the week of texting leading up to the date. You know that cautious optimism you feel when you think you might have hit the jackpot? Yeah, that was me. We met at a bar she loved, a spot she was apparently a regular at, which I took as a good sign. It felt low-key but trendy, a place where the dim lighting made everyone look about 20% better, and the background music was just loud enough to drown out awkward silences. Things started off strong. We laughed, shared stories, and traded the usual first date questions. It was smooth, effortless. Or so I thought. That's when the conversation started veering toward the what do you really want to do with your life territory, and I, being the curious type, asked the seemingly innocuous question. So, you work in an office, but is that what you really want to do? Did you go to school for it? Her eyes lit up like I'd handed her a winning lottery ticket. Actually, she said, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she reached into her bag. I had no idea what was coming, but I leaned forward, curious. Then she pulled out a red clown nose and stuck it on. I'm not exaggerating. A red clown nose. She sat there, wearing it like it was the most natural thing in the world, her grin widening as if she'd just revealed a deep secret. Wait, what? I managed to choke out, my brain short-circuiting. I'm going to clown school, she said proudly, her voice muffled slightly by the ridiculous piece of foam on her face. I'm training to be a clown. Now, let me be clear, I have nothing against clowns. They're a staple of birthday parties and bad dreams everywhere. But this was our first date. A first date is where you're supposed to highlight your best traits, right? Put your most impressive foot forward. Not lead with, I'm dedicating my life to juggling and balloon animals. But I didn't want to blow it. She was gorgeous, and I figured, hey, maybe this could just be a quirky thing she does on the side. So I plastered on my best supportive smile and rolled with it. Oh wow, I said, trying not to sound as thrown off as I was. That's so cool. I didn't even know clown school was a thing. It's actually really competitive, she said, taking my comment as an invitation to dive into the finer points of the clowning world. I tried to keep the mood light. So what is it? Like clown university, clown college, or clown technical school? Big mistake. Her expression changed in an instant. The playful glint in her eye vanished, replaced by something cold and sharp. It's clown school, she said, her tone clipped. And it's not easy. It's a serious art form. I blinked, thrown by the sudden shift. Oh yeah, of course. I didn't mean it like that. I was just joking. But the damage was done. For someone training to bring joy and laughter to others, she had an alarmingly bad sense of humor. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she leaned back, arms crossed, still wearing the damn clown nose. At this point, I was stuck. Half of me wanted to laugh, the other half wanted to apologize profusely, and the third panic-ridden half, yes, I had three halves at this point, was screaming at me to escape. But I stayed, trying to salvage what was left of the date. So, I said carefully, what's your clown school experience been like? Do you learn, like, juggling and stuff? She softened, but only a little. It's a lot more than that, she said. There's slapstick, improvisation, character work. It's about bringing joy to people. That sounds amazing, I said, and for a moment I meant it. I mean, who was I to judge? It wasn't the most conventional dream, but it was hers. And maybe there was something admirable about someone willing to dedicate themselves to something so unique. But then she started talking about clown hierarchies, about how some clowns didn't respect her particular approach to the craft, and how the clowning world could be cutthroat. She went on about mime snobs, and how she wasn't sure she'd ever earn the respect of her peers. The more she talked, the more it felt like I was listening to a documentary about some secret clown mafia. I smiled and nodded through it, occasionally chiming in with wow, and that's wild. But inside, I was begging for the date to end. We finished our drinks, and I mustered all my strength to politely suggest we call it a night. She agreed, but not before slipping the clown nose back into her bag like it was a loaded gun. We parted with an awkward hug, and I walked away wondering how I'd gone from excitement to existential confusion in under 2 hours. Here's the kicker. The next day, she texted me to say she didn't think we were a good match. She told me I seemed judgmental about her passion, and she needed someone who could support her fully. I didn't even argue. I just texted back, yeah, you're probably right. Several years ago, there was a new girl at work that I decided to actually make a move on for once. She was 20, kind of scuffling through community college, and in AA. Being the dumbass that I am, I think I can be the stake that supports her as she grows back into a wonderful person, and then she's so grateful that I stood with her during the bad times that I'll get to share in the good times to come. I mean, she's 20. How bad could her drinking problem have really gotten? So, I invite her out for dinner at a fairly nice restaurant here in town on a Saturday, between newscasts we're both working. We both worked in newscast production. I dress up and go to the restaurant. She says she'll meet me there, and I wait up front for her to arrive. For 20 minutes, and she doesn't show. She went back home to chill out or whatever, I don't know. I call her wondering where she is, and she says she'll rush right over. 10 minutes or so later, she just shows up, in the same sweats she rolled out of bed in, rolled into work in, and rolled back into bed in. We have dinner, and during that 45 minutes, she ducks off to the bathroom twice, takes 3 calls on her cell phone, and constantly checks on her recently inked tattoo. Winnie the Pooh with his honey pot, in close proximity to hers. Later, back at work for the late show, she actually just thanked me for taking her out. It was her birthday. She needed to take her mind off of what was going on in her life, etc. After leaving work for the night, she calls my cell, but I miss the call and figure it's too late to call back. A few days later, I'm still stupidly thinking this can work out, so I call her to say hi and possibly set something else up. She seems rather surprised I called, doesn't really say much, and excuses herself to go to an AA meeting. The next day, she goes into work in the morning and starts telling her friends there, her coworkers on the morning show, and my supervisor what an awful, horrible person I am. I don't know what she said, but it was apparently bad enough to turn friends and coworkers against me. Our supervisor advises her to let him know if this becomes a bigger problem, but never says anything to me about it. Soon after, she decides to give in to a building attraction to a horn dog coworker and screws him in the bathroom, at work. This is on top of the overt sexual advances she was putting off towards another coworker, on top of the guy she was apparently already dating at the time. Several weeks later, she abruptly quits, now pregnant. I think it was her bathroom lover that knocked her up, I don't know, but I do know it wasn't me. Showing me her new tattoo was as close as I was getting, and she was showing that thing off to everybody. But a few months later, she comes back, still pregnant of course, and heaping scorn all over her sperm donor, while the other women at work rally around her. They don't care that she broke my heart. They're too busy being there for her, because she's just such an awesome person. Yeah, whatever. So now, I won't date women that are significantly younger than I am. I won't date coworkers. I won't go near anyone in AA, and actually, I don't even date that much at all. I didn't date much before, but managed to have such a bad experience that I have felt little need to climb back on the horse again. 6 months ago, I started talking to a girl from an online dating site. She was sweet, kind, and pretty. After a few weeks of chatting, we decided to meet and go see a movie, her suggestion. I would have rather gone for a beer at a pub, so being the gentleman that I am, I agreed. Turns out she only lives a few blocks away from me. I pull up in my car and wait for her. Normally I would have gone to the front door. However, she asked that I text her when I was out front, and she'd meet me at the car. I sit there waiting for 10 minutes, and she finally comes out. So does her cousin and her cousin's boyfriend. She tells me that they're coming along. Goody great. Her cousin is pushing 300 pounds, loud and I'll be frank, ugly as sin. And her cousin's boyfriend is a trashier scumbag Steve. He works in the oil field, and both he and her cousin like to smoke a lot of doobies. I know this because all the way to the theater that's all those two would talk about. The girl I was meeting was pretty quiet the whole way through. Anyways, we get to the movie. It was Resident Evil 3D, and during the previews all three of them were getting giant erections over the Saw 3D trailers. Movie starts, and 20 minutes and her cousin has a melodramatic panic attack over the 3D, giving her a massive headache. Her giant cousin proceeds to leave and enter the theater about 50 times. She's big, she smells bad, is loud, and had no respect for the people trying to watch the movie at all. Movie ends, and we all go outside. Her cousin then proceeds to dry hump her boyfriend on the bench outside while they share a cigarette. Fast forward 30 minutes, and I drop them off at home. I say goodnight and speed away. This is where the story should end. But halfways home I get a call from the girl asking that I come over and chill out with them. I honestly wanted to say no, but I figured I wasn't doing anything, and this might turn out to be something funny to tell one day. I go back and enter her house. I now know why she had me wait outside when I picked them up. She lives at home with her parents, which is fine. That's not an issue for me. Her cousin and boyfriend live downstairs in the basement. The main floor of the house looks like an episode of Hoarders. It was filled with trash. Everywhere. I keep my shoes on and ask where the washroom is. Having a big drink at the movie had me wanting to pee pretty bad. I find the washroom, flick on the light, and there is piss and shit all over the toilet. On the seat, on the tank, around it. I pee and flush with my foot. I touch nothing. I even managed to turn the doorknob with my elbows. Anyways, after that I sat for an hour watching South Park and playing with two very cute cats. I ignored everyone for the most part. I caught bits of conversation between her cousin and her boyfriend. Lots of dirty talk, lots of, oh, you're gonna be my hubby, and I'm gonna fuck you so hard sort of shit. It made me sick. So after the hour was up, I tell the girl that I have to go. I have to be up early to make an appointment at the bank. Lie. She walks me upstairs, and as I'm saying goodbye at the front door, about 10 cats that I hadn't seen before literally emerge from the garbage in the living room. I left, and hadn't talked to her for about 6 months. Last week she messages me on MSN. She asks me how I've been. I tell her I've been okay. She tells me she has good news. I ask what. She tells me she's getting married. Oh, that's good. To who? I ask. She says John. I say, who's John? She says the guy we went to the movies with. At the time, I thought it was quirky, maybe even endearing. In hindsight, it was a massive neon red flag waving furiously in the wind. He picked me up at my house that evening. Grinning like this was the beginning of something grand. I was nervous but excited. First dates are supposed to feel special, and I was ready to see what he had planned. Little did I know his plan was nothing. We drove a single block to his friend Tony's house. I figured he just needed to grab something real quick. But instead, he marched straight into the backyard, cupped his hands around his mouth, and started yelling, "Tony! Tony!" The night air carried his voice far and wide, but there was no answer. After a minute, he scowled, muttered something under his breath, and stormed back to the car. Without a word of explanation, he got behind the wheel and sped off. "So, where are we going?" I asked hesitantly, glancing out the window at unfamiliar streets. He didn't answer. He just drove, zigzagging through back roads like he was avoiding something, or maybe just lost. We finally pulled up to the bowling alley, and he announced, "I wanted to surprise you." Surprise? I thought, skeptical. More like he had no clue where he was going. But hey, bowling sounded fun, so I let it go. The first game started off well enough. I won, which didn't seem to bother him much at first. "I let you win," he said, laughing. "I'm nice like that." But by the second game, he wasn't laughing anymore. I won again, and the smile on his face turned into a tight-lipped grimace. By the third game, it wasn't just a grimace, it was full-blown frustration. He was sweating, cursing under his breath, and glaring at the pins like they owed him money. "Want bumpers?" I teased, trying to lighten the mood. He didn't even look at me. He just plopped down on the bench across from me, arms crossed like a sulking child. I won game 3. "That was fun," I said, hoping to diffuse the tension. "I used to be on a bowling league, so I guess I've got an unfair advantage." His scowl deepened. We left shortly after. Next stop, Chinese food. Things seemed to calm down over dinner. We ate, chatted, and for a moment, I thought the night might actually turn itself around. But then he went up to the counter to get a refill on his drink, and the cashier told him there was a 15 cents charge. That's when it all fell apart. "Are you kidding me?" he snapped, loud enough for everyone in the restaurant to hear. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel and stormed back to the table. "We're leaving," he barked, his face red with anger. I hadn't even finished my food, but I wasn't about to argue. We got in the car, and he drove us. Where else? Back to Tony's house. He stomped into the backyard and once again started yelling, "Tony! Tony!" Still no answer. I finally asked, "Why are we here?" "I wanted to finish the video game we were playing earlier," he said matter-of-factly, like that was the most normal thing in the world. With nothing left to do, he drove me the 1 block back to my house. I got out of the car, said goodnight, and went inside feeling utterly baffled. That was my first date with him. And somehow, against all odds, we ended up dating for a year and a half. Things didn't end until Valentine's Day, a date so catastrophic, it made the first one look like a fairy tale. I'd just gotten off an 8-hour shift waitressing, my feet aching and my patience worn thin. On the drive home, he texted me, "Hurry up and get ready." I just wanted to shower and rest for a minute, but he insisted I be ready earlier than the 9 p.m. time I'd suggested. He never mentioned reservations or plans, so I figured he just wanted to hang out. When he picked me up, he barely said a word. The silence was deafening as we drove, tension filling the car like a heavy fog. We finally pulled up to BJ's, a chain restaurant that was clearly packed. "It looks busy," I said, eyeing the line of people waiting outside. "We're not going to get a table." "I had a reservation," he snapped, "but you weren't ready on time." That was the match that lit the fire. We started arguing, him furious about the missed reservation, me furious that he'd never told me about it. The fight escalated quickly. I reminded him that I was the only one with a job and that I'd likely be paying for dinner, just like every other date we went on. He retorted that his parents didn't give him money because they didn't like me. Then he started punching the steering wheel. Hard. Over and over, his fists slamming into the wheel like it had personally insulted him. That's when I noped the hell out of the car. I ran to the nearest closed-down furniture store and called a co-worker, telling him I needed a ride. My ex followed me, still fuming, but I turned and yelled, "Stay away from me. You're never going to see me again." My co-worker, bless him, left his own date to come pick me up. The next day, I went to my ex's house to grab my stuff and give back the promise ring he'd given me. When I handed it to him, he said, "Hopefully the next girl will appreciate it more." I looked him dead in the eye and said, "You might want to think twice about giving that to someone else." He texted me later that night, saying, "Give me some time, and maybe we can be friends." I never replied. I never saw him again. The coworker who picked me up that night? He had feelings for me. We started dating, and 5 years later, we're still together, happier than I ever thought possible, with a wedding on the horizon. Funny how life works out. Went on a blind date that my friend set me up on at a local bar with a live music night. It went well, and we decided we might do it again. The next weekend we met at a big art show/festival and decided it was a good night for some karaoke at a favorite local dive. She had had a couple drinks, and so had I, but everyone seemed pretty with it. On the drive over to the bar, she was looking around on the floor of the car while driving down a busy street and started to veer into the parked lane of cars. I managed to grab the wheel and correct before we slammed into the back of a parked car, which we most definitely would have hit if I hadn't. Strike one, bad driver, she's a distracted chick, etc. Sexist maybe, but in this case very true. About that time she told me she hadn't eaten that evening and was feeling a little tipsy. We got to the bar in one piece and started to enjoy the karaoke and some more beers. After another beer or two she began to let her hand wander around my crotch, etc., which I was fine with. Then she started to pinch me on the arm and what we called horsebitting, basically taking a handful of flesh and pinching and pulling at the same time on the inside of my thigh. Now I'm all for some rough play and aggressive folding, but this fucking hurt. I had to pin her hands to her lap and tell her to stop. By this point she was pretty drunk, it would seem, punctuated by nearly knocking the prompt monitor off its table while singing some damn song. I decided it was time to leave, and her being obviously rather on the trash side, I opted to drive because in Houston, it's basically a calculated risk of who's the least drunk. Dumb maybe, but she was still coherent and wanted me to come over. Sex makes dumb. So we start driving towards her neighborhood, which is on the opposite side of the city from mine, and about halfway there she tells me to pull into a side street. I do so, and she dives like a scuba enthusiast and starts giving me the business on the side of the road. I enjoy this for a while, but we're not really that far off the map, and cops in Houston like to patrol the burbs looking for degenerate idiots doing dodgy things in cars. Also, it appeared we were near her place, based on her previous information given. So I zip up, buckle up, and we start off towards her hood once again. She promptly passes the fuck out. This presents a difficulty as she didn't ever tell me an exact address, just a general area. I repeatedly try to wake her up to the point where she can be exacting in her location finding capacity. So there I am driving around buzzed with a passed out girl in the passenger seat in a neighborhood which caters to a certain demographic that is decidedly not my own and rhymes with Flixican. Not usually a problem, but at 1 a.m. on a Saturday night is not where I needed to be driving around aimlessly. At this point I make the decision that she's not going to be any damn help and that I should just drive home and put her up in my extra bed. She's mumbling the odd nonsense about, right over there, nobody knows yada yada. So after a white-knuckle drive with Houston's finest on my tail for a good portion, I make it home and carry her passed out ass up to my place. After checking to make sure she has a pulse and water and all that jazz, I dump her in the guest bed and start to get ready for bed. All of a sudden she's walking around, bumping into things and generally being a confused drunk. I ask her what she needs, and she pushes past me into the bathroom and slams the door. Fair enough. I leave her for a few minutes, but after 10 I realize she's probably passed out in there, which I'm just not going to have. She is indeed passed out face down on the floor blocking the door. After a little creative pushing and pulling I get inside and get her back on her bed. She starts ranting about how I'm being a stupid boy and something else about how I have no inbox. I've dealt with hammered chicks before, but this was a new one. She kept repeating something about my lack of an inbox and then lurched into my kitchen and began banging around. I walked in and asked what she was looking for. A bowl, she growled. I was glad to give up a mixing bowl if it was going to keep my sheets and floor clear of vomit, so I got her a large one and tried to figure out how to convince her to go back to bed or hit the bathroom to deal with her purge. She told me to go away and leave her alone, So I went to the opposite side of my apartment out of sight and waited while she banged around a bit more. Then I heard a wet splat and a groan. I called over, "Are you okay? Are you puking?" To which I got the unbelievably disturbing answer, "No, I'm pooping." My heart sank. This girl was dropping a deuce in my mixing bowl in my kitchen. I sort of clammed up and waited for it to end. After a minute, I heard her stumble to the bathroom and dump the bowl into the toilet, run some water, drop the bowl, and stumble back to her bed. I nervously did a sweep of the place to survey the damage. No turd on the floor in Tay kitchen, but the ghost of horrible acts very present. The bathroom was undisturbed, minus the very conspicuous blue mixing bowl sitting next to the John, with a not-so-blue film coating the inside. She had managed to rinse it, but not well. I gagged a little, decided to deal with it in the morning. I checked once more to make sure she was stationary, and went to sleep wishing it a bad dream. The next morning I awoke to her telling me she had a great time from what she remembered, and that she had to get to work. No mention of recollection of the night's previous events registered in her salutations. I decided to let the sleeping dog lie for the sake of her dignity, and told her basic geographical location. She chipperly bade me a fair day, and was out the door. I got up, found a trash bag and a rubber glove, walked into the bathroom, and trashed that bowl faster than you can say shit. I was in shock for days, and never called again. Unless someone died in a date. Hey, who knows? I do believe I have the worst date ever. I mean, ever. So, I'm newly single from a bad breakup of 5 years. She leaves me for another gal, and her friends, feminazis, decide to right a wrong and rob me of everything I own, save for my dog, bed, and some of my clothes. Anyways, so I'm a few months along, and try a dating website, Yahoo Personals. A gal messages me she's Hispanic, I'm white, I don't discriminate. And I'm like, alright, your picture looks okay. You type a little innocently immature, but text is sterile. I give her a shot, and we meet a bit south of me in a mall. It's public, they have restaurants. If things don't work out well, that's fine, we can go our separate ways. So I go there, and she messages me where she is in the mall. And I see a gal, but it doesn't look much of anything like the gal I've been talking to. Sorta, but like her uglier sister. Well, it's her. She photoshopped her pictures. A lot. Her smooth face in the pictures? Nah, moles all over. I'm not talking 1 to 2, I mean like dozens. All over her face. It's so strange and repulsive. Most guys would be like, I'm out biatch, but I don't want to hurt her feelings. I figure I'll chat, see what's up. I introduce myself to her, she says hi, and we walk through the mall. I notice a few minutes later someone is following us, shop to shop. Oh, that's my mom, she says. It bothers me a bit, and I ask, why is her mom here? By the way, we are both 25 plus. She explains her mom came along for the meet, with her brother-in-law, and his wife, pregnant, by the way, 8 months along. The gal keeps trying to kiss me in every store, but her mom is literally in the other all giving me the eye. It's freaky as hell, and not in a good way. So we, after an hour, go to the food court and get some food with the entire family. They seem nice, but it's just too damned creepy. They invite me back to their place for cards and family games. No orgies, but more of a grilling. They want me back at their place to grill me about their daughter. Not good for me. My stomach starts acting up as we're finishing up dinner, but it's not feeling like my stomach, like a weird diarrheal feeling. I excuse myself to the bathroom, where the feeling of needing to go intensifies quickly. I enter the bathroom, downing an Imodium as I enter. I'm sweating, and I do not feel good at all. I saddle up to the toilet, not much, and the feeling moves into my kidneys. It's all fast, I'm sweating, I don't feel good at all. It's not food poisoning, my stomach is fine, but I feel like I have a goddamned iron spike moving from my kidneys to my dick, and I'm not liking this at all, and it's getting bad. I see her outside the bathroom, and she says her family has gone to meet us nearby for me to follow them to their house, but we're parked at different areas of the mall, so we're to meet up at a nearby Denny's. While driving there, my dick track feels like it's on fire. The pain is too intense, I'm afraid I've broken something, and I don't know what, or how. We get to the Denny's parking lot, and I bust inside. Customers only, the sign says, but I don't give a fuck. I get into the bathroom, pull up to a urinal, and whip out my tang. At this point, I'm either going to shit my pants, piss an iron spike out, or pass out. I actually briefly pass out for a second. I catch myself falling against the wall in pain, but nothing coming out. I zip up and stumble outside. My ugly fucking date is standing next to my car, and the world goes gray, Such a weird fucking feeling. I fall into the grass on my knees. The pain is so intense, I'm half a second from passing out. I try and mumble something to her about being in mortal pain, that I might need to go to the doctor, and there she is, 1/2 inch from my face, hairy moles all over her face. I want to puke on her, but I'm in so much pain, and she closes her eyes and moves in a bit further for a kiss. A fucking kiss. While I'm passing out in pain, I push her away and stumble to my car and manage to peel out. I'm not sure how I made it to the highway. I should have gone to the hospital. I don't even know how I managed much of anything. Once I got back to my apartment about an hour later, the pain was gone, just a little pebble in the toilet. I'd met her on Plenty of Fish, and for 2 weeks, we'd been messaging nonstop. She seemed smart, funny, and even a little quirky in a charming way. So when she suggested we meet for dinner, I thought, why not? The evening began smoothly enough. We met at a casual steakhouse, the kind of place with dim lighting and country music playing softly in the background. She was even prettier in person, dark hair, confident smile, eyes that sparkled when she talked. We laughed, shared stories, and ordered our food. For a moment, everything felt easy, natural, like we were two people who could actually have something. Then he showed up. I didn't notice him at first, too caught up in the conversation. But when he stormed up to our table, his voice cut through the ambient noise of the restaurant like a blade. "What the fuck are you doing here?" he shouted, his voice trembling with rage. He was pointing at her, his face twisted with fury. Her entire demeanor shifted. She stiffened, her smile vanishing as she turned to face him. "What the hell do you want, Greg?" she snapped, her voice sharp and biting. "I told you to stay the fuck away from me," he yelled, leaning closer to the table. "You're insane. You ruin everything you touch." The entire restaurant fell silent, all eyes turning toward us. I sat frozen, unsure whether to step in or let them hash it out. The tension was suffocating, like standing at the edge of an active volcano. She fought back, matching his insults with venom of her own. It was like watching a grenade with a loose pin. Any second, it was going to blow. I managed to get between them, raising my hands in an attempt to de-escalate. Hey, let's calm down," I said, my voice as steady as I could make it. The manager was already on his way over, his phone out, ready to call the cops. "We don't want to cause a scene here." For a moment, it seemed to work. Greg took a step back, his chest heaving, while she sat down, her expression a mask of icy calm. The manager hovered nearby, waiting to intervene if things got worse. And then it happened. She picked up her steak knife. It wasn't dramatic. There was no yelling, no warning. One moment she was sitting there, eerily quiet, and the next, she lunged across the table and drove the knife into Greg's chest. The sound was sickening, a dull, wet thud that seemed to echo in the silence of the restaurant. Greg staggered back, clutching at the knife, his eyes wide with shock and pain. Blood seeped through his shirt, dark and spreading quickly. My heart slammed in my chest as I stumbled to my feet, but before I could react, she turned to me. Her face was blank, disturbingly calm, but her eyes, God, her eyes were wild. They locked onto me with a terrifying intensity, and I knew in that instant that she wasn't done. She gripped the knife, now slick with blood, and started moving toward me. "Hey, stop," I said, my voice cracking with panic. I backed away, my hand instinctively going to my waistband where my Glock rested. "Don't do this." She didn't stop. Her steps were slow, deliberate, like a predator closing in on its prey. Her bloody hand raised the knife as she took another step forward, her gaze unwavering. I didn't think. I couldn't. My body acted on pure instinct. I drew the gun and fired. The shot rang out, deafening in the enclosed space. She jerked back, dropping the knife as she grabbed at her shoulder, blood blooming across her clavicle. She stumbled but didn't fall, her expression shifting from rage to shock as the weight of what had just happened seemed to hit her all at once. The restaurant erupted into chaos. People screamed, diving under tables or scrambling for the exits. Greg collapsed onto the floor, groaning weakly, while she stood there, swaying slightly, her hand still pressed against her wound. The police arrived within minutes. They found me standing there, the gun still in my hand, my body trembling uncontrollably. I quickly set it down and raised my hands, babbling about self-defense, about how she'd attacked him, and then came at me. Thankfully, the restaurant's cameras and the dozens of horrified witnesses corroborated my story. The officers reviewed the footage, and after a tense few hours of questioning, they determined that I'd acted in self-defense. Florida's stand-your-ground law covered me, and I was cleared to go. As for her, She was taken to the hospital and later transferred to a psychiatric facility. The police told me she had a history of violent outbursts, likely exacerbated by untreated bipolar disorder. Greg survived, but I never found out what happened to him after that night. The whole experience shook me to my core. One minute, I thought I was on a promising first date. The next, I was fighting for my life against someone I barely knew.